Chapter 351 Naruto Uzumaki fainted, but no one paid attention to the fainted Naruto Uzumaki for the time being, except for those who are in illusion. Everyone's eyes are on Hinata's unbelievable power. Orochimaru's eyes were slightly lost, and the tail beast turned into Naruto with 8 tails just broke out. Orochimaru felt that he was not an opponent with all his cards. The 12-year-old girl in Uchiha Hyuga Hinata could easily defeat her. To be honest, Orochimaru was a little jealous of Hinata's power. Hey, Xingyu sighed, then shook his head. What's the matter? Are you still dissatisfied with your appearance? Kushina looked at Xingyu and couldn't help but said, I used to be the same age as Hinata, but I don't have Hinata as good. I think Hinata is already very good. Kushina was right. When she was 12 years old, she was not as strong as the Hina 84 field. After all, Hina had a reincarnation eye now. Super destructive power in a blink of an eye. If Hinata goes all out to explode, it is estimated that Senjutsu will also be ready. It's not that Hinata is not good. I know better how strong the reincarnated eye is. But this battle is for Hina. For Tan, there is really no effect, Xina said to Juxinai. Before that, Hinata didn't even use the big tricks like Golden Wheel reincarnation. Then easily defeated Naruto Uzumaki with 8 tails. Can it be? Isn't it powerful? The 8-tailed tail beast turned into Naruto. He guessed that Saruofi was not an opponent, right? It is a pity that Naruto after the tail beastization has no reason at all. The battle is entirely based on instinct and recklessness. It is only natural to be easily defeated. Perhaps the 8-tailed beast turned into Naruto. It's better than Sarutobi. But if Hinata fights Tobiru, Saru can't be beaten so easily. Sarutobi daily catties. In the battle, wisdom is very important. It is too easy to fight against enemies without IQ. This time Hinata's power was not able to be used at all, so he defeated the opponent. At this time, Hinata returned to Xinia's side, and the rebirth eye chakra mode had been lifted. At this time, Hinata asked shyly, Brother Xinu, how do I behave? 3 inches very well. Hinata is the best. Xinu hugged Hinata directly and smiled. Juxineu stared at Xingyu in a daze. Didn't you still shake your head and sigh as if you were dissatisfied just now? Hinata's face flushed. The head item is shy. White smoke started to appear, but Hinata fainted firmly and not shyly. This shows that Hinata has changed a lot but fainted shyly. In fact, it is also a cute point. Xingyu put Hinata down. If she held it again, Hinata might really faint. Master Xinu, I want you to encourage you. As he said, Xianglin rushed towards Xinu, and when he was about to pounce on Xinia's body, Xianglin's body stopped in midair and was caught by Juxinai. Hee, what do you want to do? Xianglin looked at Juxina gloomily, and then hung down. The small head is like an eggplant beaten by frost. Let's watch the master-disciple battle between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Rizchi. Xina reminded Kushina and the others. The 2 masters and disciples, Dashimaru and Sarutobi Risen, have now been carried. Dashimaru's grass lotus sword and Sarutobi's diamond wishful stick collided with a series of sparks. To be honest, the hardness of the King Kong wishful rod that the Saru demon transformed into is really strong enough to collide with the artifact like the grass blade. Teacher Sarutobi, you still have that much strength after all. After being smashed by Sarutobi with a stick in the big snake, looking coldly, Sarutobi, even though Sarutobi is not tall and thin, but the power is surprisingly great. Orochimaru. Today I am going to make up for the mistakes I made. Sarutobi Hizaki's expression was serious. The deep side of his eyes also carried a touch of sorrow. There was a time when his heart was soft. When Dashimaru defected. His men were merciful and did not go all out to leave Dashimaru. Now Dashwin brought disaster to Honai village. And Sarutobi Risen felt very heartbroken as long as he thought about it in his heart. Original power. I will never forgive you this time. Through the enchantment of the 4 purple flame formations, seeing Konohada's tragic situation at this time, Sarutobi Risen became more and more angry. Teacher, I will show you some good things next. I hope you are satisfied with the opponent I found for you. The snake bit his finger inside, and then quickly seal with both hands and perform the technique of reincarnating from the dirty soil. Suddenly a coffin rose from the ground followed by the first coffin and then the third one. The coffin marked with 4 on the surface. Sarutobi Risen looked at Shimara's seal and the rising coffin. He knew what this technique was. Immediately wanted to stop the power of the snake. The hidden shadow has more snake hands. The snake took the opportunity to make a move, blocking the ape, Frizzan's action, so that 3 coffins appeared at the same time. 0 Unlike in the original work, Sarutobi Hisaki in the original work is to solve one at any rate, but now Sarutobi Hisaki is facing 3 filthy reincarnated characters. The observation was opened, and then a man wearing a red armor from the Warring States period came out. He was the original Hokage Yashao's humor. Then there is the younger brother of Senjujima, the second generation and Naruto Senjima, the last one that did not appear in the original Jade works. It was the 4th generation Fenning Liuosha killed by -1. Damn the big snake pill. Liuosha just walked out, and stared at Ishimaru with hatred. Just when Liuosha wanted to do it, _DA1 pierced the back of Liuosha's head with the engraved seal of Kyuwu without hesitation. Completely erase Liuosha's consciousness. No way, if you don't do this, Liuosha will definitely attack him. Although this will affect the opponent's real 9, but it can only be so. Even if it is controlled, the strength is greatly reduced. But the fight against the aging Sarutobi Risen shouldn't ask the page. Is this Honai village? 1000. Konoha was measuring between the hand posts. Big brother, do you pay attention to the current situation under Z? Now it is obvious that someone is unfavorable to Konoha village. Kaienzu Jianjian's eyes flashed a sharp light. It's you who used the technique of reincarnating from the filthy soil. Renshujian looked at the big snake power with cold eyes. Oh, I've told you a long time ago, don't study this kind of soul-playing ninjutsu. Thousands of hands looked at his younger brother between 5.8 hands. Slightly shook his head. At the beginning, he had dissuaded Kaienzu Jianjian. This kind of ninjutsu shouldn't appear at all. Kaienzu was silent for a while. In fact, his purpose of studying the rebirth of the dirty soil was to leave a whole card for Konoha village. If you encounter an invincible enemy, you can use the dirty soil to reincarnate. The psychic comes out of the previous generation of Hokage and then comes to resist the enemy. But I didn't expect it. In the end, it was used by others on Konoha. 2 teachers. Sarutobi cut his lips and said with trembling, and shouted towards Senzuzuma and Senzuzuma. After seeing these 2 appearing, Sarutobi Risen knew it was miserable. The legendary god of ninjas. There is also his own teacher Kaienzu Jian, and I am afraid that he will become an enemy next. Teacher Sarutobi, you should be very satisfied with Yume's gift. 3 Dacially smiled and said. The smile was a little brazen. Chapter 352. The big snake is quite capable. He actually learned the true technique of reincarnating from dirty soil. Kushina was surprised. And the reason why she was so surprised was because Kushina knew how difficult this forbidden technique was to learn. Kushina has the sealed book of Konoha village in his hand, which records all the true techniques of Konoha village, which of course includes the technique of reincarnation of dirty soil. At that time, Kushina still had the heart to learn how to turn a cow from the dirty soil, but unfortunately he didn't learn it, that is, Xingyu taught her personally. Did not learn. The difficulty of learning to reincarnate is extremely high. For Juxinai, it seems to be harder than the art of flying thunder. Don't underestimate whether Chuen is good or not. Xiu is still very capable. Xina said towards Juxinai. Dashwen is indeed very powerful. Like the technique of filthy 10 turning cattle. It is estimated that ordinary people will not be able to learn it in a lifetime of research. He is indeed a genius. It's just that Dashimara's current reincarnation technique of the dirty soil is still a bit rudimentary. and the first generation of Hokage reincarnated from the dirty soil is not strong. Xingyu looked at Kaienzu's Eugene and sensed his power. The power that can be exerted by O5 is extremely limited. It is estimated that even any tenth of it can't be used. 2 Hokage. I can only offend Tai Snake. Maraku held the kunai engraved with the talisman seal, and then pierced the back of the head of the Kaienzu Zuma and Kaienzu Kai. With these 2 feelings towards Konoha village, the feelings of Sarutobi Hizen, only by controlling them can we deal with Sarutobi Hizen wholeheartedly. Oshmaru, I didn't expect you to become like this, Sarutobi Hizen said sadly, the disciple who had been the most proud of. He never expected to become his enemy. Teacher Bingf, do you still have time to talk now? Taishi once sneered. The wooden escape between the 1,000 hands pillars, the water escape between the 1,000 hands, and the sand gold of Liuosha towards the ape Krisen. Hit it. Now Sarutobi Risen is facing a siege of 4 people, 3 reincarnated people, plus a big snake that is difficult to deal with. Sarutobi Risen can be declared over, dead absolutely hopeless. Xingyu looked at Sarutobi Risen at this time and estimated that Sarutobi Risen didn't even have a chance to use the ghoul to seal it up. Well, I also think that Sarutobi Hitoshi Kushina also feels that Sarutobi Risen has no way to survive. But what makes me most happy should be the expressions of the ninjas in Sand Ninja Village. Star Bloom. Hikari looked at the ninja of Sand Ninja Village who stopped. At this time, the ninja of Sand Ninja Village looked at the 4th generation Kaz Kijraza who was reincarnated from the dirty soil. How so? The elite of Sand Ninja Village? Shinomaki stared too much. Her family Fennying was dead and was killed by the cooperator of Okili. 1 Captain Maki, what shall we do now? Some ninjas from Sand Ninja Village asked Maki L. Now Maki is the commander here. Maki fell silent. Continue to fight with the ninjas in Konoha Village? At this time, he couldn't guess that their Su'u village was used by Osumaru, and the other party also killed them Fennying. And now they actually reincarnated their Fennying dirt. Playing with his soul L is simply unforgivable. Help Konoha village and take action against the ninjas in Otonin village. Makashi decisively ordered. Sand Ninja Village stopped to fight against Konoha village _ turn the spear to deal with Otonin village's ninja. And Konohada's ninja also acquiesced in this, and no longer played with Sand Ninja Village ninja. Hagai Kakashi rushed here with Sasuke. He went to give Sasuke special training, but now he is back here and he is just ashamed. Akai, what's going on? Kakashi Hagai. Stop Akai. Asking forcibly towards Akai. Kakashi, you finally came. Don't wait so much. Hurry up to shoot at Otonin village. Also, hurry up and find a way to save Naruto-sama. Akai said anxiously. A well-known ninja in Mewtwo village tried to save Sarutobi Hitoshi. Unfortunately, he was blocked by the 4 purple flame formations. Mainly it will be burned to ashes when it encounters it, so I don't dare to shoot at all. Kakashi looked around and roughly analyzed what happened. He must have seen Shimaru fighting against Naruto Taito. It's just what happened to the 1st generation of Naruto and the 2nd generation of Naruto? Doubts in my heart. Many, but the situation is urgent at this time. There was no one to answer the doubts in Long Kashi's heart. At this time, Kakashi saw Naruto who had fainted, and immediately ran to check Naruto's condition. Although Kakashi seems to care more about Sasuke than Naruto, in fact Kakashi still cares about Naruto. This is the child left by his teacher. Sasuke, you go first to suppress the ninjas in Ninja Village, and the snakes in Konoha Village. Kakashi hugged Naruto. He ordered to Sasuke. Yeah? Sasuke gave Naruto a complicated look, and then nodded lightly. Death Forest. During the Lin incident, although Sasuke fainted later, at the beginning, he still saw the scene of Naruto's tail beasting and Oshimaru fighting. Trivial tale of a crane he has never looked up to. That kind of power burst out unexpectedly. Sasuke can't help but feel jealous. It's normal to see that the person he once looked down on is stronger than you. It's normal to have jealousy. Ahem, Master Kakashi. At this time, Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Kakashi, who was holding him. Hinata's girl is kinda and doesn't take a heavy shot, so Minga can only wake up now. Naruto, are you okay? Kakashi showed joy on his face, but it was blocked by the mask and could not be seen. I'm fine, Mrs. Kakashi. What's wrong? Naruto couldn't help but ask Kakashi. Naruto, please rest first. Don't worry about that much. Kakashi took Naruto to a safe place, then put Naruto down. Begin to kill the ninjas in Otonin village. Originally, Otonin village in 580 is just a small nin village, and it was able to bring riots to Konoha village before. There was Sand Ninja village and hit Konoha one by surprise. And now Konoha village is reacting. Sand Ninja village also dealt with the Otonin village ninja together, and the ninja in Otonin village was immediately controlled. And the big snake from the big snake pill psychic was also killed by the big toad. As for these two toads, of course Jiraiya also psychic came out. That's right. Jiraiya is back too. Originally, I also left Konoha village and taught Naruto to come not long ago. After leaving the village of Konoha, she suddenly felt a little uneasy, and then Jiraiya returned to the village of Konoha. Jiraiya also came to the place where Ozemaru and Sarutobi Hitachi were fighting, looking solemnly at the scene of the fight. Add the other three inside the big snake, the shadow of the filthy soil turning to the bull. The Sarutobi battalion was defeated steadily, and his body was already colored. Oshimaru, are you really going to kill the old man? Jiraiya couldn't help clenching his fists and roared angrily, Master Jiraiya, how do we get in and help Taito? Naruto, Kakashi asked hurriedly. I can't help it. Jiraiya also shook his head and sighed. He also knew the four's informations. Regardless of the fact that the caster Yin is not strong, but Jiraiya is really not able to break it. The four purple flame formation is a simplified version of the four red sun formation, and the four red sun formation can resist the tail of the 10 tails, Beast Jade, so even the abbreviated version of the four purple flame array is not weak. The 353rd chapter is recognized as the strongest in Ninja 15. Jiraiya, Kakashi and the others looked at the four purple flame formations with sad faces. Unless there is room for ninjutsu, they won't be able to get in at all. Sarutobi Risen is dying. Danzo didn't even look at it. It's really ruthless. Kushina came over here, followed by Kushina, Hinata, and Phosphorus. Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately turned back, and his eyes lit up when he saw Kushina. And then it dimmed again. Kushina, you must be able to save the old man, right? Do you think I will? Kushina asked flatly towards Jiraiya. Whatever you want, as long as you save 3 generations of old men, no matter what conditions you have, I can agree to them all. Jiraiya's expression was very serious, as if the real Hoshiba would be able to agree no matter what conditions he offered. Kushina sneered at this. Don't be funny. If I want the entire Konoha village, can you agree? Even if you can you let others follow your promise? Kushina sneered towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya was also silent. He really couldn't agree to this. And just like what Maelstrom Kushina said, even if you really agree, it's useless. Even Sarutobi slashed himself. No one is qualified to sell Konoha village, let alone Jiraiya. Since you are capable of saving 3 generations of grandpa, why don't you do it? Wuximing asked Kushina angrily. Kushina turned his head and glanced at Wuximing. Then he said to Hinata, Hinata, you shot too lightly. Otherwise, he won't be alive and well now. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was sealed in addition to chakra, and his body was a little tired because of the 9-tailed chakra. There were no major problems in other aspects. Well, brother Kushina, next time I will shoot all 9s. Tan nodded his head seriously. What kind of thing are you guys? You are also surnamed Maelstrom, which means that you are also a member of Maelstrom clan. Master Kushina is the patriarch of Maelstrom clan. Are you qualified to question? Xianglin's sharp eyes shot Naruto Uzumaki anally. ? The question mark answered Kushina's head. and then looked at each other with jukes eye. When did I become the patriarch of the Maelstrom 2 clan, Xinu? Why didn't I know you became the patriarch of the Maelstrom Oni clan? Juxinai asked with blinking eyes. I do not know either. Xingyu spread his hands towards Juxinai, then looked at the incense phosphoresce. I think Master Xinu is very suitable for you to be the patriarch of our wandering clan. Xianglin said that the identity of the patriarch was arranged by myself. How many people are still in the Whirlpool clan _ still the patriarch? Xingyu raised his hand and flicked Lightlyth's little head of fragrant phosphoresce. Is this the love given to me by Mrs. Xinu? What a blessing. Xianglin touched it and was hit by Xinu. His face was as red as cooked shrimp. Fragrant phosphoresce. Why have you become a pervert? Kushina couldn't bear it. She covered her face and said, Kakashi Sensei, Naruto is not related to them, right? Sakura whispered to Kakashi. Sakura's red technique resistance is very strong and has not been overthrown by a group of illusions carried by the pharmacist. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, and then said with a complicated expression, maybe there is no relative relationship, but it is somewhat related. After all, Naruto's mother, too, that is his wife, is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Can he save Hokage? Is he very good? Sasuke raised his head and said to Kakashi, of course, great. NS. The rumored ninja world is the strongest. No one knows how strong it is, Kakashi said with a sigh. I have always heard of the legend of Guan Wang Wuxi Xinu. As for the opponent's strength, Kakashi didn't know. But the other party looks so young. L looks younger than him. Time seems to freeze on him. Didn't you say that Naruto is the strongest? Sasuke hit Kakashi in the face at this time. Before the mission of the Nation of Waves, Kakashi told them that Sunshine Naruto was the strongest in the ninja world. And the strongest Naruto. How to say? Kakashi. Sometimes I feel very embarrassed. At that time, because I was from Kimeki village. Of course you have to blow a wave of Naruto. There was water in the previous words, but the other party is known as the death god of the ninja world. Every major ninja village is afraid of people. It is recognized that the ninja world is the strongest. How about that person? Sasuke's eyes suddenly showed a touch of murderous intent and that boundless hatred. Seeing Sasuke and Kakashi who looked hateful, he raised his eyebrows. In fact, he wanted to get rid of the hatred in Sasuke's heart, but he also knew that this was unlikely. Itachi is indeed a natural foundation. I don't know his strength, nor the strength of Wuxi Xinu, so I can't comment on it. Xinu is recognized as the strongest in the ninja world. Kakashi answers Sasuke's question. It turns out that he is called Uzumaki Xinu. Sakura couldn't help but glanced at Xinu a few more times. No way. Who made her a face control? I remember seeing each other before the Zongnin exam, and her eyes were dumbfounded at that time. Master Naruto couldn't hold it anymore. What should I do now? Akai asked anxiously. Listening to Akai's extremely anxious voice, Zillei also looked at their moonlight immediately. At this time, the ape fiery is all in danger. To be honest, able to join the other three shadows in the tie snake under the same attack, can hold on for so long. Sarutobi Risen is also proud enough. If the first generation of Hokage had all the strength, then what will happen to Sarutobi? Don't say that you have all the strength. Even if you have your own consciousness control, you can also hang and beat the ape and fly. Xinu replied to Juxinai, who asked him suspiciously. Thousand-handed pillars, thousand-handed doors, and Liu Sha's attacks were all very rigid, mainly because they are all controlled by Dashwin. Now obviously, Ozaki is not a big target for his control ability, so he can let Sarutobi keep holding on. Go with. Perhaps Oshimaru is reluctant to start. Xingyu said to himself secretly. To say that the Big Snake 9 really doesn't have any feelings for Sarutobi Hizaki. No one believes this. Shimaru definitely still has feelings for Sarutobi Hizen. Lee Huk Xingyu, even if you and the three generations had a strong grudge at the beginning, but that has already happened so long since then, can't you? Don't talk about Jiraiya. Do you think you can move me? Xingyu interrupted Jiraiya directly. Xinu can forget about the past, but he doesn't have to save 3 generations of Kaing. What good is it to save him? There are no half-good things. Xinyu, save him. Even if he really wants to save 3 generations of Hokage, that would have to be profitable. Obviously, there is no half of the profit. I'm going. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth and rushed towards the 4 purple flame array. However, before Naruto rushed to the side of the 4 purple flame array, he was pulled back by the collar of the back of Jiraiya. Naruto, don't behave. Jiraiya said seriously to Naruto. Uzumaki, really let him rush over. Will definitely be turned into ashes by the 4 purple flame array enchantment. It is naturally impossible for Jiraiya to let the whirlpool sound. People rushed forward recklessly. Chapter 354. The Death of Sarutobi Sun/25. Inside the barrier of the 4 purple public formation, Sarutobi was panting, raised his head and stared at -1. Teacher Sarutobi, it seems that if you are tired, don't force yourself. Sleep forever. Orochimaru, don't go down the evil road. Turn your head back. Sarutobi Kazan used the diamond wishful stick to support his body. I have reached this point. You still want to make me look back? Sarutobi teacher, are you so naive? Da Snake made a disdainful cold pen and even told him to turn his head. Even now, do you want him to give up? In fact, Sarutobi Sensei, this is for your own good. Instead of dying to death, it's better to die in the final battle. Your opponent is enough to give you glory. Orochimaru said in a deep voice towards Sarutobi Hizen. It would not be ashamed to be killed by him. After all, he reincarnated from the filthy soil into the 1st generation of Naruto, the 2nd generation of Naruto, and the 4th generation of Kazekage. Speak out. Even if Sarutobi died in battle, also proud enough, the reputation will not be half damaged. Sarutobi Hizen did not speak. If you can live, whoever intends to die, you just want to kill me, can actually say such a thing. He also didn't expect Taishi to be so uncomfortable. For the big snake office, Sarutobi is straightened. It was when my son came to visit the temple. Except in the selection of the 4 generations of Naruto, Sarutobi Hizen has never treated Tai Snake badly. 657. As for the selection of the 4th generation and Naruto, Yuan Kazan didn't support Oki completely because he knew that Ichi was not suitable for becoming Hokage. At that time, Sarutobi Hizen had already seen it. Orochimaru had already stepped into the evil way, but Sarutobi Hizen couldn't believe it at that time. Later, even Dashimaru was exposed. Sarutobi Hizen also didn't make a full shot. I deliberately released the water to let Shimaru escape easily. If Sarutobi doesn't release the water, then the snake is actually. The pill can also run away. After all, Daishiwan had been prepared. But it will definitely not be that easy. At least you have to pay for the agency. Sarutobi Risen thinks that he is not thin with Orochimaru. Among all his disciples, the one he prefers the most is Orochimaru. But the final result was that Taishimaru invaded Konoha village and killed him. The bastard Taishiwan is too unconscionable. Jiraiya also yelled angrily, Jiraiya, do you think a cold-blooded animal, will there be a conscience? You are rather incompetent and furious here. It is better to rush up and fight Taishimaru. Staff Feather. He glanced at Jiraiya and said lightly. Jiraiya was silent. He wanted to fight the Daishiwan desperately, but the 4 purple flame array couldn't break through. Only Afeg can fight last. I hope you can hold on to the 3 generations of old men. Taking a look at Xini from time to time, he knew that he wanted to count on Wuxi Xinius' help. Psychic Art. Bite your finger, and then give Shinzu Oxianran and Zimaxianran to Psychic. These are 2 old toads. They are very in shape and are the parents of Toad Wentai, the elder of Miyama Mountain Holy Land. Second Jade Clam. Toad 2 Immortals, I have difficulties now. please help me absorb natural energy. Zilai also said to Shinzuo Xianren and Zimark Xianren. Jilai also wants to use the fairy mode _ maybe under the fairy mode, it can break the barrier of the 4 purple flame formations. I panicked before. Forgot this. I hope it's still too late. Jilai couldn't do the same as Xinu. Instantly entering the fairy mode, it takes a while for him to absorb natural energy and merge into the Xianzu chakra. This takes time. Fortunately, 2 immortals can help him, but it still takes time. I only hope that 3 generations of old men can hold on. Kakashi saw that Naruto wanted to go over and disturb Jiraiya, so she immediately stopped Naruto. When is this? The lecturer's fairy is still sleeping with his eyes closed, Naruto said angrily. Xingyu looked at Uzumaki Naruto and really didn't know why Naruto Uzumaki cared so much about the 3rd generation of Naruto. Is it because the 3rd generation of Naruto often visits him? Bofing Watergate asked Sankai to take care of Uzumaki Naruto, but Sarutobi-san did not take care of Uzumaki Naruto. No matter what the reason, L is the dereliction of Saruke Rizchi, let alone Sarutobi, if Sun/really wants to protect Uzumaki Naruto. Is it hard? Dignified Hokage, still can't protect a child. It's too funny to say it out. Come in from the heart, and fly far. Rizan also uses Naruto as a tool. Bang up Sarutobi. Rizan suffered a kick from Wang Shujian. It's over, Master Sarufly. The big snake sneered coldly, and then controlled Luosha to block the ape with the magnetic escape gold dust. All the retreats of Frizzan. The blade of grass blade stretched out, and Shunwen pierced the body of Sarutobi Sunioke. Sarutobi Hizen did not evade this time. Inoki, I taught you your ninjutsu, and I will take it back today. Sarutobi Hisaki, who knew that he had survived hopelessly. I also gave up and continued to struggle, prepared to die with Taishimaru. This seal? Dashimaru looked at the monkey Farazan's Jian. The expression on his face was startled V at the beginning. Sarutobi slashing Jian was a shadow avatar technique. 3 shadow avatars were instantly separated. But the next Jian was Let Tai Snake. Because I was also a little flustered. The seal of the Ghoul Seal, Dashimaru also knows, because he has also seen this seal technique, but Taishimaru didn't learn it. Damn it. Stop it for me. Oshamaru knew that L could never let Sarutobi Hitoshi release this technique. Otherwise it will be really troublesome. Sarutobi Risen concentrated on Jian, and at this time, the King Kong Wishful Rod suddenly turned into Sarutobi. Sarutobi desperately helped Sarutobi to block the attack of Oshimaru, including the attacks of the thousands of pillars and the thousands of hands. Even the ape demon, who was not bad at King Kong, was severely injured. Damn old monkey. Because the monkey demon blocked I. As a result, Taishiwan couldn't interrupt Sarutobi. Day Slayer Ghoul Seal all had already been used. Give me to die. Taishin roared angrily. The shadow clone used the Ghoul Seal to summon the god of death with a knife and harvested the soul of Yoshuzujin _ Kaien's Hazujian and Liuosho. When the soul is harvested away, Huishi reincarnation will naturally be unable to sustain it. And ape, the ghoul used by Fiery/'s body is sealed, and the spirit ghost that has been deprived of his hands in the big snake. The hands were abolished, not available just now. The critical moment is big. Snake Maris Grass Lotus Sword stabbed the dead Sarutobi _ otherwise, Tai Snake Maru would also be harvested by the god of death to take away all his soul. After Sarutobi died, the summoned god of death disappeared. Taishimaru looked madly at the fallen Sarutobi Rishap. His eyes were full of hatred. The god of death can actually be summoned. The shadow clone can also be sealed with P-Ghost. Kushina felt very incredible. Although Otsuki Umura was killed by me, but Reaper is not unusable. Xina said. When I killed Otsuki village, Xingyu didn't destroy the god of death together. But Ape Frizzan's shadow clone can also use the ghoul to seal L, which is really big. It's just like opening up _ no matter what. Sarutobi hasn't died in the end. But Taishimaru is still the same as the original, with his hands abolished, _. Chapter 355 The Big Snake Pill Escapes 35 After Sarutobi died, Zilayo entered the fairy mode, which was obviously a step too late. Damn the big snake pill! Jildo angrily rushed towards Oshimaru. At this moment, all the emotional fetters were put down by Jildo. Shimaru had committed an unforgivable crime. Shimaru shouted straight to the sound of Shinobu. Unexpectedly, that idiot Jiraiya can also cultivate into the fairy mode. Daishili also couldn't be surprised. The situation at this time was very bad. If you don't leave, facing the ninja in Konoha village, and the angry Jiraiya, he might really be dead. My hands are abolished, and I can't even flick my fingers. And when he was fighting Sarutobi and just now, chakra of Chimaru had already consumed Tuchuba almost exhausted. Daishiwan saw Xingyu, but he didn't expect Xingyu to save him. Everything depends on yourself and others. It's useless. The 4 members of Otonin are Uiyo Unadu Maru, Zakanyukon, and Jichirobo. The strength of the 4 of them is not bad. They are the elites cultivated by Dash1 and the guards of Dash1. This time too, Shimara's hands were scrapped, and he couldn't even release a ninjutsu, so he could only rely on Otonin to run away. I don't know if Dash1 can escape. Xinu is very curious about this, but this is different from the original book. Jiraiya also personally shot and killed Chimaru. I think it's hard to escape from Oshimaru, Kushina said. Now looking at the state of Oshimara's power, I know that there is no fighting power, and relying on the words of Yinren 4 people, it is impossible to stop Jiraiya after opening the fairy mode. This is not necessarily true. Who knows that in the end Jiraiya won't release water to Taishiwan. Although Jiraiya is now vowing to kill Oshimaru and avenge the 3rd generation of Naruto, who knows that Jiraiya will not be merciful when he does it. This time I came to Beni village to see a big show, Xingyu said with a light smile. Damn it, what are you talking about? Is this a scene for you? Naruto heard Xinia's words, very angry. Yes, I am different from you I am an irrelevant person, so naturally it is too much drama for me. Xingyu glanced at the angry Uzumaki Naruto calmly, and said flatly, Naruto, don't talk. Kakashi knocked Naruto's head to stop Naruto from speaking so as not to offend Maelstrom Xinu. Even because of Uzumaki Xinia's words, it made him feel very uncomfortable. But still can't offend Maelstrom, although you. Even a Tai snake pill can make Konoha village like this. What about Uzumaki Hoshibatu? Kakashi can't even imagine it. Follow me to see Master Naruto, Kakashi said heavily to Uzumaki Naruto. The whirlpool made a fire and stopped speaking, with tears in his eyes. He walked towards the corpse of Hokage in the past. On the other side, the big snake power was chased down by Jiraiya, still escaped. However, the 4 of Otonin were killed by Jiraiya. To be precise, it was Oshimaru abandoning the 4 people of Otonin. The 4 members of Aiyin Shinobi resisted Jiraiya, and then the pharmacist took the Oshimaru and left. Ozuna is cold-blooded and ruthless enough. All that should be sacrificed is sacrificed. Even if the Yinin 4 people cultivated by Xixiao are no exception for Oshimaru, Otonin's group of 4 can be regarded as effective. At least let him save his life. However, the development of the matter completely went beyond the expectations of Taishiwan, which was originally planned for Taishiwan. You won't be so embarrassed. But I did not expect that Sarutobi Hisaki schools would be sealed off, nor did I expect that Jiraiya would come back halfway. Jiraiya also had a gloomy face. He didn't chase, and couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. Daishimaru has no idea where to escape. Sure enough, Daishiwan ran away. Jiraiya also released a little water. Xingyu shook his head slightly and said, if Jiraiya would do his best to shoot, even if Taishimaru survives, at least half of it will be lost. In the end, maybe he still cares about the feelings he once had, so he kept it. Let the Oshimaru successfully escape. The Danzang home. The group did not appear from beginning to end. I don't believe Danzo anyway, Kushina said with the curled lips to Anzang is eager for the Saruto fly. The Japanese is dying for the turmoil in Konoha village, Kushina said with a faint smile. Sarutobi was cut to death. Danzo has a chance to become the Hokage of Konoha village. Even if Sarutobi is not dead, there is a big trouble in Konoha village. Danzo can also take the opportunity to impeach Sarutobi. Let's go. Let's leave. The next thing is Konohada's internal affairs. There is no good show, Xingyu said to Jikinei and the others. Xingyu brought Kushina and Hinata. There is also phosphorus left. Hyuga Hinata opened her mouth when she saw the departure originally. Hyuga Nisa wanted to ask where is his daughter Hyuga Kanezawa. As a result, Xingyu had already left. In fact, Kushina came to Benyakan this time. There is no Hyuga fireworks. Hwahuo is still in the country of Vortex. Hyuga Hizuka glanced at the corpse of Sarutobi Hisaki with a complicated look in his eyes. Finally, he also left with the ninjas of Wenin village. The people in Benai village don't want them to rush away. Because they stay here, Benai village is a little more dangerous. Seeing Hyuga and Hisus leaving, immediately put. They also sent away the ninjas from other small ninja villages. Yes. However, Sand Ninja Village can't leave. The ninjas of Motoya directly stop. The ninjas in Sand Ninja Village. Surrounded Sand Ninja Village is obviously collaborating with Otomanu, Otomanes Otonin Village. But when Otonin started to deal with them, the ninja of Kna village obviously did not forget. Magi looked at the scene in front of him. He was also quite helpless. But nothing to do, don't do it. Let go of Kunai, Magi said to the sand ninjas. At this time, there is no way to resist. The ninjas of Konoha village gather, and A resists. There is only a dead end. The ninjas of Sand Ninja Village were temporarily taken into custody, but because of Jiraiya's orders, the ninjas in Konoha village did not act too aggressively. Master Jiraiya, what should I do next? Kakashi waited for the crowd. Xiang Jiraiya also asked. Obviously they all regard Jiraiya as their backbone. Prepare the funeral for the old man first. Jiraiya also sighed. Now looking at the body of the third generation of Hokage, he feels ashamed of the old man. When faced with the escaped Taishimaru before, he still didn't take a hard heart to kill him. I must be a little sorry, Sarutobi teacher. Kakashi and the others nodded. Indeed, regardless of other things, this is the most important thing. As for other things, I can talk about it later. Master Jiraiya, I hope you don't leave for the sake of Benyidu for the time being. Kakashi took a deep breath and said, Kakashi them at this time. I was also afraid that Jiraiya would also leave suddenly, and Sarutobi was beheaded to death. If Jiraiya also left, they really don't have the backbone. Jiraiya nodded, and needless to say, he would not leave. At least before the funeral of the head of Jiraiya was finished, Jiraiya would not leave the village of the second. Chapter 356 Jiraiya's Request 45. Kushina and the others returned to the country of the vortex, and then they saw that the small mouth could hang the fireworks of the oil bottle. Why don't you let me go with me? After Hwahuo saw Kushina, wow yelled and rushed up. Then Kushina grabbed him, and after a spanking, he came down. Does the little girl dare to call me the big villain now? Kushina asked jokingly at Hwahuo. What's not to dare? Hwahuo said there was nothing I didn't dare to, but it was just talking about it. In fact, the fireworks are already scared. But if you lose, you don't lose. Why did you come back so soon? Ming asked curiously. After watching the big show, of course I will come back. Otherwise, what are you doing in Konoha village? Where does Konoha hold you to sleep? Xinya's words, said Xiaonan and Mikoto blush a little. As for Tsunade and Mei's 4 Earths, sorry, they are not as thin-skinned as Mesa and Xiaonan. By the way, Tsunade, Sarutobi is beheaded to death. Do you want to attend his funeral? 3 inches Kushina asked Tsunade. 3 generations of old men are dead? Tsunade looked astonished. Yeah, killed by Dashwin. Kushina nodded. Tsunade's expression is a bit complicated. I didn't expect that the last 3 generations of old men would die in the hands of his disciples. Then Tsunade, do you want to go to the funeral? Hoshiba asked Tsunade again. Well, It doesn't matter if I don't know how to say it was my teacher and his funeral. Now that I know it, let's go and see it. Tsunade considered it for a moment, and finally nodded to Hoshiba. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Today is Sarutobi Hizen's funeral. Xingyu carries. Tsunade came to the village of Konoha. Neither Kushina nor Mikoto came. They all had an indifferent attitude towards Sarutobi's funeral. Well, I haven't come to Konoha village. The changes are so big, it's getting worse and worse, Tsunade said, looking at the somewhat tattered Konoha village. In fact, the current Konoha village, in terms of the degree of prosperity, is even more prosperous than before. The reason why it is so dilapidated, the main reason is the destruction caused by the power of the snake. Hoshiba explained to Tsunade. Shmayu invaded the village of Honae and carried out a plan for the collapse of the spit. Only 3 days have passed, and Konoha village is still here. Not in time to repair. Why did Oshimaru suddenly invade Konoha village? Tsunade was puzzled. To say that the hatred of Oshimaru and Sarutobi Hizen and the hatred of Konoha village is not too big, right? I don't understand this either. If you want to know, you can only ask Chwen. Xingyu spreads out, who knows the specific purpose of Daishiwan. Xingyu doesn't know what Wu Snake Power is thinking, so I can't guess. In Konoha village, almost every household hangs mourning cloths. Some people come to Konoha cemetery to attend the funeral of the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi. This time the mountain clan can be said to be. If you make a profit, those who attend the funeral because the mountain family is who sells flowers should at least bring a chrysanthemum. Hoshiba and Tsunade also bought a bunch of chrysanthemums to attend the funeral of Sarutobi Hizen. Tsunade, I didn't expect you to come too. I thought you wouldn't come. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with a complicated expression. The old man is dead. No matter what happened, I will always come and see. I heard that the big snake used the dirty soil to reincarnate and psychic my grandfather and second grandfather's soul 3 inches. Tsunade's expression was slightly cold. He was very angry at what Shimaru had done. It's too taboo to disturb the rest of the deceased, especially if it's her relatives who are disturbed. Jiraiya also nodded. Tsunade, I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Tsunade glanced at Shizuo, asked lightly about the location of Hokage. I want to recommend you to become the Hokage of Konoha village. You also understand the situation in Konoha village at this time. Konoha village is very difficult. Only, first of all, I don't understand the situation in Honai village. Secondly, I am no longer from the village of Konoha. Does the position of Hokage have anything to do with me? Tsunade sneered disdainfully and interrupted Jiraiya. She is not even a member of Konoha village now, so she asked her to be the Hokage of Honai village. Tsunade never thought about the so-called position of Naruto. 2. She never thought of being Hokage. When Hoshiba hadn't left Konoha village, Tsunade thought about supporting Hoshiba to become Naruto. But she herself never thought about becoming Naruto. The reason is simple. After becoming Hokage, can you be as laid back as you are now? Obviously not. Jiraiya, even if Tsunade wants to be Hokage, do you think it's possible? Xingyu asked while opening his mouth to Jiraiya. Jiraiya is speechless. In fact, Jiraiya knows that even if Tsunade really agrees, the others in Konoha will not agree, especially Danzo. There are 2 Yajians. They will definitely oppose, and Jiraiya is obviously unable to make them not oppose. However, in Jiraiya's mind, Tsunade's succession to Naruto is the best choice. With Tsunade's relationship with Uzumaki Hoshiba, Tsunade's becoming Naruto is equivalent to drawing Uzumaki Hoshiba in. But this is all Jiraiya, I think most of it. After all, Jiraiya does not have too much right to speak. His support is useless. What's more, Tsunade didn't want to. The bit of shadow. This is my solemn request. I hope you can consider Tsunade, and I will find a way to stop the pressure from Konoha's senior management. Jiraiya also solemnly asked Tsunade. No need to ask. I'm not half interested. Tsunade flatly refused again. Then Hoshiba and Tsunade left, making Jiraiya look disappointed. Hey. Jiraiya also sighed. He is the most saddened now. Although in recent years, Jiraiya has been away all year round. Basically, I don't return to Ben-yi-do, but that doesn't mean Jiraiya feelings for Tamakiha village faded. On the contrary, Jiraiya also has a deep affection for Honai village. In the past few days that Hokage held a funeral for the third generation of Hokage, Jiraiya has a basic understanding of the internal situation of Benai village. In the village of Honai, even a new Naruto could not be selected. Kakashi, who is also more optimistic about Jiraiya, is also his disciple and grandson. There are still some shortcomings in terms of strength. Maybe after 1.9, I can take on the big task, but it's still not possible now. Kakashi can't do it, and others can't do it, especially Danzo. You can't let Danzo become Hokage. The person from Danzo, Jiraiya knows too well, if Danzo becomes Hokage, then Konoha village may really be over. At this time, it is self-explanatory. Anyway, don't let Danzo become Hokage. For this reason, Jiraiya can pay any price. Anyway, Jianbian can't let Tuanzang's sinister hometown become Hokage. After sighing, Jiraiya also walked towards the Hokage building. He invited Mito Menyon and Zwan Xiao-chan, and Danzo, the guy he didn't want to invite, to discuss with him, Rinhuo, in the village of Konoha. The village can't if there is no Hokage in a day, if you can't pick it quickly. The words of the next Hokage, Ben-yi-do, is likely to be in trouble. Chapter 357 Because You Are Too Lazy. 55 Hoshiba and Tsunade sit here at a tavern in Konoha village. Unexpectedly Jiraiya would actually ask me to be Hokage. It feels a bit ridiculous. After Tsunade took a sip of wine, with a funny expression on his face. As early as the end of the First Ninja World War, Tsunade left Konoha village, and after Suzuki was condemned as a rebellious ninja by Sarutobi, Tsunade directly drew a clear line with Motoba in his heart. In Tsunade's heart, Konoha village really has nothing to do with her. This time I came to participate in the funeral of Sarutobi Izumi because of his past feelings of mentoring and apprenticeship. Jiraiya, please. It's no use begging. Even if you want to become Hokage, Danzo, Mito Menyon, and Koharu will definitely stop them. Xingyu tore off a chicken leg, then put it in your mouth. Slap up Tsunade tapped Hoshiba's hand with his chopsticks. Could you not be ashamed of it, sister? We are a private room here. Who will see it? Although Xingyu said so, he still picked up his chopsticks. When eating roast chicken 05, Xina still likes to start. It will be very troublesome to use chopsticks. Big sister? You actually called my eldest sister? Are you disgusting my age? Tsunade slapped the table and stood up, staring at Xinu angrily. Xinia's expression was stunned. Looking at Tsunade, he fully understood that it is called making trouble without reason. Okay. I'll call you little sister in the future. Is this alright? Go to hell. Tsunade Kasama beat Hoshiba cursively, and then sat down. Xing, you mean, even if I want to be Hokage, I definitely can't be Hokage, right? Number. I haven't said it. Xingyu shook his head directly. Although Danzo is willing to, I will definitely oppose it. But if you want to become Hokage, it's very simple. Just use force to suppress it. Who dares not accept it? Do you want to be Hokage? Hoshiba asked. Tsunade curiously, then take a guess. Guess whether I want to be Naruto? Tsunade didn't answer, but instead asked Hoshiba to guess. Xingyu curled his lips. Does this still need to be guessed? You will definitely not choose to become Hokage. Why? You always have to say it. A basis for guessing. Tsunade looked at Hoshiba with his gaze, and asked Xinu. Does the guess still need official basis? Xingyu said in a counterpoint. Well, if you really want to know the basis of your guess, then I can say it, but let's say it first. You definitely can't do it. After seeing the dissatisfaction on Tsunade's face, Hoshiba said to Tsunade. But the following words are likely to make Tsunade more dissatisfied. Good for, I promise you, I will never do it. Tsunade promised Hoshiba. As to how strong this guarantee is, only Tsunade knows. The basis for guessing is that you are too lazy. How can you be so lazy? To be a Hokage, the sun is about to come out from the west. After Xingyu finished speaking, He flashed away and left the place without hesitation. Sure enough, Hoshiba's actions were right. Tsunade's fist immediately hit the place where Hoshiba was sitting, and the floor was pierced. Xinu and the others were on the second floor of the tavern, so the floor was pierced through a big hole. Didn't you say that you don't want to do it, Tsunade? Your words don't count. Fortunately, I've been prepared for it. Otherwise, I'll be slapped now. Hoshiba smiled and said to Tsunade, can't you hiding fast? Otherwise, I definitely want to punch you a few times. Tsunade murmured rather uncomfortably. Actually, what I'm talking about is the truth. If you don't believe me, when you go back, ask Jixinai, Msei and others. It's absolutely the same as I think. Xinu was not afraid of death, and dared to continue talking. No matter what you dare to say, I will make you look good today. Tsunade became more embarrassed. He clenched his fist and threatened Xinu viciously. Don't threaten and run. The boss will let us compensate in a while. Hoshiba pulled Tsunade up and walked away. As for the tavern owner who came up later, look to the hole that was pierced. I just wanted to cry without tears. In fact, even the culprit did not escape. The boss definitely didn't dare to argue about anything. But the other party ran away and always felt aggrieved in his heart. Why are we running? It's not that there is no money to compensate. Tsunade looked at Xinu speechlessly. The reason is simple. Irritating Hoshiba smiled and said to Tsunade, now, do you want to return to the country of Vortex? If you don't go back, why don't you go back so early? Stay in Konoha village for a few more days. Tsunade waved his hand and said it came out this time. Only Xinu and her will of course stay in Konoha village for a few more days. And it's good to live in the Toppison world. She and Hoshiba seldom get along alone outside. How can Tsunade not take this opportunity well? By the way, Xinu, about the rope tree's girlfriend, you should have passed it. Does Rope Tree have a girlfriend? Tsunade thought of this question suddenly. So I asked Xinu to know. You should know more about Rope Tree than I do. You can guess how likely it is that Rope Tree has a girlfriend. This kid saw him. Not. Must teach him a meal. Tsunade said, clenching his fist. Xinu mourned the Rope Tree in his heart. But after the Rope Tree, I am afraid he will avoid Tsunade. Hoshiba and Tsunade wandered around in the village of Konoha. At this time, inside the Naruto Tower, Jiraiya's expression is very heavy. Jiraiya, you said that Tsunade will become Hokage, which is absolutely impossible. Maito Menion stood up and said, Tsunade is no longer a member of Konoha village. If she really becomes Hokage, then Konoha village will not be Konoha village anymore. Turning to bed, Xiao-chan agrees with Shui Beiman. In Yan's words, 350 and the two of them are set, a pair of pants, and I don't know if there is any shameful relationship. Jai Lai also took a deep breath, then asked, then who do you think is suitable to become Hokage? Honai village can't live without Hokage, right? In fact, Shiri only mentioned it a little this time. Tsunade had already rejected it before. And Jiraiya itself did not have much expectations. But he just raised his mouth to let Tsunade become Hokage, and was opposed. It seemed that there was no way to proceed. For the position of Naruto, I think I am suitable. I recommend myself. Danzo was very shameless. Straight. Pick up and recommend from yourself. Shui Beiman and Zwan Xiao-chan's mouth twitched, and they looked at each other. At the same time, they shook their heads to reach Danzo will never be able to become Hokage. In normal times, Maito Menion and Zwan Koharu often stood with Danzo, but at that time it was because Sarutobi was still alive. Only when they unite can their power be able to compete with Sarutobi Hisaki. But now they are in competition with each other. The power of Benai village is so great. The more points the less, and they absolutely want to refuse Danzo becoming Hokage. Kenbi can't let Danzo become Hokage, Lord. The main reason is that they know too much about Danzo. It is precisely because he understands what kind of person Danzo is. So we can't let Danzo become Hokage. If Danzo becomes Hokage, the first thing to deal with must be them. Remind you, 3 things about reading: collect, recommend, Share LL_16574489980 support fellow enjoyed the joy of reading original works chapter 358 The 5 Generations of Hokage Jiraiya 15 Danzo, your age Yfel is now the world of young people, so don't think about the position of Hokage. Let it be young people. Shui Bai Menyan lowered his head, a ray of light flashed on the lens of the glasses. A mitomanitis. What are you talking about? Danzo's eyes narrowed, and a vicious light was released in his eyes, wishing to kill Mitomenyan now. I support Elder Mitomenyan. Jai Lai also glanced at Danzo. Then he expressed his opinion. Danzo, an old thing who wants to become Hokage, is absolutely impossible. I can only say that it is usually too vicious, not good too. Because of Danzo's personality, no one would support him at all. Even the former collaborators are now the opposite of Danzo. I have a suggestion. I suggest that I also play Hokage. Zwan Xiaojun stood up and said bang on. Danzo patted the table, and then left angrily, knowing that it would be useless to stay any longer. Just insulted oneself. Why is it so difficult for him to be Hokage? After Tuan Zhangao went, the meeting room is a bit quiet. After a long time, Yuji also broke the silence. Elder Xiaochun, are you kidding me? Let me be Hokage? Am not suitable for Hokage at all. It's not unsuitable, but Konoha village has no choice. Unless you want Danzo to be a shadow. If you don't want to, don't refuse. Menyan Mito said that in Konoha village, there is really only Jiraiya who is suitable for Hokage. Regardless of strength or prestige, Xylai is also very suitable. No one else can be elected in Honai village now. Jiraiya, when Konoha is in danger, L hopes you can lead Motoa village out. Don't run away. Avoid responsibility. This important task at the moment can only be handed over to Jiraiya. It's also suitable for self-serving. Jiraiya also fell silent, calmly. He didn't want to be Hokage at all, because he knew his character was not suitable, unable to take it a good Hokage. But right now in Konoha village, there is no other suitable candidate for Danzo. This guy is absolutely not good, and can only come and let him take on this task. Okay, I can serve as Hokage, but after I develop a truly suitable Hokage, I will abdicate. Jai Lai also nodded and said, although I like to be at ease, but it's the matter at the moment. I definitely can't continue to be at ease. Do your best to train the ninja of Konoha village, hoping to train a ninja who can take on the big responsibility and become his successor. It's up to you, as long as you agree to continue to play Hokage. Zed Mitomenyan and Zwan Xiaochun didn't care about this. Just let Jiraiya become Hokage. If Jiraiya is not Hokage, then the position of Hokage is likely to fall into Danzo's hands. With Danzo's arbitrary character, they will definitely take back the power in their hands first. This is something they don't want to see, so will oppose Danzo to become Hokage. Knowing what kind of person Danzo is, how can they not refuse? If they don't refuse, they will die. Danzo really dares to start. On the contrary, Jai Lai is different. His character is similar to that of Frizan, but he will definitely leave some affection in doing things. Don't think that Shui Bai Menyan and Zwan Xiaochun recommended that Jai Lai also become Hokage, which means that they are also on the same line with Jai Lai. But they are not. Let Jai Lai become Hokage. The main reason is for their own interests. If Jiraiya also touches their interests, it will definitely be with Jiraiya. Also turn your face. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. News that Jiraiya is about to take over as his next Ren Hokage also spread in Honai village. Sure enough, it didn't exceed my expectations. Jai Lai has become Hokage. Hoshiba sat on the Hokage rock with his arms around Tsunade. What do you expect? Except for Jiraiya, Konoha can't choose anyone else. As long as you are not stupid, you can see this. Tsunade glanced at Hoshiba contemptuously. Oh, Tsunade, you are despising it. Can I understand that you are provoking me? Hoshiba held Tsunade in his arms towards Tsunade with a threatening expression. What if I am provoking you? Tsunade was very hard. Very well, I dare to be hard talking. It seems that there is going to be a battle tonight. I hope Tsunade will be hard talking and not begging for mercy. Who is afraid of whom is afraid of begging for mercy? It is you. Tsunemo is still stiff, but the surgery is already happening in my heart. Face is killing people. Let's go. Go and see Jiraiya's succession ceremony. Hoshiba hugged Tsunade, and then walked away from the Hokage Rock L and appeared in front of the Hokage building. Naruto, the Ren ceremony had already begun at this time, and Zilei was also wearing a Hokage gown and a Hokage hat on his head, looking a little less amusing than a little more serious. Now that he has assumed the role of Hokage, then he must assume this responsibility. The old slingers must abandon their jobs. Unexpectedly, this idiot Jiraiya will also become Naruto on this day. If I put it in the past, I really can't believe it. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya on the stage, turned his head and said to Xingyu, "Is Jiraiya a fool too?" Xingyu shook his head slightly. The disciple that Jiraiya also taught. But there is no weak person. Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki's organization at this time. There are also 4 generations of Hokage wave Feng Shuiman. Naruto Uzumaki, son of destiny. I didn't expect Naruto's succession ceremony to be so boring. After a while, Tsunade yawned. Can't stand it anymore. And Jiraiya is still evolving. I don't know where this guy came from, so much to talk about. Tsunade was speechless, and now standing on the stage to give a speech. It was not the Jiraiya she knew at all. I guess it should be the evolution draft memorized last night. Xingyu guessed. I have to say that Xingyu guessed it right, since yesterday also memorized a day's speech. It is not easy for this succession ceremony. Since you feel boring, to then leave. Anyway, there is no good looking L. Don't say you feel boring. I feel boring. Xingyu had a bored expression. By the way _L, we will continue to stay in Konoha. Don't we return to the country of the vortex? Wang Zhao Hoshiba pressed his hand toward Tsunade. Of course, I haven't had enough of what to do when I go back so soon. Tsunade held Xinia's hand in his hand. Mouthfish showed a smile close. These days, I am alone with Xinu, enjoying the two. In the human world, I feel so happy. So Tsunade naturally didn't want to go back so soon. As for Kuzina and Mikoto, will they be anxious? Is this question? Tsunade has not considered it at this time. Now Tsunade is considering where to play with Hoshiba. Hoshiba looked at Tsunade with great interest, and did not refuse her. It's rare that Tsunade is so excited. Let's accompany her to stroll around Konoha. But what happened before? Xine has not forgotten. At night, Tsunade must be punished. As for what kind of method should be used to punish Tsunade, this Hoshiba hasn't figured out yet. He is still thinking about it at this time. Tsunade walked ahead. I don't know why, but suddenly I feel chilly behind me, as if being stared at by something. Chapter 305. After Jiraiya also took charge of the 5 generations and Naruto, the first thing he dealt with was the affairs of Ninja Village. Sun Shinobu and Taishi Maru are now being held here by the ninjas of Konoha Village. But it cannot be detained forever. In the end, Jiraiya also called the elite of the village of Ninja Maki. After some discussions, Maki claimed that the village of Ninja was deceived by Orochimaru, and their Sand Ninja village was also brutally murdered by Orochimaru, their 4th generation Kazekage. Jiraiya also sneered at Magi, who claimed to be innocent. Flies do not bite seamlessly. If there are no evil intentions, they can't be fooled by too much power. However, in the end, Jiraiya still focused on the Chi. He let go of the ninjas in Sand Ninja Village, and signed an alliance treaty with Sand Ninja Village again. No way. Can't go to war with Sand Ninja Village. And Jiraiya, who took over Konoha Village, also understands how weak Konoha Village's power is at this time. I can't turn my face with Sand Shinobu. Then I can only let them go. Maki Shinobu. I don't want another time. Jiraiya also reminded Magi when Magi left. This was a reminder and also a warning. Naruto is too relieved. I promise absolutely no. Next time, El Sans Ninja Village and Konoha Village will be the best allies, Maki promised. But everyone knows the so-called guarantee is worthless at all. If you really want to turn your face, this kind of verbal treaty is absolutely unbelievable. After that, Maki took 057 people from Sand Ninja Village to leave Konoha Village for them. It should be considered a survivor. Hoshiba and Tsunade walked side by side on the streets of Honai Village. But Tsunade looked weak. How about Tsunade? To or take a break next? I told you about it. Don't be so reluctant. Hoshiba is concerned about Tsuna. Han says you guy dare to say it. Tsunade gritted his teeth and glared at Xinu. If she hadn't chosen to beg for mercy last night, it would be difficult to even walk now. If I still have the strength now, I won't fly you to the trash can. I will give you your last name. Tsunade was very embarrassed and wanted to teach Hoshiba a lesson, but he didn't have much strength and his fists were soft. Hee, you are my woman and you should be called Uzumaki. Tsunade. Xina smiled, and Tsunade's smile looked very awkward. You'd better not get smug too early. Tsunade gritted his teeth and said angrily to Hoshiba, "Oh, what would you do if I got smug too early?" The smile on Xingya's face did not diminish at all. On the contrary, the smile became even more wanton. Tsunade snorted coldly. Then Yasui stopped talking. Now Tsunade can see it. The more annoyed she is, the more proud El Hoshiba is this bastard. After I go back, I will unite Kuzino and Miza to clean up you, Tsunade thought secretly in his heart. Tsunade, are you thinking about how to deal with me now? Hoshiba asked Tsunade forcibly. It wasn't Hoshiba's magical calculation. It was the expression on Tsunade's face that betrayed her. The triumphant smile on Tsunade's face was fleeting when he was just getting started. In this situation, he would show this expression, except for thinking of how to deal with him. There is nothing she should be proud of. Tsunade glanced at Hoshiba. Then a cold and arrogant expression did not speak. When will you go back? Xinu asked Tsunade. Why? I want to go back so much. Do you miss Juxini and Meza? Tsunade asked Hoshiba faintly. Seems plain, but with a sense of sourness. It's so jealous. Who is jealous? Hoshiba looked at Tsunade humorously. My old lady is not jealous. Tsunade fisted towards Xinu, but his fist was weak, as if he was beating Xinius back. TSK Tusk. Obviously I didn't name it by name. Someone took the seat and said you weren't jealous. Does anyone believe it? Hoshi, you, come here. I will tell you something. Tsunade resisted the anger that was about to burst out. Said first to Xinu. I think mine. The ears are good. You can say here that there is no need to let me move in. There is really no need for this. Xinu deliberately opened up some distance from Tsuna. HMPH. I know you dare not come over. You are so courageous. Tsunade. Barf, such an inferior tactical technique has no effect on me. Hoshiba smiled and looked at Tsunade. Such an aggressive method is of no use to him. Today we don't want to return to the country of the vortex. Tsunade said to Hoshiba. Why? Xinu asked Tsunade in confusion. Tsunade's mouth draw and didn't explain the reason to Xinu. In fact, the reason is also very simple. I don't want to be laughed at by Juxinai and others, because I am in this weak state. If they were seen by Juxinai, they would definitely laugh at themselves. Even Tsunade had already made up for the scene where Kushina laughed at him. So for the sake of face, you can never go back until you have recovered well. There is no reason, anyway. I won't go back now. Of course Tsunade wouldn't tell Hoshiba why. Okay, just be happy. Xingyu nodded, staying in Konoha Village a few more days. There is no problem for a few days. By the way, Tsunade, didn't Oshimaru have lost his arms before? So he might go to you for treatment. Xina said to Tsunade. Look for me to treat him. Tsunade curled her lips. She wouldn't even pay attention to Daishiwan, let alone treat him. For the arms of Oshimaru that were sealed and scrapped by the ghoul, Tsunade in the original work may not be healed. but the current Tsunade treatment is no problem. It's just that Tsunade wouldn't treat -1 at all, the former teammate's points. Now they have long disappeared without a trace. What do you want to eat today? Xinu asked Tsuna. Hand asked, Hoshiba is not picky about eaters, it mainly depends on what Tsunade wants to eat. Go eat barbecue and replenish your physical strength, Tsunade said after staring at Xinu. Xinu is a bit speechless. If you want to eat barbecue, stare at me. What the hell is the I2? Since you want to eat yakiniku, let's go to Konoha Street. There are delicious yakiniku over there. Hoshiba is obviously very familiar with some of the gourmet shops in Motoyo village. After all, I have been in Motoyo for a long time. Tsunade nodded, and then lay on Hoshiba's back. You carried me on your back. Go with, Tsunade whispered in Hoshiba's ear. Xinu's expression was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded in agreement. With Tsunade on his back, Hoshiba was naturally intent. If you say who Hoshiba was in the most original intention, then it is definitely not Tsunade Tomb. As for the reason, anyone who understands it. It feels much more comfortable to be carried by Hoshiba without Tsunade. Well, Tsunade is not the only one who is comfortable. Hoshiba also felt very comfortable. If he could, Hoshiba was willing to carry Tsunade on his back forever. It's a pity that the rotisserie is not too far away from them. After arriving at the rotisserie, Hoshiba reluctantly put Tsunade down. Actually Tsunade is the same. She was really reluctant to get off Xinya's back. Chapter 360 Itachi and Sasuke 35. After Hoshiba and Tsunade finished their barbecue, they wandered around the streets of Honai village. Didn't you have enough food just now? Hoshiba looked at Tsunade, who was holding various snacks before. Tsunade's appetite is not so big. Serious physical exertion yesterday. The most physical strength needs to be replenished quickly. Is there any problem? Tsunade said while eating grilled squid whiskers. He said to Hoshihama, it's no problem. The two were wearing windbreakers with black background and red clouds. Guy wearing a hat with a wind chime. What are you looking at? Tsunade kept paying attention. With Xinu. Seeing Xinu stop and couldn't help but ask Xinu. It seems that Akatsuki is too courageous, and even dared to come to Konoha village. Xinu said, the T appearance in the script is too obvious. The costumes of Akatsuki members. Those two guys are Uchiha Itachi and Okikaki. Seeing them, Xinu was not surprised. After all, after Konoha's collapse plan in the original book, they appeared in Konoha village. Listening to Hoshiba's words, Tsunade also looked at them, then said with a lip, it's very daring indeed. But they appeared in the village of this leaf. There is nothing in Konoha village to deal with them. Boitachi and dried persimmon ghost shark are both capable of surpassing Konoha village. It really means, if they want to run, Moto village couldn't help them at all. When Xinu looked at them, Bowser Boitachi was also keenly aware. Then his eyes followed. When I saw Xinu, Uchiha Itachi frowned secretly. He didn't know about Xinu's news in Honai village. Itachi didn't expect that man was also in Konoha. Wang Shigai-kun glanced in the direction of Xinu, and then grinned. Regarding the rumors of Xinu, Kionhanga has naturally heard of it, and he has heard of it quite a few times. But it was the first time to see Xinu. This is beyond the original Naruto Senju's Yuma, another person who was enshrined in the gods. His strength is unfathomable, and it is rumored that no one knows the specific strength of the Vortex Xinu. He also belongs to our Akatsuki organization. Would you like to say hello? Wang Shigyu asked Uchiha Itachi. In Wang Shigui's heart, he really wants to come into contact with Xinu. In the past, explain this rumored god of death in the ninja world. We have a mission. Don't. Ancient outer branches. Uchiha Itachi looked at the Dry City Ghost Shark's eye and said lightly, for Hoshiba, Itachi Uchiha is really unwilling to contact. As long as he sees Hoshiba, there is something very dangerous in his heart sleep measurement. But Uchiha Itachi feels that pen is not worthy of a grasp of the danger level compared to the whirlpool star feathers. Itachi, if you speak all your hands, do you have the ability to fight with Wu Xingyu Ermingong? Yushiguiyu asked Bowser Boitachi. 0 and for Itachi's strength, Yoshigu still admires it very much. I feel that there are few strengths in the entire ninja world that exceed Uchiha Itachi. But this is dried persimmon. The ghost shark is lonely and ruthless. There are really many strong Uchiha Itachi. There is no way to compare. Uchiha Itachi said a word to the dried persimmon ghost shark, and then quickly left. The dried persimmon ghost shark naturally followed Uchiha Itachi. When performing tasks outside, Wang Shiguijin was more obedient, mainly because Shiguijin believed that Uchiha's abilities were better than him. The purpose of the two of them to come to the village is to investigate the fact that Li Xingrangali is now ruling Xiao, and the organization has begun preparations for the final. Of course, Uchiha Itachi's purpose in coming to Konoha village is not just the Kyuubi Renzu power thing, and his brother Uchiha Sasuke straightforward. Let's keep up when the show is coming. Xingyu smiled, pulling Tsunade's hand to follow. Tsunade looked at Hoshibo inexplicably, and didn't know if there was any good show to watch. Finally I met. The two brothers looked at the collision with a playful expression. These two brothers, of course, Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Hokkaido, are also good shows for Hoshiba. When the two brothers met on Tai Street in Konoha village, I didn't know what sparks would come out of the collision. Hoshiba was very much looking forward to it. Just right. There is a pub here. Hoshiba saw a tavern next to him, and took Tsunade to walk in. Sitting on the table near the window, Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke in front of him. His lips moved slightly. He didn't expect it either. We'll meet Uchiha Sasuke on the street. When Uchiha Sasuke saw Itachi, the expression was stunned for a while, and then his eyes burst out with killing intent, and his eyes were extremely resentful. Bozubo Itachi, it's you. Instantly took out Kuna, and then rushed towards Bozubo Itachi. The hatred for Uchiha Itachi is too deep. At this time, Sasuke is always thinking about asking, kill Bozubo Itachi. So after seeing Uchiha Itachi, you have to do it. Sasuke Uchiha is very fast. Perhaps seeing Uchiha Itachi, the rate of eruption out of anger was several times faster than usual. I came to Uchiha Itachi in an instant, and then kunai took the face of Uchiha Itachi. No need to make a move. I will solve the trick myself. Bozubo Itachi realized that the ghost shark wanted to make a move, and immediately said aloud, Yulin Gear's shot was too cruel, and Uchiha Itachi was afraid that he would hurt the killer and killed Sasuke. Raised his hand to pinch Uchiha Sasuke's wrist. Speed. It's almost impossible for Uchiha Sasuke to imagine my stupid brother. I will teach you a lesson today, Uchiha Itachi said lightly. With a click, Sasuke Takara's wrist was severely twisted by Uchiha Itachi. However, although Sasuke Takara's wrist was twisted, Uchiha Itachi made a definite shot. Although it will hurt Sasuke, it will not leave any sequelae. Sasuke screamed and knelt on the ground, Takan dripping from his forehead. My hand. Waste. It seems that after so many years, you have no growth. You don't even have the qualifications to be killed by me. Uchiha Itachi taunted Sasuke faintly. Pull hatred crazy. So he is your brother. Wang Shiguijin looked at Itachi's younger brother more specifically, but compared with Itachi, he was really far behind. Indeed, although it is the West brothers. Although Uchiha Sasuke is the second male, but in comparison, Uchiha Sasuke was really killed by Hokkaido Itachi. No matter in all aspects, Sasuke Uchiha was killed in seconds. Even if it is not that he is the protagonist, he didn't know how many times he died just because of his character. This stupid thing is not worthy of being my brother. Bozubo Itachi said ruthlessly. Dry persimmon ghost sharks secretly glanced at Itachi after hearing the words. It was really ruthless, and he could play such a heavy hand in the face of his own brother. Uchi just now. Itachi twisted Sasuke's wrist mercilessly. He has successfully shooed the ghost shark. Let the ghost shit think that Hokkaido Itachi has no feelings for Uchiha Sasuke anymore. Chapter 361. The lifetime enemy of dry persimmon and ghosts. 45. At the tavern diagonally across, Xingyu took the previous event. All in sight. Bozubo Itachi is also hot enough. As expected, He is a man who can deal with his own father and his own people. Tsunade took a sip of the drink, and then said, TSK, it's actually right for Uchiha Itachi to make a move. If Uchiha Itachi doesn't make a move, dried persimmon ghost shark is about to do it. Xingyu gently shook his head and said, if you let the dried persimmon ghost shark do it, just take out the shark muscle knife and shoot Uchiha Sasuke to death. There is no work left. So, Uchiha Itachi saved Sasuke's life when he was just starting. The shot is a bit harsh. It seemed that Uchiha Itachi wanted to make Sasuke Uchiha hate him to the end. The power of writing round eyes is the fastest to inspire with hatred, and Uchiha Itachi has already arranged the way for Uchiha Sasuke. If you have the ability, kill me, or I must kill 65 soil you. Sasuke Uchiha yelled at Uchiha Itachi angrily. He didn't understand why Uchiha Itachi did this, why he wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan. Even his parents could kill. At first, Sasuke wanted to question it very much. But when he met Uchiha Itachi, he can't help it. The impulse in my mind. Just you? Uchiha Itachi's expression was plain. There was not much fluctuation in his eyes either. A little disdainful. Yes, it is disdain. In the eyes of Sasuke, it is clear that he looks down on him. Do you know why you survived? Uchiha Itachi asked lightly. Afterwards, without waiting for Uchiha Sasuke to speak, Uchiha Itachi said to himself, it's because you are so weak. I don't even bother to kill you. You don't even have the value of being killed by me. Let you feel the supreme pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. Without these eyes, you would not have the qualifications to stand in front of me at all. Uchiha Itachi opened a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. With the pressure from Hitamiji, L caused the writing wheel eye that Sasuke Uchiha had just opened to be forcibly closed. In front of me. You don't even have the ability to open your eyes. Crap. This dismissive posture deeply stimulated Sasuke's self-esteem, although his strength is not strong. But Uchiha's self-consciousness is higher than anyone else's, or I must kill you. Uchiha Sasuke attacked Uchiha Itachi with an author-only hand. No, in front of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke is really like a baby being fiddled with. Completely vulnerable. Sasuke lay on the ground, and began to hate himself for being weak. He wants to become stronger, and he wants to get a powerful force. Just when Uchiha Sasuke was going crazy, the curse mark left on the back of his neck by Ozaki began to faintly make Uchiha Sasuke Wasuji violent. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke in front of him and frowned slightly. Name, Heart Monthly Reading. Shows the Pupil Technique Monthly Reading. 2 draws Uchiha Sasuke into the world of illusion. And then Uchiha Itachi passed. Moon read this illusion. Showed Uchiha Sasuke about Uchiha's extermination. Of course, it was not the real Uchiha annihilation, but it was made up by Uchiha Itachi himself. Among them, there is no intervention from Konoha village, only the false picture of Uchiha Itachi killing the Uchiha clan by himself. But this Uchiha Sasuke didn't know that it was a fake. Seeing the scenes flashed before him, Sasuke Takashiha hated it even more. Received strong mental stimulation. Uchiha Sasuke's Nega Jade writing round eyes successfully evolved into 2 Jade writing round eyes. The past in the illusion space is it's just a moment in the eyes of the outside world. Seeing the fleeting Ergui writing round eyes, Baozibo Itachi nodded secretly, helped him open Ergui's writing wheel, which was not bad. Uchiha Sasuke was already in a coma at this time. Even though Uchiha Itachi was merciful, Sasuke was still seriously injured. Itachi, are you okay? The dried persimmon ghost shark asked Uchiha Itachi a little bit. Bleeding eyes. Make Uchiha Itachi look bad? No way. Using a kaleidoscope to write round eyes and pupils requires a certain price. Right now, it is Uchiha's agent. His vision was slightly blurred. But Uchiha Itachi felt okay. his current physical condition. It should be no problem to support Sasuke to grow up. Why use a kaleidoscope to write round eyes when dealing with a ninja? The dried persimmon ghost is a little confused about Bozubo Itachi. Obviously a random illusion can be done. Of course Uchiha Itachi would not explain to the dried persimmon ghost shark. Leave Konoha village immediately. Uchiha Itachi said to the dried persimmon ghost shark, lie why Renzi lie. Don't you continue to encounter investigation? Ganshigu said, their main task is to investigate the Kyuubi people, Pillar Powered. Just now we have alarmed the ninja L in Konoha village, guessing that they are on the way to come. If they don't leave, they won't be able to leave. Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. This leaf whirlwind. Just after Uchiha Itachi just finished, a melon skin ninja wearing a green tights kicked at the dried persimmon ghost shark. The reaction force of the dried persimmon ghost shark quickly used the shark muscle to block the kick. It was also knocked back a long distance. Who are you? The dried persimmon ghost looked at the strangely dressed ninja with thick eyebrows. Konoha Dugo's arrogant C. Jezbek, Metki, Metku_T proudly introduces himself, and gave a thumbs up to the dried persimmon ghost shark, brightening his white teeth. Metki. The dried persimmon ghost shark frowned. I have never heard of it. I want to come, but I am just an unknown person. Okay. Metki was regarded as an unknown person by the jade persimmon ghost shark. He didn't know that Metki was his lifelong enemy. In the original book, the dried persimmon ghost shark was defeated by Metki and then committed suicide. Ghost, don't underestimate the other party. Uchiha Itachi said to the ghost shark. In this seemingly ordinary, but a bit funny, Metki, he felt a breath of danger. In other words, the opponent has the power that can put him in danger. Indeed, if Metki opens the 8-door Dungeon formation, with the 8 doors fully open, it will be possible to kick Bozubo Itachi and get to death with one kick. But this also has a prerequisite, that is, you don't want Naka Uchiha Itachi's illusion. Of course, May I 3.3 Tekai will not use the 8-gate Dungeon array. This is using one's own life for attack. No matter how powerful it is, it can't be used. The dried persimmon ghost shark glanced at Itachi Uchiha, then nodded. Thinking of the strength of the opponent's attack before, it's even worse than him. Rebel Uchiha Itachi, 2. What is the matter with you appearing in Konoha? Do 3 inches. Metki did not look at Ushiguri. I is looking at Bozubo Itachi. Quick battle, make a move together. Uchiha Itachi did not answer Metki's question, and said to the dried persimmon ghost shark, let's shoot together. Waiter can't afford him too much. The dried persimmon ghost shark grinned showing extremely sharp teeth. I have to say this guy, the dried persimmon ghost shark, it looks really like a shark. Simply, it's like the reincarnation of a shark man. If this is placed in the pirate world, it will be properly treated as a murloc. The appearance of the beetle is too electric. Chapter 362. Want to pit me? No way. 55. At the beginning of the battle, Metka faced both Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon ghost shark alone. This battle was too difficult for Metki, especially when facing Uchiha Itachi. Metka didn't dare to look directly at Uchiha Itachi for fear of being hit by an illusion. Uchiha Itachi didn't use illusions either. In fact, he didn't want to put Metki to death. After all, Uchiha Itachi has always believed that he is an undercover for Metki of Minxian Konoha village elite ninja. Of course Uchiha Itachi will not be a killer. Uchiha is also here. Sing you drinking a little wine in the tavern, said softly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Xenius words to fall. Haki Kakashi came here using instantaneous followed by a ninja with a big ticket. Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon ghost shark surrounded to Antuane. It's boring to watch their battles. If it's methy will be wiped out if you ask for help, Tsunade said with a curled mouth. Xingyu looked at Tsunade quite speechlessly. Your Taoist jade was also obtained by my power. When did you learn how to make a Taoist jade? After Snare L. you can show it off again, but it's a little bit difficult enough to grasp. This can be considered one of the most advanced powers in the Naruto world. What is the probability that the Motoba ninja can keep them? Tsunade asked Hoshiba, dragging his chin. This question depends on when Jiraiya rushes over. If Jiraiya rushes over fast enough, it might be possible to keep them. On the contrary, if it is too slow, then everything is too late. It's impossible to stop Uchiha Itachi and Kakiki at this time. Uchiha Itachi and Jade Persimmon Ghost Shark were already breaking through. Kakashi, who claims to be 5050 with anyone, was read by Uchiha Itachi in a month or two, down. But use the Uchiha Itachi who read monthly. But the situation is not good because the Persimmon Ghost Shark fled guardingly. With the strength of the two of them, if you want to escape, ordinary Konoha ninja can't catch up at all, and those who have the strength don't dare to chase it. Kakashi, how are you? Akai anxiously carried Kakashi on his back. Then rushed to the hospital in Konoha village. As for Sasuke Uchiha, too, was also taken to the hospital in Konoha village. I still want to see Uchiha Itachi's use of Susanoo. It seems that I can't see it. Hoshiba shook his head slightly and said, but if Uchiha Itachi really uses Susanoo, then I'm afraid it's not far from being blinded. Kaleidoscope writes round eyes, saying that it is strong, and that it is fragile. Excessive use can easily lead to blindness. It's not far from Akatsuki's hands. Hoshiba stood up and checked out and left the tavern with Tsunade. In other words, the eye project is about to begin. I'm a little bit hopeful. Tsunade's eyes showed expectation. Are you looking forward to it? Ksini looked at Tsunade in surprise. Never expected that Tsunade would be the kind of person who feared that the world would not be chaotic. Yeah, I am looking forward to it. Is there any problem with this? Tsunade leaned against Ksinu. Asked Ksinu. No problem. But you are all drunk. It smells so bad. Hoshiba pushed Tsunade away disgustingly. Okay, Hoshiba, you guys dare to dislike me. Tsunade Vice looked annoyed, and then rushed directly on Ksinu, hugging Ksinu tightly. The more you despise me, the more I lean toward you. See if you will despise me. Okay. Tsunade was already a little drunk at this time. Hoshiba looked at Tsunade who was drunk and felt that Tsunade like this was quite cute. The ruddy face looked very nice. Hoshiba couldn't help but kiss Tsunade's face one mouthful. Then hold Tsunade. Came to the hotel where they lived temporarily. Tomorrow we will leave Konoha village. What do you think of Tsunade? Ksinu asked Tsunade. You decide to chant. This time Tsunade did not refuse, and Tsunade has really stayed in the village of Konoha, so I don't think it is interesting anymore. How about getting along with Xing and you alone? If you don't go back. If so, it is estimated that Juxinai, who is anxious and frustrated, will be killed. After a rest for one night, the next morning, Ksinu and the others left Konoha village. Returned to the country of Uzumaki. Damn it, you guys didn't come back so long. Did you forget us all? Juxinai said with a fierce expression toward Xingyu. This is true, Xingyu has forgotten you. If it weren't for my reminder to come back, I guess Xingyu would not be willing to come back. Tsunade said with a smile to Kuzina and the others. Is this true? Juxinai's eyes changed. Becomes very wrong. Of course, what makes Ksini feel more terrifying should be Mikoto's eyes, and Chumi Ming's resentful eyes. Brother Xingyu, is it true? Xiao Nan said towards Xingyu. Do you think him such a person? One Tsunade, this woman is slandering me. Obviously I want to come back. As a result, Tsunade insisted on holding me to stay in Konoha. Xingyu glared at Tsunade angrily, daring to cheat him. All right. I will charge you this account. I believe in brother Xingyu. Xiao Nan believed in Xingyu very firmly. To tell you the truth, I also believe that Xinu, this woman, said, if you come, there is absolutely no credibility. Kushina curled his lips toward Tsunade. Then he stood on Hoshiba's side. According to my judgment and analysis, Tsunade's sister, you have a high probability of lying. After watching Tsunade for a long time, Miza spoke. Yes, I think the same. Terumi nodded in agreement, feeling that Tsunade's words were not highly credible. See it. Xina smiled at Tsunade. He knew that no one would believe Tsunade's 967, want to cheat me? No way. Tsunade looked unwilling and couldn't help but ask them. Why don't you believe my words? Mikoto smiled at Tsunade and said, the reason is simple. Sister Tsunade said that you reminded you to come back. Is there a possibility? Tsunade is stunned, actually deceived us. I want to punish you for being a fool, Juxina said with a smirk. If Tsunade can be punished, Kuzina might be able to laugh out loud when she sleeps. I feel a little uncomfortable. Go back to the room first. When Tsunade saw the smile on Kushina's face, he felt very bad. Quickly returned to himself's room. Then the door was locked. It's a pity to escape. Juxina's eyes showed disappointment. Then Juxina looked at Kushina and immediately reached out and grabbed Kushina's arm. Tsunade ran away. But you can't get away. You must also be punished. Kushina snorted coldly. I agree with this, because Kushina has to be punished. Mesa chose to agree with Juxina's words without hesitation. Then Terumi Ming agreed, and only Xiaonan was hesitant. Mikoto, I misunderstood you. No longer the gentle and lovely Mesa. Xingyu looked at her face with a black-bellied smile, thinking about how to punish her own Mikoto. He shook his head and sighed. Chapter 363 Marrying Your Sister to You 15 Xingyu scratched the messy hair like a bird's nest, and then tidied up his clothes. Well, don't tidy it up at all, it can be replaced directly. The L is torn into strips of cloth. Puff. Ha ha ha. Juxina looked at Kushina with an embarrassed face and laughed aloud. It's no different from a beggar. I'm here to give you a broken bowl of words. You can all beg for dinner. Kushina glared at Juxina fiercely. I'm still laughing. I look like this. It's not all thanks to you. You all wait for me to pack everything back sooner or later. Kuzina, Mikoto, and Terumi said to punish themselves. And then they swarmed him and made him this shoko. So Xiaonan is good and didn't make a move. Xingyu felt that Xiaonan Muxing must be rewarded. At the crucial moment, Xiaonan was kind to herself, even Jiang Qin couldn't rely on it. I sorted out my image. Then Kushina went to the room and changed his clothes. After walking out of the room, well, he was still so handsome. How about the three of Xianglin, Hinata, and Huahuo? Why aren't they at home? Kushina asked Mikoto suspiciously. Huahuo fisted softly. Fragrant Phosphorus also joined in the fun. Mesa replied to Kushina. A look of surprise appeared in Xingyu's eyes. That lazy little ally Huahuo actually went to practice, which is quite surprising. I gonna go see. Xingyu walked out of the room, and then headed towards the training ground. Not far from the place where he lived, there was a training ground built by Kushina, where most of the training was here. However, the girls haven't practiced much recently, so some weeds have grown out of this place. Another day, let Mikoto use Huodun to clean up the weeds. Sister, you are a teacher. Why are you more nervous than me? Huahuo looked at his sister Hinata a little speechlessly. Hinata lowered his head embarrassedly. Playing with Zai's little hand, nothing can be done. She has never been a teacher. I'm afraid that I can't teach well, so I'm so nervous, especially when she taught her sister. She must not be sloppy. That's why Hinata is so nervous. Hinata, I also think you are too nervous. Just teach fireworks the same way as Master Hoshiba taught you at the beginning. Hinata said, holding Hinata. Hinata took a deep zero breath. He calmed down, and then said to Huahuo, please watch me do it again. Slowing down the speed, Hinata carried the soft boxing technique. 8 diagrams with 64 palms in order to let the fireworks see clearly, and deliberately slowed down. Hinata, it's impossible for you to teach fireworks in this way. Her physical fitness and chakra can't keep up with her, and she can't use it at all. 2. Xingyu came to the training ground and watched Hinyan teach the fireworks, shook his head slightly and said straight, brother Xingyu. Hinata immediately closed his hand, looking at Xingyu with some surprise in his eyes. Xingyu da. People, you are back. Fragrant Phosphorus is much bolder than the subtle Hinata. Directly towards Xingyu, catching the fragrant phosphorus that was rushing towards him, Xinu put down the fragrant phosphorus. However, Xianglin still held him and didn't let go, making Xinu very speechless. Then Xinu let the fragrant phosphorus be so. Anyway, he enjoyed it in his heart, and it was not himself who suffered. Xianglin hugged Xinu with a surprise in his eyes, and Mrs. Xinu didn't refuse it. Does that mean that he has a chance to be in position? Suddenly, Xianglin entered the world of delusion, and the expression on his face turned into a somewhat lustful expression. But Xianglin buried his face in Xinius' arms, so there was still no way to see Xianglin's expression at this time. "Sister, are you envious?" Fireworks leaned to Hinata's side, and poked her little hand. "Poke Hinata's arm?" asked Hinata in a low voice. Huahuo knows his words and colors. Seeing Hinata's expression, Huahuo knows that his sister must be very envious of Xiang now. "What are you talking about, Huahuo?" Hinata's face instantly turned red, and he became a little bewildered. "Sister, it's not that I said you. Sometimes you have to take the initiative too. There is meat to eat." Huahuo looked at Hinata with a look of hatred for iron and steel. "If you talk nonsense again, I will ignore you." Hinata covered Huahuo's mouth, and if Huahuo continued to speak, she might faint shyly. "Little Huahuo girl, would you actually come to practice?" Xingyu came over, raised his hand on Huahuo's little head and touched. This touch to kill makes Huahuo feel particularly comfortable. So people also deliberately moved closer to Xinu. "Brother Xinu, can you give me a hug?" Huahuo asked with blinking eyes, holding Xinius' arm coquettishly. Xianglin, lying in Xinius' arms, suddenly lowered his head, looked at the fireworks, and faced the gaze that Xianglin had seen. Huahuo cast a provocative look in the past. "The two of them have been at odds recently." Xianglin gritted her teeth. "The little girl actually provokes me." But Xianglin can't help but fireworks. After all, fireworks is a child. Can't bully her. Forget it. Xingyu looked at Xiangfo, and then at Huahuo. Then he showed a disgusting expression at Huahuo. Although fragrant phosphorus is green and astringent, but at any rate, it's pretty predictable. As for the fireworks, this little lie, sorry, just a flat little lie. So Xingyu felt that it was more comfortable to hold the phosphorus. "Wow. Bite you to death." Huahuo bit Xingyu's hand in one bite. "Make you despise me, I want to kill you." Unexpectedly, Huahuo, like Jixinai, is a dog. Xingyu knocked with his other hand Huahuo's little head. Then, Huahuo could only release his mouth under the pain of Huahuo. "I want." Huahuo wanted to threaten Xingyu, but he didn't know how to threaten him. There was a touch of distress on his face. "But damn it, it seems that I can't help him." "You wait. After my strength becomes stronger, I will use a soft fist to give you Dao Datu." Huahuo threatened Xingyu. "Oh. You are quite ambitious." "I am waiting for that day." "Wang Qian is good." Xinius' little head patted the fireworks with an indifferent expression. "Damn it, don't you take it seriously. I swear here, I will defeat you in the future." Huahuo sees Xinius' unconcerned expression. L is very upset in his heart. "Oh. Then if you can't do it, why do so? I swear not to send this thing casually." "How can it be impossible to make it?" "If I really can't make it, I will marry my sister to you, okay?" Huahuo said to Xinu angrily. "Huahuo, what are you talking about?" "I'm really going to be angry." Hinata stared at Huahuo in embarrassment, not daring to look at Xinu. "Listening to my sister's reprimand." Huahuo curled his lips slightly. "Don't think that I am old, just think that I don't understand anything. Sister, you are obviously very happy in your heart." "Never mind, I know that my sister is shy, so Huakong does not expose herself." "My sister, let's save some face to my sister." The fear thought in my heart. Chapter 364, Tsundia ruined his life. 25 Under the command of Xinu, Huahuo set up his posture and continued to practice soft fist. "Let's talk about it first. I didn't want you to teach me. You insisted on teaching me." Huahuo had an arrogant expression on his face. Bang 2 Xinu knocked eye on Huahuo's little head. "Don't be so arrogant at a young age. Haven't you heard of it? Oh, arrogant ruined the second life. Now Tsundere is not popular anymore. Basically Tsundere has become a defeated dog. And most of them are made by themselves. I am not arrogant. Hua furiously stared at Xingyu, and was knocked on the head by Xingyu again. Be honest immediately. The surface is very honest, and the heart is very wronged. Damn it, you know that you are a bad guy bullying a little girl. After I master the soft boxing, I will use it on you first. Beat you as a pig. What are you smirking? Please pose for me. Xingyu poked Huahuo's cheek with his finger, making Huahuo come back to his senses. Just now Huahuo used the soft fist in his mind to make up for himself, to use the soft fist to show off his power, knocking Xinu into the water. So I can't help but giggle unconsciously. To be honest, this silly smile still looks very embarrassing. I feel embarrassed. Obviously I have already mastered the soft boxing method. Ergwa 3 717 and 12 palms. Why do you want me to practice? Huahuo had a depressed expression on his face. Does it mean that you have mastered it? Xingyu poked Huahuo's face again. Sister, did you see that? He took advantage of me by taking advantage of me. Huahuo shouted to Hinata angrily. Before Hinata could speak, Fragrant Phosphorus couldn't help but pouch, laughed out loud. Little lie who has nothing. Xinazama will take advantage of you? Don't be kidding. When Xiangfo was mocking Huahuo, he also deliberately showed himself to Huahuo, making Huahuo want to vomit blood. So angry HMPH. I am still young and there is still a lot of room for development. It is not a problem to surpass you in the future, Huahuo said proudly. But Huahuo is in his heart. I don't really have much confidence. Don't talk about it. Hurry up and practice. Xina said to Huahuo. Let Huahuo continue to practice attentively. Huahuo has mastered the soft boxing technique. Baguan 32 palms. However, he is not proficient. Xingyu is now instructing her to become more proficient in soft boxing. Then there is the problem of chakra. Although the soft boxing method is a physical skill, it is not used on behalf of the B table. There is no need to underscore to chakra. The reason why Rukun Kanaku point acupuncture points is when the two palms go out. The attached chakra blocked the opponent's whole straight. Oh, don't be so fierce to me, otherwise you will be overly bored with your diligence. Huahuo pouted and practiced obediently. Zero male Y small inside also plans to defeat Xinu. Of course Huaxiao has to work hard underscore. Unfortunately, some targets are not something that can be achieved with effort. The fireworks are still small now, and I don't understand how strong Xinu is, so this monthly sign will be in my heart. It's good to have this goal at this time. In this way, Huahuo can make efforts on his own, and only after he has worked hard will he be rewarded. His own talent for fireworks is also very good. Xinu teaches fireworks, but in fact it doesn't take much effort. The little girl is not bad, too is quite good at practicing. I thought you could not help complaining and tired. After 2 hours of cultivating, Xingyu saw that Huahuo was still working hard, and his face was surprised. Affection. It is indeed hard enough. This is what Xinu also likes very much. If you don't work hard enough, no matter how talented you are, the final achievement will not be great. What's this? Huahuo showed her proud expression again. I have told you before underscores and dear hopes for a lifetime. Don't be arrogant anymore. Seeing how well you performed today, I will give you Z rewards. Xina touched the fireworks head and said Huahuo enjoys Xinia's head-to-head killing underscore, but she wants to know more. To what kind of reward does Xina want to give her? What will brother Xina give me? What about the reward? Huahuo looked forward to it, making no secret of it. Do you want a reward for being an official? Xingyu did not say, but to ask Huahuo rhetorically. Do not know. Put your finger at Shimoda. Then I think about it, as if I don't have anything special. In that case, reward you for a big meal. It feels very perfunctory. Huahuo rolled her eyes, thinking that she would be fooled by her young age. Don't you eat big meals every day? It's so decided. If Xinu ignored the fireworks, let the fireworks rest for a while, and then returned home with Hinata, Xiang Phosphorus, and fireworks, Xinu came back with a meal. So just after he came back, Meza had already cooked the meal. The rice Mikoto cooks is fragrant, and I miss it if I don't eat it for a day. Really? Meza asked in a questioning tone. Of course, I won't deceive Mikoto you. In terms of cooking, Meza is second in the world. Since I feel nostalgic, it took so long to come back. It seems that I still don't attract you enough. My cooking skills still not up to standard. Meza glanced at Xinu. Then, Xingyu was a little embarrassed at this moment and said nothing was good, so just lower his head and eat. By the way, Huahuo, what are you going to do? When are you going back? After eating, Xingyu turned to the fireworks who had been eating. Huahuo touched her round belly and her face instantly showed a grieved expression. Do you dislike me? Do you want to send me away? Huahuo looked at Xinu aggrievedly. It was as if Xingyu had done something angry and grieving. Xinu, I think fireworks are good here, Kushina said to Xinu. But Elle, who loves fireworks, naturally doesn't want to let fireworks go. It's not just Juxinai. The other girls are also the same, and they simply can't bear to let Huahuo leave. Xingyu was also quite speechless. By the way, haven't you thought about the idea of Hyuga-Nissa? Then Huahuo, do you want to go back? Xinu asked Huahuo. If Huahuo said that he didn't want to go back, then Xinu would not force the Huahuo to send it back. In fact, Xinu also likes the little girl like Huahuo, and there is a little girl like Huahuo here. The girl, also more enthusiastic about the fireworks, said without hesitation. One really did not hesitate at all. Huahuo had a shivering feeling at the thought of having to face his father's strict training after returning home. Although at Xinia's side, Huahuo is also working hard in cultivation, but it feels completely different from being forced to practice hard. No one likes being forced, especially a little girl like Huahuo. But she didn't dare to resist her father's words so she had to obediently obeyed. Since you don't want to go back, I won't take you back. As for whether Hyuga-Nissa will look for it, it doesn't matter to me if you come to Xingyu Tantanshu said. Huahuo feels relieved about this. His father will never be able to find him. He is so busy that he doesn't even have time to go back home. There is absolutely no time for him to come here and take her back. Chapter 365, The Big Snake Pill Hit the Wall. 35 Oshimaru is too human. Can you really heal your arms by coming here? The pharmacist pocketed his spectacles with gleaming light, and raised his head to look at Taishiwan. Naturally, if Xinajun is willing to take action, it can definitely be cured. Taishiwan has confidence on her face. This is the confidence in Xingyu that the ghoul seals the original. It is the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan, and I believe that the Whirlpool Xinu should have a way to crack it. The pharmacist's eyes flickered, and then he didn't say anything. He followed closely behind Taishiwan, looking like a small attendant. After Konoha's plan to collapse, Ozaki escaped back Otonin village, then tried every means to restore his arm, but in the end to no avail. The big snake power who can't help it, can only come to the country of the vortex, ready to strive for Xinu. His arms were abolished. The impact on his combat effectiveness was too great. After all, to perform ninjutsu, you need to seal the seal. How to seal the seal if you don't have any hands? A ninja who couldn't make seals was basically abolished. Too much of his combat power. At this time, Oshimaru, the combat effectiveness is probably not much better than that of the pharmacist's pocket. Of course, the pharmacist will not deal with -1. The main reason is that the pharmacist does not dare, and he is in awe of the Chuan. Xinu knew the moment -1 and the pharmacist stepped onto the country of the vortex. The entire country of the vortex was in Xinia's perception at all times. I have guessed that Oshimaru will come before. Now the Oshimaru is coming. Hinata, teach the fireworks to continue to practice, Xina said to the side of Hinata. Okay. Hina nodded and agreed. These days, Hina had been watching Xina teaching the fireworks and had some experience in guiding fireworks. Xina walked away, and then appeared in front of Taishiwan and Yaoshi's pocket, who had just arrived in the country of the vortex. Watched appear instantaneously. Xinu without the slightest sign. Taishiwan was taken aback for a moment and then showed a smile. Xingyu-jun, don't come here unharmed. Nothing does not go to the three treasure hall. Oshimaru, you have something to come here, right? Because of your hands? Hoshibo had previously guessed that Oshimaru would come to him or Tsunade. But whether it's looking for him or Tsunade, all come to the country of Vortex. The pharmacist looked at Xingyu, then lowered his head. He knew that he didn't have the right to speak here, as long as he listened obediently. Master Xinu is indeed a magical calculation. I did want to invite Mr. Xinu. Help. There is a smile on Da Snake's face. There is no way, come to ask for help. Of course he should behave better. It's actually not impossible to ask me for help. Your two-handed soul is sealed one. It's not a problem for me. But what kind of remuneration are you going to give? Xinu didn't open a shantang. Would Chwun help him when he came to ask for help? Unless Daishiwan can come up with the reward that Xingyu is interested in. Otherwise, Xingyu sent the -1 directly to leave. In fact, Xingyu has already taken care of sending the Oshimaru to leave now. The reason is also very simple. Xingyu has nothing at all specially needed. Xingyu could get something he really wanted, something that he couldn't even get. Don't even think about giving it to him. Oshimaru fell into deep thought, and he knew that it was not so simple for I to ask Yugo Xinu for help. I don't know what Xenia-kun has. If there is a request, I will try my best to complete it. Da Snake said seriously. Both arms must be restored, otherwise the combat effectiveness will be cut at least by more than half. Okay, don't ask me anything. I don't have any requirements. Leave. Don't let me send you away. Xingyu waved his hand casually. If Xingyu sent them away, then it would be a Shenluo dancing directly. Beat them back. At that time, it is estimated that the two guys will not even have muddy flesh left. Looking at Xenia's impatient expression, Daishimaru frowned. If it was someone else, he could still threaten him, but the opponent was Uzumaki Xinu. If you dare to do it, is it because you don't want to die fast enough? This is also the reason why Taishimaru didn't bring Junmaro with him. If he brought Junmaro with him, maybe Junmaro might do something with Uzumaki Hoshiba for him. But it is the price of hands. There will be no exceptions. They must be dead. It seems that Lord Xinu is unwilling to help, so I can only find other ways to say goodbye. No more entanglement in the big snakey, knowing that the entanglement will not achieve the goal. It is even possible to anger Maelstrom Xinu and the consequences will be even worse. Daishiwan took the pharmacist away to run into a wall from Xinu. I can only find other ways. After watching them leave, Xingyu turned around and went back. In fact, if there is something in Taishiwan's body that he is interested in, Xingyu doesn't mind helping. It's a pity that Chwen has nothing. Mainly Xinu has a very high vision. He doesn't like Chwen's things. Ask for flowers, including the forbidden technique of reincarnation. Xinu also looks down on this forbidden technique has great flaws. Every rebirth is a kind of harm to one's own soul. Want to successfully occupy the opponent's body. We must fight with the souls of others. The person who wins in the end can control the body. If Oshimaru has been using this forbidden technique, in the end, it is possible to play to death. Of course, Dashwin will play to death by himself. It has nothing to do with Xinu. After returning, Xinu continued to teach Huahuo to practice. Recently, Huahuo has been working hard, and I don't know if it was because he wanted to defeat him, although impossible. But this is also a goal, and it's good for Huahuo to have this goal. Master Xinu, what did you do before? When Xinu came back, Tu found that the fragrant phosphorus was also here. And there is a fruit plate in his hand. Huahuo looked at the fruit plate, already drooling. But aromatic phosphorus is not for fireworks. This caused Huahuo to be very angry. I didn't do anything. Just two guys came to the country of Uzumaki. I sent them away. Xingyu sat down and said yes. Seeing Xinu sitting down, Xianglin immediately sat next to Xinu. and then eagerly took it. Pass the compote to Xinu. This is the fruit I washed specially, Master Xinu, to taste it. Xianglin looked at Xinu with expectant eyes, looking at the diligent fragrant phosphorus. Xinu certainly won't refuse. Use a toothpick to pick up another piece of fruit. That I don't know what fruit it is, that's right. I just don't know what fruit it is. This is a kind of water that grows in the country of vortex. Fruit, no other places. Good taste and not poisonous. As for the name or something, totally no idea. Elder sister Huahuo called to Hinata. What's the matter with Huahuo? Hinata said to Huahuo in a puzzled way. I think, sister, if you have to take the initiative a little bit or else, you will be licked by the licking dog of Xianglin. Huahuo leaned to Hinata's ears and whispered a. Hinata's face turned red instantly. In fact, she could understand the meaning of Huahuo, but Huahuo's licking dog described where he learned it from too. This is too rude. As an elder sister, you must teach well. Next sister Hinata didn't know, but the reason why Huahuo understood the word licking dog was he learned it from Xinu. Chapter 366 The Fireworks of Death 45 The Nonsense Fireworks. Hinata gave him an education, letting Huashashi share his depression. Hey, sisters, you know how to teach me. Huahuo held his chin in depression, pouting his mouth the appearance of a young lady. Huahuo, do you want to come to eat fruit? But if you come, you won't have your share. Xinu shouted to Huahuo. The fireworks, who stopped to practice and rest, stood up, and then ran towards Xinu with his short legs. Yes, of course. But don't eat it all. Fireworks is a snack food. Too, but definitely not. Let go of the delicious ones. Hinata, what did Hana Hyogang mysteriously tell you? Xianglin Shifine asked Hinata curiously. Number nothing to say. Of course, Hinata won't tell aromatic phosphorus. If you tell aromatic phosphorus, phosphorus will definitely be angry. After all, Huahuo said that fragrance phosphorus is a dog licking. Xianglin was a little depressed. It seemed that he couldn't get out of Hinata's 3-1-3 mouth. As for the little Lolita Huahuo, there is no hope for aromatic phosphorus. Counting on Huahuo to tell her, it would be better to expect the sow to go to the tree. None. What to look at? Hua must pretend to have a fierce expression. Looked at Xiangxai. I didn't look at you anyway. Fragrant phosphorus also gave Huahuo an unwilling look. Fragrant phosphorus. What are you doing with Huahuo? Xingyu couldn't help asking. I remember that the relationship between the two of them was pretty good in the past, but now they are about to fight each other. Master Xinu, I didn't bully her deliberately, but the little girl found fault. Xianglin immediately shirked his responsibility. Put his hat on. Huahuo, nonsense. When you were jealous of me coming, Huahuo said to Xianglin not to be outdone. Hinata, let's go. Let them quarrel here. Slowly, Xinu stood up, took Hinata's hand, and went home. Being held by Xinia's little hand, Hinata was very shy at this time, lowering his head to hide the shame on his face. However, Hinata soon thought of what Huahuo said. It seemed that such a shy words would not work, and he immediately became firm in his heart and raised his head to look at Xinu. Holding Xinia's hand tightly, Hinata followed Xinu. It doesn't seem to be so shy anymore. Xingyu Yui. I took a look at Hinata over his head. Hinata's changes in an instant. Xingyu also noticed, feeling a bit different from before. Wait for us. Xinu and Hinata were gone. What are they still doing here? So they immediately caught up. Why did you come back so early today? Yumi Ming asked in surprise when he saw Xinu and the others came back. And naturally, because I missed you, so I came back to the house. Xingyu looked at the photo. Xinu, your words are credible. Yumi didn't have a highlight, but sneered. And I knew that Xinu was joking. It's not good to be too smart. I still like you to be a little stupid. Xinu walked over and hugged Yumi in his arms. I don't want to be stupid. I want you to be stupid, to become a big idiot. Yumi snorted, and then shook Xinu with her hair. Leaving Xinu with a smile. Yuya's arms. Count you running fast, otherwise haha. What do you mean by ha? I want to teach you a photo. Is Mei Ming? If that's the case, I can help you catch her. Juxina volunteered and said to Kusinu, Jusina, what hate do we have? Yumi looked at Kushina angrily. There is no hatred. I just want to see you deflated. Juxina's eyes flashed with interest. Just because it felt like the house was too quiet. Want to find something? Be careful to unite. I'll pack you up. Yumi snorted softly. El counter-threatened Kushina. You can have this. You can try it. Tsunade immediately supported Yumi. Tsunade also wanted to deal with Kusina for a long time. Just her words. There must be no other way but Juxinai. Are you two going to unite to target my main palace? Don't forget that there are two helpers beside me. Kushina pointed to Mikoto and Xionan saw Juxinai pointing at herself _mind slightly. Then he waved his hand directly _that. It seems that there is nothing wrong with me. Sorry Kushina. Actually, I and Xionan are in the same camp. As for Kushina, you actually call yourself the palace? I feel quite distressed. Mikoto smiled and looked at Kushina. Kushina looked at Mikoto and Xionan with a heartbroken expression. I didn't expect you two to betray me. No way. Claiming to be the palace is uncomfortable. Don't say betrayal. How ugly. Mikoto pushed away the heartbroken Juxinai. It's in vain that I treat you as my best girlfriend, and now I'm breaking up. Juxinai groaned and crouched into Xinia's arms for comfort. Xinu, a melanating crowd, stroking Juxinai's smooth hair while eating melona. Kushina. You have been with Mikoto broke off several times. I can't remember it. Tsunade asked Kusina. HMPH. This time I'm serious Mikoto. We really broke up. We will not be good sisters in the future. Juxina snorted. Lightlith Moonlight looked at Mikoto. Okay. Mikoto smiled a little too. It was not affected by the words of Juxin at all. Hey, Mikoto, are you so unfeeling? Shouldn't it be you crying and begging me not to break up with you at this time? Seeing Mikoto's promise so neatly, Kushina immediately rushed towards Mikoto in shame. Juxin. Chennai, don't make up so much, okay? Mesa immediately grabbed Juxinai's hand because Juxinai wanted to tickle her. You must know that Jiankin is the most ticklish. If Juxinai really does it, then she might be embarrassed to beg for mercy. In order to avoid such embarrassing things from happening, Mikoto naturally couldn't let Kushina do it. You have the ability to let me go. Juxinai struggled and found that he couldn't get rid of it at all. Mesa rolled her eyes at Kushina. Do you think I'm stupid? Unless I'm stupid, I will let you go. Xingyu sat next to him, watching the two of them messing around. They are all such grown-ups, and they are just like children. Huahuo looked at Kushina and Mikoto with contempt, and said in an old-fashioned tone. Kushina and Mikoto, who were still playing around, suddenly stopped and looked at the little girl Huahuo. Seeing Juxin and me 4x5 Jin _ all eyes were on him. Huahuo suddenly panicked. The situation seems a bit bad. Well, I was talking nonsense before, please let me go. Huahuo put on a pitiful look. Xiao Huahuo, want to put on a pitiful expression to win sympathy, do you think Li Jin smiled and looked at the fireworks. Mesa's smile made Huahuo feel the extreme danger. Then the five consciousness ran towards Xina to want to seek Xinia's protection. However, it's too late. How can it be possible to run away in the hands of Mikoto and Juxinai? Mikoto and Juxinai catchy at the same time. Let's go. Huahuo, take you back to the room and discuss something with you. Kushina and Mikoto carried a weak, pitiful and helpless firework. Go to Juxina's room. As for the rest of the matter, Xinu didn't see it, but he still heard the fireworks begging for mercy. I can only say that the fireworks are dead. Chapter 367 The Abduction of Uchiha Sasuke 55 Konoha Village Hospital. Sasuke Uchiha walked out of the hospital with a dull expression. The wrist that was broken by Uchiha Itachi last time has now recovered but looks weak and helpless in the hands of Itachi Uchiha. But it is deeply imprinted in his heart. Sasuke, why don't you let us know if you are leaving the hospital? Naruto and Sakura came together. Naruto complained to Sasuke, sitting without looking at Naruto or Sakura. He walked past them lightly. Hey, Sasuke, What is your attitude? Meet Sasuke Uchiha. Ignore him. Naruto was very angry. Naruto, don't talk. Sasuke must be very uncomfortable in his heart now. Kozakura raised her fist and punched Naruto. Violent woman. Minjin with sprayed sound. But I didn't dare to let Sakura listen. Sasuke returned to his residence. Selena's residence was still in the Uchiha clan, located in the edge area of Konoha village. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke noticed that someone was following him. 11 suddenly stopped. Then the moonlight looked behind. Sasuke-kun, don't come without cover. Oshimaru's armor. But I miss you very much. Pharmacist Pocket had a kind smile on his face, but this smile looked a little fake no matter what. So it was you. Oshimaru's lucky. Sasuke recognized the pharmacist. Konoha collapsed the plan at the beginning, and finally it was he who took away Oshimaru. Yakushida's face was very gloomy, and there was a murderous expression in his eyes looking at Uchiha Sasuke. Even though the pharmacist thought he could tolerate it, he was still very angry by a running dog. Although I am a running dog, you are not much better. The Uchiha clan. The only remaining dog with broken spine. The pharmacist said flatly. Once I know Uchiha Sasuke knows that he has a strong self-esteem, so Yakushida doesn't mind to fight back. You wanna die? The angry Uchiha Sasuke said nothing. Jai-in with both hands. A big fireball spurted out of his mouth. Burnt to the pharmacist. The pharmacist frowned and used ninjutsu to block Sasuke Uchiha's attack. Then he appeared next to Uchiha Sasuke in an instant. So fast. Sasuke Uchiha's pupils widened, and immediately opened the writing wheel. I want to catch the action of the pharmacist's pocket work. But everything is too late. After Sasuke Uchiha opened the writing wheel, Yakushita had already hit Uchiha Sasuke's back of the neck with one hand. Suffering a heavy blow, Sasuke Uchiha fainted. Then Yakushita shot Uchiha Sasuke without hesitation, and left quickly. Yakushi comes here. It is to obey the miraculous order of the great snake power. Come here and get Uchiha Sasuke back. See people, just now Uchiha Sasuke released a ninjutsu, which is likely to attract the dark ninjas of Konoha village, so the pharmacist must leave as soon as possible. In the original work, Yinbao Uchiha Sasuke actively defected to Mu. Yikun was different. This time Moki took Bozuha Sasuke back too straightforwardly. After hitting a wall from Xinu, Chwun was in a particularly bad mood, unable to heal his hands, and Chwun's temper became irritable. What's more, after losing the Otonin 4 people, there are not many people available in Otishimaru, and there is no time to play with Sasuke Takashida. After being caught back, Oshimaru has a way to convince Sasuke that Uchiha Itachi is Sasuke's biggest weakness. This Taishi one has already seen clearly. The abilities of the pharmacist Pocket were very good. He easily grabbed Sasuke Bozuha and took him away from the village of Konoha. After leaving Konoha village, pharmacist rushed to Otonin village. Because the pharmacist's pocket is very clear, if this matter is discovered by Konoha village, he will definitely come and kill him. There is not much time to stay in the pharmacist's pocket. I must return to Otonin village as soon as possible to ensure my safety. In order to prevent any accidents, the pharmacist gave Bozuha some medicine to ensure that he sleeps for a day. It didn't take long. Yakushida has returned to Otonin village, the secret base in the dark part of Otonin village. It is also the base where Oshimaru is hidden in the dark. Are you back? Has the task assigned by Master Oshimaru been completed? Junmaru looked at the pharmacist's pocket lightly. Naturally finished. The pharmacist threw the Uchiha Sasuke carrying Sasuke on his back to the ground. In fact, for this mission, Junmaru wanted to take the initiative to solve problems for Lord Oshimaru. However, Shimaru ordered the pharmacist to go and let Junmaru stay here. Maru could only obey the orders of Lord Oshimaru. Junmaru obeyed Ozemaru's orders very much, even if Ozemaru asked Junmaru to die. Junmaru probably won't hesitate for a while. Junmaru mentioned Sasuke. Then bring the Zuo. The assistant walked into the base. It was handed over to the weak Taishi one. The big snake is also weak, too, because not long ago, the big snake pill reincarnated without a corpse and reincarnated again. To go to the country of the vortex, Without Xenia's help, Dashimaru had only one way. I let my hands recover. Facts proved that it was okay, but after reincarnation, the Oshimaru was very weak and his soul was not small. This is also the mission this time. There was no reason for Junmaro to execute, but Junmaro was left to protect him. Daishiwan knows that Junmaro is loyal. As for the pharmacist, -1 anti-drug. The teacher is not 100% trust. Sasuke-kun was invited back by you. Well done. Onoshimaru looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was still fainted, and gave a rather gloomy smile. The best reincarnation container is ready, but Taishiwan does not intend to reincarnate now. The reason is simple. Taishiwan, who has just reincarnated, doesn't have this power at all. Let him wake up. Taishiwan ordered to the pharmacist. 4_3 Yes, Lord Oshimaru. The pharmacist has medicine for Sasuke Uchiha, which is dizzy, and naturally also the antidote. Sasuke Uchiha was given the antidote, and Sasuke Uchiha soon regained consciousness. Where is this place? Sasuke Uchiha, who just woke up, was a little confused. Sasuke-kun, we meet again. Uchiha's cold voice came into Uchiha Sasuke's ears, and at this time Uchiha Sasuke's sight was placed on Zeikmaru's body. Inside the big snake, Uchiha Sasuke immediately became vigilant, but the other party could put Konoha village in crisis. Although Sasuke Uchiha's IQ sometimes drops, he doesn't for Uchiha. The vigilant appearance, Okili didn't care. They were all caught here. Can Uchiha Sasuke run away? Obviously impossible. What's more, Sasuke Uchiha has been given to the research at Shimaru. It is not particularly difficult to convince Sasuke Uchiha. By the time, maybe Uchiha Sasuke will just stay here obediently. What is your purpose for bringing me here? Sasuke Uchiha asked Oshimaru. I don't know. Sasuke-kun. Do you desire strong power? Do you want to have the strength to defeat Uchiha Itachi? Oshimaru, he two smiles, asked Uchiha Sasuke. At this time, Osamu's winning ticket was digging, and Sasuke Uchiha could not escape his palm no matter what. Chapter 368, Naruto Uzumaki. How hot is my friend? 15 Some block in the damp base. Sasuke Uchiha stared at Taishimaru with gangrenous eyes. You can give me the power to defeat that person? Of course, as long as you listen to me, I can naturally give you more power than Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Oshimaru's eyes also had zeal enthusiasm. He wanted to train Uchiha Sasuke, and then take Uchiha Sasuke away. Okay. Taishimaru is not afraid to play off at 2 o'clock. The Oshimaru in the original book is to play off. I don't need your help, even if I rely on myself. The power of L can also defeat that man. Sasuke Uchiha turned around, and then prepared to leave here. But Sasuke Uchiha just turned around when the bone blade stood in front of him. Junmaro looked at Uchiha Sasuke blankly. You want to stop me this time? Uchiha Sasuke's writing round eyes opened ahead of schedule. Lest it is the same as before. It was defeated by a sneak attack carried by the pharmacist. However, even if Uchiha Sasuke turned on the writing wheel and went all out, he would definitely not be Junmaro's opponent. Junmaro now, although he was about to die of illness, but if his strength exploded with all his strength, he could fight the Shadow Class powerhouse. As for Sasuke Uchiha, although he has Yushulanyan, but to die is the strength of forbearance among the elite. The difference is really too great. Sasuke-kun, are you really sure to defeat Uchiha Itachi? I have to know that Uchiha Itachi is the only genius next to you, Mizuho Hoshiba. Taishimaru opened his mouth and said Sasuke Uchiha, who was about to do it, resisted. I turned my head and looked at Taishiwan. The strength of Wuxi Xinu is very strong. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and turned towards the big snake. Lee asked, but he still remembers. Kakashi said it before. Maelstrom Xinu is recognized as the strongest in the ninja world. Naturally, even Uchiha Itachi. It is completely incomparable with the scroll star feather. Daishimaru was a little jealous at this time, and Wuxi Xinu's strength was simply against the sky, and he didn't know how he got such strength. If he is a genius, then Uchiha Itachi is an evildoer. As for the Whirlpool Star Feather, he is not a mortal at all. Uchiha Sasuke's eyebrows deepened, even though he hated Uchiha Itachi in his heart, but when he heard this, Yuri was a little unhappy. When did his brother Bozubo Itachi be the person he admired the most and the person he thought was the most powerful? Until now, he has become the person that Sasuke Homoki has most wanted to kill. Since Maelstrom Xinu is very strong, then why should I stay with you? I'm going to find Maelstrom Xinu. Wouldn't it be good for him to teach me, Zai? After Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking, he took steps to leave. TP haha. Oshimaru sneered coldly and laughed at Uchiha Sasuke's innocence. You go to Xinu and ask him to teach you. Why does he teach you? Do you think it is possible for him to teach you? Now in the entire ninja world, only I can help you, Daishiwan said lightly. This is true. No one can help Uchiha Sasuke, except for Oshimaru because of his own moon. As for Kakashi, I'm sorry, Kakashi is still in a coma. It was taken by Uchiha Itachi and Riedel. It's the same person who is in the middle of the month, but Sasuke Uchiha has nothing to do with it. And Kakashi was still in a coma since that day the spirit was traumatized, and Kakashi couldn't wake up without even half a month. Why do you want to help me? You are right, right? Sasuke Uchiha, IQ Online, turned around and asked with a sneer. There is no pie in the sky. Taishiwan, this kind of person must have a purpose. Yes, I do have a purpose, because I and Uchiha Itachi have a grudge. I also want to see Uchiha Itachi die. Dashley had already thought about the reason, and this is indeed true. Oshimaru does want Uchiha Itachi to die. Occupy the body of Uchiha Sasuke. Kill Uchiha Itachi and dig out his kaleidoscope to right the wheel. Get the eternal kaleidoscope to right round eyes. This is the purpose of Oshimaru. Looking up at Oshimaru, Sasuke Uchiha wondered whether he should believe Oshimaru. You go back to Konoha village, and you can't vindicate it. No one in Motoa village can guide you to the level that can defeat Uchiha Itachi. Only by accepting my teachings can you be possible. I won't wait for you to answer now. Think about it yourself. Okihari did not expect Uchiha Sasuke to agree to him immediately, but Uchiha was absolutely sure. Finally, Uchiha Sasuke would stay here. Uchiha Sasuke wanted to leave, but Shimaru did not stop him either. However, Dashwin will not stop it, which does not mean that other people will not stop it. Junmaro stopped Uchiha Sasuke from letting Uchiha Sasuke leave. As for the Hansen words, Sasuke Uchiha was directly beaten to the ground. Junmaro didn't show any mercy. At most, he didn't kill Sasuke Takashiha, so that Sasuke Uchiha could experience what is weak. This is also the order of Taishiwan Shmare's plan. Only by letting Uchiha Sasuke fully experience what is weak and small, can he agree to it more quickly. This effect is also surprisingly good. It's even beyond Shmare's original expectation. In just 2 days, Sasuke Uchiha agreed to stay here. And in order to show the side heart, a scratch was left on the forehead. From then on, he was the rebel of Konoha village. Oshimaru is very happy about this, and next he will focus on cultivating Uchiha Sasuke. In fact, the reason why Uchiha Sasuke would agree is that apart from being a bit miserable, there is another thought in his heart. Now that the strength is insufficient, there is no way to leave. Why not improve the strength, kill the Oshimaru and then leave? Use Dashmaru to improve your strength. Wait until Daishiwan is useless to him, then kick him away. This is not enough. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke, he hit this in his heart. Idea. I have to say that Uchiha Sasuke's heart is also very dark. Oshimaru and Uchiha Sasuke each has its own plan, and neither of them has good intentions. At this time, Konoha village. It has been several days since Uchiha Sasuke disappeared. One day Naruto Uzumaki can be said to be anxious. Round and round my good friends just disappeared. Laughter fairy, have you sent someone to find Sasuke? Naruto came to the Hokage building again. After entering Hokage's office, it was also noisy towards Jiraiya. Asked. I also saw Naruto appear again. Suddenly with a sad face. Naruto, an annoying fellow, came again. I have sent someone to look for it. If there is news, I will definitely tell you as soon as possible. Now, can you not disturb my work? Jiraiya also said that he still has a lot of work. How could I waste time with Naruto in the morning? It's been so few days. Sasuke shouldn't have an accident, right? Naruto sat sadly on the ground. Jiraiya also sighed sound. I don't know why Naruto has such a good relationship with the kid Uchiha Sasuke. Maybe this is the fetters between it, just like him and Dashimaru X _. Chapter 369, Remuneration to -125 Naruto _ Can you leave first and let me finish my work? After I get news from Uchiha Sasuke, I will definitely notify you at the first time, he said to Naruto in a self-confidence, that Naruto should not be allowed to stay here forever, which would affect his office efficiency. No, I'm optimistic that you didn't look for the good-looking fairy at all. If there is no news from Sasuke, I will not leave. Naruto looked at Jiraiya stubbornly. Jiraiya also covered his head. If it weren't for Naruto, it would be the son of Watergate. If it wasn't for him to look at Naruto more pleasing to the eye, Jiraiya would definitely throw Naruto this bear kid out. Naruto-sama, there is news about Uchiha Sasuke. A ninja walked in outside, wearing a mask, dressed as an amp. Great, say it quickly. Naruto immediately got up and grabbed the opponent's hand. And ninja glanced at Naruto. Then he said to Jiraiya, according to our investigation, Uchiha Sasuke was taken away by Yakushita Ushita from Onimaru. What? I was taken away by -1. What are you waiting for? Let's go to rescue Sasuke. The lecherous immortal. When Naruto heard that Oshiban's men had taken Sasuke away, he was immediately anxious. Hurriedly let Zilai also go to save Uchiha Sasuke. You leave first. Jiraiya carefully let the and ninja leave. Shimara's men took Sasuke Uchiha away. What's the calculation? Jiraiya's heart is a little bit unreasonable. Zig and Naruto clamored for him to save Uchiha Sasuke, but Jiraiya didn't want to do it in his heart. First of all, Jiraiya had no feelings for Sasuke Takashita. Met Sasuke Uchiha. But the other person has a very bad attitude towards him, and he is very arrogant. It was a bit too arrogant. It is precisely because of being too arrogant that Jiraiya dislikes each other very much, especially the twisted hatred still hidden in the other party's heart. Stay in Konoha village. It is a factor of instability. It's not bad to let the subordinates of Dashpan take it away. There is another reason, and that is the current situation in Konoha village. It is not suitable to go to Otonin village, which provokes the Oshimaru. Naruto, go back first. As for the rescue of Uchiha Sasuke, it needs to be discussed in the long term. I will make arrangements. Jiraiya is also ready to carry Naruto. Liu first. If you don't do anything about the horny fairy, then I'll go by myself. Crowd stood up angrily and walked outside. Jiraiya's face sank. Flash caught Naruto and threw him aside. Do you know where Oshimaru is? Can you bring Sasuke Uchiha back? It's better than doing nothing. Since I know that Sasuke was caught by Oshimaru, I will definitely save him. An extremely firm conviction flashed in Naruto's eyes. Seeing ashamed Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya also sighed. Naruto, a stubborn fellow, don't you know that this makes it hard for me to handle it? Okay. I promise you to save Uchiha Sasuke, but you have to investigate the Oshimaru first. In the position. The only way to be able to shoot. Jiraiya also nodded to Naruto, and now he only agreed to Naruto. Laughter. Don't lie to me. Naruto looked at herself with a suspicious moonlight. Give Jiraiya his liver pain. Would I still lie to you two right now? Jiraiya didn't mean to deceive Naruto, knowing that Naruto wouldn't let go if he didn't rescue Bozo. So Jiraiya is also straightforward to save Uchiha Sasuke. But there is a premise. That's Uchiha Sasuke's original intention to follow back S. But according to Jiraiya's knowledge of -1, the understanding of Uchiha Sasuke may become a traitor. Help if that happens. Don't be too sad, Naruto. What if Jiraiya is not in Ping Uchiha Sasuke? He is worried about Naruto. Only hope that Naruto will not react too aggressively at that time. Although these are all Jiraiya's guesses. But Jiraiya's guess Xiangdu is accurate, and he also believes in his guess. Naruto was sent away by Jiraiya. Then Jiraiya also dispatched Amp to investigate the base of Onimaru with all his strength, as the strongest forbearance village. Konoha village is still very good looking, for the base of Taishimaru is not to be found. After spending a lot of work, I finally found the base of Daishetai. Let's go. Naruto_I will take you there myself. Jiraiya also intends to go personally. He also wanted to see Taishimaru again. However, there was a guard by his side, and that was Akai. If Kakashi is still awake, I am afraid that even Kakashi will also take it. The affairs of Konoha village will be temporarily handed over to Mito Menyon and Shun Xiao-chun to deal with it, and I believe they can handle it well. Jiraiya also ordered, don't let Danzo interfere with Konoha's internal affairs. I still think Naruto is a bit dangerous, Kai said cautiously towards Jiraiya. Naruto should never leave the village of Konoha easily. In case of a little accident, Akai really can't afford it. Fine. Jiraiya also shook his head. He had always been outside before. Nothing happened to King when facing Orochimaru. Jiraiya was not afraid of him either. Akai didn't say anything, but Akai was ready. Even if you pay the price of your life, I absolutely must protect Hokage Taito. In Taishin, Xingyu is here at Daishiwan at this time. Well, Xingyu will come here. It was Daishimaru who specifically notified Xingyu to come. At this time, Xingyu is holding a piece of information about the research on bones and veins. Xingyu-jun, I spent so many years just researching these and continuing to study. I am afraid that I can't find anything. Daishimaru said to Xingyu. Although these things are of no use to me, I still have to work hard, Daishiwan, and give you a little reward. Xingyu didn't expect Taishiwan to be so serious. Originally, Xingyu had forgotten about this. Nearly 10 years had passed since Xingyu asked Daishiwan to study the bone veins. Although researched out the information, not much use for Xingyu. However, this attitude is directed at the big snake. Xingyu felt that Taishiwan should be paid 2 points. Otherwise he is a little embarrassed. Oh, I don't know what compensation Xingyu-kun wants to give me. Daishimaru looked at Xingyu very much, and didn't say what he didn't want. Just kidding. Xingyi's reward. How could he not want it? A ball of chakra appeared in Xingyi's hand, and then threw it towards the Orochimaru. Chakra was submerged in Dashwan in an instant. This is Daishimaru Zen, looking at Xingyu in shock. He can clearly perceive the changes in himself, especially the changes in the soul. The trauma that caused his own soul to be damaged because of rebirth. He actually recovered at this time. He feels that his condition is exceptionally good. The reward for you helped you heal your current injury. Xingyu said to Dashwan. Elgestshwan has also felt it. The weak body is no longer weak. Orochimaru clenched her fist. Indeed, she was in a very good state at this time. It was almost better than, even better during the victory. Chapter 370 Will not bully the weak. 35 Taishiwan adapted to the changes in his body. Then he looked at Xingyu curiously. I don't know how Xingyu-kun healed my injury. Originally, Daishimaru felt that injury is left by oneself. The injury is already irreversible. As for his injury, Oki knew best by himself. I don't seem to need to tell you about this question. Xingyu gave Daishiwan a lightly talked look, then said, that's me talking too much. Although Daishimaru was disappointed, she didn't continue the time. If she did, it would arouse Xingyi's disgust. By the way, Dashwan, let me tell you a piece of news for free, and I'm afraid you will be in trouble next time. Xingyu smiled and said yes to Daishiwan. I'm going to be in trouble? Snake was stunned for a moment. What trouble can he have now? Does the people of the organization want to do something to him? Among the troubles Orochimaru can think of now, it seems that there is only this trouble. Jiraiya is also outside your base. Xingyu didn't sell Guan Yu there. He had planned to leave, but now he didn't panic and left, ready to watch a scene. Jiraiya. Daishiwan's expression sank. To be honest, the changes in Jiraiya have surprised Okitaido. and he has been able to learn the fairy mode. You must know that Dashimaru is also very greedy for the fairy mode. I wanted to learn it before, but I didn't learn it. As for now, Da Snake wants to be in school and no one teaches him, because the white snake immortal was killed by Xingyu, and the other big snakes in Long Didong don't know the fairy mode at all. So naturally they can't teach him, so the pharmacist will do it in the future. There is no chance to learn the fairy model of Long Didong. From now on, the fairy model of Long Didong was lost. Soon, a little snake came to Dashwan. This is the little snake that Dashwan put outside to investigate. I just came over to report to Dashimaru that someone had invaded. It seems unavoidable. Oshamaru knew that he couldn't avoid it. But Oshawa was not afraid. If it was in the previous state, Tashimaru would definitely want to slip away, but now I have to thank Xingyu, he is in a very good state. Even if he fights with Zilai, Da Shuai doesn't feel that he has no chance. Even if Wang Zilai also masters the fairy mode, he still needs to be able to use it, no matter how strong it is. It needs to be used to be able to exert its power. And the fairy mode wants to interrupt it. It's too simple. Inability to enter the fairy mode instantly is the biggest disadvantage. Who will help you buy time during the battle? I really want to watch the battle between you three ninjas. Do you want to call Tsunade over? Xingyu began to think. Tashimaru's mouth twitched. If Tsunade really came, I'm afraid he and Zilai are also dead, can't carry them together. Tsunade has been with Hoshiba for so many years. The snake is fierce, unable to guess Tsunade's reality, but it is definitely stronger than him. And it's not 1.5. Oshimaru, you want to see Mudanzai if you want to see. I can call Tsunade over. Xina smiled and said to Tashimaru, number. I have seen the legendary Mudanel. Oshimaru immediately said that when the first generation of Naruto was reborn from the dirty soil, two have seen it. So don't meet Tsunade. I believe that if he sees Tsunade, Tsunade will definitely attack him. The reason is very simple. He reincarnated from the dirty soil and gave birth to Tsunade's grandfather and second grandfather. This is equivalent to playing with the soul of the deceased. It's no wonder that Tsunade doesn't kill him. One don't want to try, give it a try. Maybe try one. The consequence of the next is that you are really killed. The more life-saving Oshimaru. But he dare not play with these, Tsunade's words. 2 is to avoid if you can. Try not to meet Tsunade. Jiraiya has already come in. I will deal with Jiraiya. Osho greeted Junmaro, Yakushito and Sasuke, to deal with Jiraiya. If there are too many Konoha ninjas coming, then Tashimaru can only escape with Sasuke. Let Junmaro and Yakushi stay behind. Yes, loyal to him. Junmaro, who is heartbroken, has good strength. The pharmacists who helped him a lot are not as important as Sasuke Takashiga. Sasuke Uchiha is the most important container of Oshimaru, and everyone else can throw it away. But Sasuke Uchiha cannot at this time. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep look at Hoshiba, and then followed Oshimaru. Interesting, hope you don't let me down. In Xenia's boring life, L added a scene again. Now let's see if this scene is good. Great snake power, Sasuke Uchiha really walked in. Jiraiya didn't finish speaking, and then he looked at Xena who was walking slowly behind him. Xena, why are you here? Jiraiya frowned. If Xena is here, too, then it will be a bit troublesome. Who knows what he is doing here? One is really troublesome if he helps Tashimaru. Jiraiya, don't worry about that much. At best, I just watch the show, and I won't be able to bully the weak. Xingyu also waved his hand towards Zilai. I gave Jiraiya a reassurance. But in Jiraiya's heart it was very awkward to think, will not bully the weak. Then this. It means, is he already considered weak? Maybe I don't want to admit it in my heart. But this is indeed the case. In Xenia's eyes, they are all weak and small. However, Xingyu said that he would not intervene and would also eat a peace of mind in his heart. With Xenia's strength, he should not be able to tell lies. There is no need to lie to him, and there is no need to lie to him either. Jiraiya, you can find here. But I underestimated your ability. Inside the big snake, There was a bit of surprise in his eyes. I was really surprised that Jiraiya was able to find this place. Taishimaru thinks that his place is very hidden, but he did not expect that Jiraiya was able to investigate. Why is Sasuke Homokai here with you? Jiraiya pulled the impulsive Naruto aside and asked Ozemaru. In fact, when Jiraiya saw Uchiha Sasuke's forehead with a scratch, his heart had sunk into the bottom. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with his guess. Uchiha Sasuke became a traitor. Sasuke-kun is no longer the ninja of Konoha village now. Oshimaru replied faintly. What did you stinky snake say? Mingren stared angrily. With -1. Taisamaru Morihan stared at Naruto. This nine-tailed man's kid. I really don't understand the rules. Naruto, step back for me. Jiraiya also glanced at Naruto. Then he said to Akai, for a while you must protect Naruto. A tangled color appeared on Akai's face. If in other cases, protect Naruto well. But Hokage is here, isn't his duty to protect Hokage? You are very important to this nine-tailed man's kid. Daishimaru looked at Jiraiya strangely. Then heart. I don't know what's the idea inside. In dash. Perhaps the grievances between us should be settled. This time I will never show mercy. Jiraiya also took a deep breath, avoiding -1's question and begging. Chapter 371 Copy 8 Door Dungeon 45 Xingyu used wooden escape to create a chair. Then he looked at Taishimaru and Jiraiya who were about to carry them enthusiastically. At this time, Xingyu almost took a piece of watermelon or melon seeds, and became a thorough eating melon crowd. Is that Mew done? Dashimaru and Jiraiya both took a deep look at the wooden chair Xingyu was sitting on. Daishiwan is not too strange, anyway. No matter what the whirlpool Xingyu will he won't be too surprised now. And Jiraiya was a little surprised to be honest, but now is not the time to be surprised, and it is to deal with the power of the snake intently. Naruto, you leave here first. Jiraiya also ordered to Naruto. No, I won't go. Naruto rejected Jiraiya. Look at Sasuke. This look is a bit affectionate, but if I meet such a teammate, I will definitely slap to death. Josandu_Xingyu glanced at Naruto, and then said lightly. Obviously his strength is very weak, he is just a dragging player, and he doesn't follow the command to do his best here. If he changes to Xingyu, he will definitely slap him to death, lest he will be dragged down. It doesn't really matter that the 9 is weak. The scary thing is the protagonist in the blood-blooded anime without self-knowledge. Usually such people. Jiraiya was also very helpless and ordered Akai. Sound. Let Akai look at Naruto to avoid any accidents. As for himself, Jiraiya didn't have time to take care of Naruto, and he had to face Oki as his enemy. Just as Jiraiya also had a few more talks with Taishiwan, I suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and then my body became cold. Use the instantaneous technique quickly. Avoid the attack of the 2 piebald snakes coming from behind. This snake one, it looks like a poisonous snake. If it is bitten, it is very likely to be bitten to death. Sure enough, -1 didn't get into it at all. The shot was a sneak attack. The array of 10,000 snakes. Tai Snake Liu did not give Jiraiya a chance to breathe. Killed towards Jiraiya. Xingyu looked at it seriously. Xingyu couldn't guess the result of the battle between Taishimaru and Jiraiya. If it's just a strength evaluation, Xingyu must feel that Jiraiya is strong. After all, Jiraiya also has a fairy mode. The fairy mode is a big trick. All-round increase, strengthen itself, and it is more than 10 times, even dozens of times stronger. However, if you really fight, it is very difficult for Jiraiya to use the fairy mode. Of course, the most important thing is that Jiraiya is not as ruthless as Daishiwan. Taishimaru can kill Jiraiya without hesitation. However, Jiraiya can never catch up and kill Snake without hesitation. It is because of this that it is interesting for Xingyu. If you can see the victory or defeat from the beginning, it's even more meaningless. Huo done. Yanboi. This trick is to first train chakra into oil, and then use the fire escape the moment the oil is sprayed. Let the oil begin to burn violently. Both Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hizen are very good at this ninjutsu, and they are also very powerful. Zizil. For a while, there was a scorched and stenchy smell, which was the smell of the snake made by the snake cooked and scorched by the flame, which was very difficult to understand. Xingyu had already held his breath. Xingyu didn't want to breathe in this unpleasant smell. Sunbone vessel, Shice finger bullets. Junmaro saw the timing, and then shot towards Jiraiya. With me here. Don't even think about shooting against Naruto too. Kai jumped out. Help. Jiraiya also blocked the attack from Junmaro. Bemandungia Jingman, open. This is the 6th gate of Bemandungia. It is also the strongest state in which Akai can continue to fight. Although the 7th door can be opened, the burden on itself is too great. Kai opened the 7th door and couldn't hold on for long. That can only be used as a 2 trick. Never use it easily as for the 8th dead door. It is the bottom of the final press box. It will never be used until the end of the world. The use of 8 means that there is no way out. Amazing chakra. Oshimaru couldn't help but look at Akai. At this time, Akai already had the ability to pose a threat to him. Jiraiya also recognized Akai's strength very much. To be honest, if it weren't for Akai's brain circuit to be extraordinary, Jiraiya would also like to make Akai become Hokage. However, after the inspection, Akai is not suitable for becoming Hokage at all. No matter how strong he is, he can only be a thug. There is no leadership ability at all. Jiraiya's tentative candidate for Naruto is Kakashi. At first he was reluctant to be Hokage. If there is really no one to choose, Xylai will never become Hokage. Towards the peacock, Akai roared his fist in the air and turned into a shadow in the sky, and countless flames created by friction with the air. He struck at Junmaro. It was as beautiful as a peacock on the screen. Junmaro saw this. Immediately use the bones and veins of your body to block the front of you with your own bones to resist Akai's attack. You can consider copying the door Dungia. Xingyu felt that he could replicate Akai's 8 doors Dunley. Seeing Akai's display, Xingyu suddenly became interested. And the forbidden technique of Bemandungia is indeed powerful. In the hands of the stronger people, the 9 volume you have played should be stronger. What's more, Xingyu does not lack a copy card, just a high-level copy card. It can be copied over. It's also a good idea to think about it. With this idea, Xingyu didn't hesitate, consumed a high-level copy card and copied Akai's 8-door Dungia Forbidden Art. All the information about Bemandungia appeared in Xingyu's mind. In a short time, Xingyu had mastered the 8-door Dungia. To be honest with you, 8 Dungia is not difficult. The difficult thing is to have the physical body to use the 8-gate Dungia. If you can't force the 8-gate Dungia, you can play yourself to death. However, if Xingyu uses it, even if it opens to the dead door, there is absolutely no problem. If you have time, open the 8-gate Dungia array and have a try. It's just a prerequisite to find an opponent without an opponent, and you can't let him use it against the air. Don't worry too much about the opponent's problem. It won't be necessary. After a few years, Datongmahui will come out of the seal. There are also words 5.7 that the old fellow of the 6 Tao Immortals was caught by Xingyu. Absolutely, interrupt the leg of the old fellow Lidao Immortal. Don't ask for any reason, kill the old fellow Lidao Immortal. Don't need anything at all. Reason. After observing the old Yinbai who has been in the ninja world for thousands of years, he had the opportunity to catch his words. How could Xingyu let him go? It would be like to kill him directly. Putting these behind for the time being, Hoshiba continued to observe their battles. The battle between Akai and Junmaro, of course, was the one who had the upper hand and suppressed Junmaro to death. The continuous attack left Junmaro out of breath too. On the other side, Jiraiya was inextricably beaten with Taishiwan, and for a while, I couldn't tell who was stronger. No one took advantage anyway, and no one suffered. As for Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke Takashiha, they are both looking at each other in Jiking. I can see the strong base feeling just by looking at it. Chapter 372 is like a dog licking 55. Sasuke, I'm here to save you. I'll take you out of Ozamaru right away. Naruto ran to Uchiha Sasuke's side. but didn't see Uchiha Sasuke's cold expression at all. Pharmacist stood aside and watched faintly. He didn't take action against Uzumaki Naruto, but obeyed Taito Oshimaru's orders and looked at Uchiha Sasuke. Go away. I don't need your help. Sasuke Uchiha kicked Naruto away with a merciless kick. Naruto, who was kicked out, his face was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Why did he come to help? Sasuke was attacked by Sasuke. Naruto, don't you know, Sasuke-kun has stayed here voluntarily. The pharmacist smiled sinisterly, and then said to Naruto, Uzumaki. Naruto looked at Sasuke incredulously. Sasuke, tell me if it's true. Facing Naruto Uzumaki's questioning, Sasuke Uchiha didn't say anything at all, so he acquiesced. Are you threatened by Oshimaru? Naruto looked at Oshimaru with resentment. No, this is my 11th choice. You can roll the tail of the crane. Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto indifferently. I don't believe it. Definitely. Shun threatened you. Don't worry, I will save you. Naruto doesn't believe that Sasuke will betray and follow Oshimaru. He thinks Sasuke was threatened by Oshimaru. Damn, how do you feel that Uzumaki Naruto is licking a dog? Is it my illusion? Xingyu looked at Naruto at this time. It feels particularly like licking a dog. If Sasuke is a woman, the plot might be interesting. But Sasuke Uchiha is a man. It's too spicy. Xingyu Wang turned his head crisply, not looking at these two guys. 5 snakes. One bit her finger. 2 used psychic technique to psychic the 5 snakes. The huge size of one snake's. He directly destroyed the base of Oshimaru by too much. Oshimaru, get ready. The unhappy one snake was just about to ask for a sacrifice from the big snake, but Yugwang suddenly saw Xingyu and he withered. The original arrogance disappeared directly. One snake was too impressed with Xingyu. The reason why their Long Dai cave was turned into 2 halves was because of this person. The most important thing is that the other party actually killed the white snake immortal. She was full of fear when facing Xingyu. Big snake. Lee saw the trembling appearance of one snake, brows wrinkles. The frightened she has no fighting power at all. -1. Don't find me this time. I will find you to settle the account next time. Ran away, and the shrimp returned to the psychic world because of Xingyu. Haha, Dashimaru. Your 10,000 snakes are not obedient at all. Jai Lai also laughed when he saw this scene. Then immediately afterwards, the toad Wentai was channeled out. You don't have psychic beasts, and I have psychic beasts. This is the advantage. Daishila's face was gloomy. In the past, Taishi-Wan listened to Wanshi, no matter what. Now it seems that Wanshi must be drained. The pharmacist pocket, take Sasuke Uchiha, and then retreat. Oshimaru ordered to the pharmacist pocket, in the face of Jiraiya. Taishimaru had no intention of being a rival. Now that it has been discovered here, it can only be discarded. Yes, Lord Oshimaru. Pharmacist pocket grabbed Uchiha Sasuke and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto. Then he was about to leave. Let Sasuke go to me. Naruto Uzumaki roared. Then he attacked the pharmacist. Go away. Sasuke relentlessly in Uzumaki Naruto's hattori knife. If it's not a critical time, Naruto Uzumaki dodges for a while. I'm afraid it will be a while, but Sasuke Uchiha's target is Naruto's ki. Without companionship, whatever the bondage Uchiha Sasuke came to say, the most important thing in life is revenge. Sasuke, why? Naruto knelt on the ground in pain just now. He was almost killed. Naruto. Seeing this, Jai Lai immediately ran towards Naruto, but also ignored the Oshimaru. However, although Jai couldn't help it, but it's too toad. I'm holding my hand. The big sword in my hand is facing Shamaru. Chop over. Toad Wentai's strength is not weak, but it is really not a big threat to the power of the big snake. The big snake pill is not afraid of Wentai, the too big toad with a pipe in his mouth. Jai Lai didn't chase him. He was checking Naruto's situation. Help Naruto stop bleeding. Lecherous fairy, stop Sasuke. Be sure to take Sasuke back. Naruto endured the pain and said to Jiraiya, you almost died in his hands. Do you still care about what he did? Jiraiya wanted to beat him up angrily. If it weren't for watching him seriously injured, I would definitely beat him up. I believe Sasuke has troubles, please, lecherous fairy. Naruto also begged to Jiraiya. Juvenile, I think your bones are amazing at a young age, like a dog licking. When you grow up, you will be able to become a great licking dog. Xingyu couldn't help but speak. Talking about this guy Naruto, when facing Sakura, the appearance of a licking dog guy faced Sasuke, he was also a licking dog, and he was almost killed without care. It seems that Naruto is really suitable. Kimaro, you stay and cut off the road. The psychic of the snake came out of the group of snakes. Toad Wenter's attack was blocked, and then he commanded Junmaro. After finishing the order, Otaki left. Junmaro, to be precise, it was sold by Daishiwan. It doesn't matter, Junmaro doesn't care compared to Uzumaki. Naruto, to Junmaro licks the dog even more, and Oshamaru really licks the dog. 830_ abandoned by Oshamaru and left behind to cut off the road. Not only did he have no complaints, but he was very excited in his heart to be able to help turn Oshimaru. It is something to be excited about. Compared to, underneath, Naruto Uzumaki, who was determined to get Sasuke back, was far worse. As for the escaped Taishimaru, Jiraiya did not catch up, and the injured Naruto was still here, so Jiraiya couldn't put down Naruto to catch up. At this time, Naruto had fainted due to excessive blood loss. If he was awake, he would definitely be arguing for him to rescue Sasuke. Jiraiya didn't want to save Sasuke. What's more, I wish the other party had followed Oshimaru voluntarily. Akai. This person is handed over to UL must be defeated. I take Naruto to heal the injury. Jiraiya is also moving towards. K gave an order. Look at the battle. Jiraiya also knows that Akai can deal with each other, so he can relax and take Naruto away. When I trouble you, you go back first. Before Zillai left, he thought Toad Wentai said. Then he picked up Naruto and left here quickly. He wanted to take Naruto back to treat the injury as soon as possible. Although Naruto was not injured, the injury was not minor. If it is not treated as soon as possible, there is also life-threatening. Although Jiraiya can simply stop the bleeding but doesn't know medical ninjutsu, so I still have to take it back to Konoha village. Chapter 373. Don't you want to 15? After Jiraiya left, Xena glanced at Toad Wentai twice as he returned to the psychic world. Toad Wen is too ignorant of L. When it goes back, there was one more thing on his body. That was the technique of a Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God technique left on Toad Wender's body is naturally Xenu. I didn't watch this scene in vain. I found the location of Miyomu Mountain. Xingyu was faintly certain. That old toad in Miyomu Mountain. I should have seen it by myself. That old toad knows a lot. The old toad refers of course to the Big Toad Immortal. The name of the Big Toad Immortal is Toad Pill. Once instructed the 6 immortals to learn the immortal Modi face, and the other party also has the ability to predict the future, seeing the future from his sleep. That is, the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal. Xingyu didn't leave, but looked at Junmaro and Akai, who were still fighting. Although Akai, who opened 6 doors, was amazing, but still unable to take down Junmaro. Junmaro has gone all out, not at all costs. Even though he fell into a disadvantage in the face of Akai's attack, he has no words. Erman Dungia stunned and opened the door. This is the first door of Bayman Dungia to open the front door of the dead door. K will also have a great burden when used. The body emits blue vapor produced by the evaporation of sweat. The chakra bursting out of his body was stronger than the peak of the shadow rank. The explosive power of Bayman Dungia is indeed very powerful. The only pity is that it cannot last. The main reason is that too many ninjas cannot open Bayman Dungia for a long time. After Akai opened the 8 gates of Dungia Dishiman, his hair stood up. His eyes could only see the whites of his eyes. I can't even see the eyeballs. If you don't know, I'm afraid Akai will be regarded as a member of the Hyuga clan. Chi, who opened the 7th door, made a move. It is a killer move. After all, the shorter the duration of the first gate, the better. Sunbone Vein. Dance of Early Fern. Junmaro also used the strongest ultimate move, as if this was his last swan song, with countless bones coming out of the ground. The entire base is turned into a hell of bones. Die. The bones condensed into a spear, and then thrust towards Akai. Akai, the tiger-shaped high-pressure gas bomb from the punch shattered all the bones. Swallow it. Towards Junmaro. This is the first time Akai has done his best to deal with an enemy. And it is also the first time Akai has used this trick. Concrete power. I don't know how old Akai is. Boom up the base in dash and was completely destroyed. Jinbo reached a radius of several kilometers. This is caused by Akai's day tiger. Junmaro was dead, and he couldn't stop the attack from Haruto at all. To be honest, facing an attack of this level, even Uekai Hotachi could tear it apart even if he used Susanoo. In the original book, Akai is a trick of the day tiger. The ghost shark was hit hard. The strength of the ghosts, in the Akatsuki organization, is at the upper middle level. Akai knelt on the ground. The whole body is like a needle stick, general tingling. It doesn't even move. Dare to move. The consequences of using Bayman Dungyo are probably more painful than the kaleidoscope writing round eyes Shiki Suzuo Nenu. A good blow. I am even more looking forward to this 8-door Dungyo. Xingyu nodded in satisfaction, and then left here. Find a time to go to Myomu Mountain and chat with the big toad of Myomu IH, but Xingyu doesn't have that time now. Now Xingyu has to go back quickly. I can still catch up with dinner when I go back. Facts proved that Xingyu was really waiting for her return, and it happened to be in time for dinner after she returned. Fortunately I prepared. There are more meals. Otherwise you will be hungry. Mikoto said. This shows that I have good food. Xina said with a smile, and then looked at the table. Most of them were fish. It seems that Kushina and the others have gone fishing. You went fishing? Well, Chumim took us there. Do you think this big crab is big enough? Kushina held a too big crab in his hand. Signed towards Xinu. This big crab is really big enough. It is estimated that all 3 people will not be able to eat it. Of course, that would also be an ordinary person. Juxin. Chennai is especially good for eating. I guess this big crab is not enough for Juxin. It can be eaten by 1 person. After eating, Hoshiba couldn't help pulling Geikin and heading to Mikoto's room. As for what would happen, Tsunade and the others knew very well. I went to find Mikoto. Damn it, Kushina muttered rather uncomfortably. Then Kushina, do you want Hoshiba to find you? Tsunade looked at Kushina Kazumin. Of course. Don't you want to? Juxinai also took a special look at Xiaonan. He smiled and asked, Xiaonan, do you want to say? Why did Sister Juxin ask me? Xiaonan covered his face. It seems a little embarrassed. Xiaonan is still so shy. I can't help but want to bully. Juxinai sat next to Xiaonan, then pinched Xiaonan's cheek with both hands. I don't like people like you the most in my life. It's time for Xiaonan to resist, or maybe the 2 of us unite. Give Juxinai how about a lesson? Terumi asked Xiaonan in meditation. Xiaonan turned his head and looked at Zhao Mei's eyes, and then drew far away. After Xiaonan escaped, I saw you. Sinner jumped straight over and caught Chumime. I can't pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. Chumim, you will die for me. Kushina started to deal with Chumim, while Tsunade and the others were watching a good show by the side. Huahuo, what are you doing? Seeing the fireworks and incense phosphorus, Hinata was lying in front of Mikoto's room and couldn't help but ask. Hush, sister. Can you whisper at 3 inches? Huahuo surreptitiously glanced at the location of the living room. Seeing that Juxinai and the others didn't hear it, I was relieved. What are you doing? Hinata also deliberately lowered his voice, then asked the 2 of them, Xianglin and Huahuo. Nothing. Huahuo's eyes were a little dazed, and then quickly winked at Xianglin. Seek help from the incense phosphorus. You 1. Are you guys eavesdropping? Hinata glanced at Mikoto's door. I thought of brother Xinu and sister Mikoto of money going in together. His face suddenly turned red. There is also smoke from the top of my head. Oops. My sister is going to be shy. Dizzy passed. Hwahuo knew that her sister might be shy and fainted when she saw Hinata's appearance. Hanahuo also knows how her sister Hinata is too shy. I couldn't help but fainted. And Hwahuo also saw her sister fainted several times. It's much better now. Before. That's the real shy fainting at every turn. Before Hinata fainted, the fragrant phosphorus successfully hugged Hinata to prevent it from falling to the ground. Send Hinata to the room first. Also, don't eavesdrop here. If we are discovered, we will be miserable. Xianglin said to the fireworks. The most important thing is that I didn't hear anything in the end when I lie down here. The soundproofing is too good. I can't hear anything. Hwahuo nodded. If caught, I'm afraid it's really going to be miserable, and ran away with the fainted sister. Chapter 374. Go to Miyama Mountain. 25. Fragrant phosphorus. Fireworks. Come over, you two. I have something to do with you. Xingyu called Xiangfo and Hwahuo Westerners over. At this time, Xianglin and Hwahuo were a little nervous plus glanced at each other. Could it be that the eavesdropping thing yesterday was discovered? Hwahuo thought about it carefully, but the king couldn't help but push all the faults on Xianglin's head. Anyway, I'm just a kid. I believe brother Xinu won't punish him. So I feel a lot of peace in my heart when I think about Hwahuo. Aromaphosphorus does not yet know. Hwahuo is already planning to sell her. And Xinu looked at them with a smile. Okay. After hearing Xini's question, the last trace of luck in the heart of Xianglin and Hwahuo also disappeared. It seems that they have really been discovered. Brother Xinu, it's nothing to do with me, but I don't mean to eavesdrop on the phosphorus pulling me over. Hwahuo acted decisively. It was really decisive to push everything to Xianglin's head, and Xiangxai was completely stunned and stared at the little Lolita Hwahuo blankly. Never expected this little girl to be such a chicken thief. Yesterday, it wasn't that fragrant phosphorus was pulling the flower. 2080 went. But when Xianglin eavesdropped, I was seen by the fireworks. Then Hwahuo followed Z to eavesdrop. You are slandering. Xianglin angrily grabbed the fireworks and squeezed her small face vigorously. This is simply corrupting one's image. You can't be merciless. Ah, you woman, let me go quickly. I want to bite you. Hwahuo struggled. But where is Xianglin's opponent? Can only bite her shamelessly. I have been precaution for a long time. I knew that your puppy would bite and I can't bite it now. Xianglin looked at the flower triumphantly, hugging the fireworks from behind, pinching the small faces of the fireworks, so that the fireworks can't bite. Damn, you bad woman has the ability to put me down and let me bite. Hwahuo let out an incompetent rage. Hee hee. Do you think him a fool? Xianglin glared with anger. This little girl is betraying herself. Okay. You two, stop fighting. I haven't said how to punish you. Xingyu interrupted the two of them. Suddenly, Xianglin and Hwahuo's expressions froze. When the two of them ran to the door to eavesdrop yesterday, Xingyu had already found out. It's just that Xingyu was doing a regular job at the time. Nothing. Zero Beck has time to train them too. Master Xingyu, I admit it is wrong. No matter how Master Xingyu punishes me, I can be punished whatever. Xianglin blinked at Xinu. Xingyu is full of black lines. Are you giving me something secretly? Bang up drum yo. Xiangxai held his little head. Looking at Xingyu aggrievedly, what they wanted was the kind of punishment, not that. You don't want to knock me on the head? Hwahuo saw the fragrant phosphorus cry. Suddenly took a few steps back. Little wise head is a little afraid of pain. So now am I want to run away? If so, I will give you hell training in the future. Xinu threatened the fireworks who wanted to escape, and instantly stopped the fireworks from moving. Looked at Liang Yu aggrieved. Oh, I see. I won't dare to eavesdrop anymore. Hwahuo pouted. The second officer looked very aggrieved. Obviously, I didn't hear anything. It's okay if you hear something. But nothing happened. Now that he has to be punished, Huahuo feels that he is too wronged. What do you really want to hear? Xingyu was a little speechless. Don't you two know shy? If your character just compliment Hinata bang on the fireworks did not escape, Xingyu knocked his little head and caused fireworks hugged his head and squatted on the ground. He looked cute with tears in his eyes. Forget it, I won't continue to punish you. But you remember, don't have another time. Otherwise, don't blame me for teaching you severely. Xingyu feels it is necessary to be nice with them, with a good reminder, lest they forget about it. But Xingyu felt his own reminder warning. Fear. It's useless to be afraid. Don't look at what they are doing now. In fact, he is too courageous. Got it. There is absolutely no next time. Xianglin and fireworks promised together. Xingyu sighed and glanced at Xianglin and Huahuo. I feel that fireworks and incense should not be mixed together. In the past, fireworks were not like this. The fireworks before was at best a little arrogant little lie. Now it has become my guess. Hyuga can't believe that this is his daughter. Okay. You two will reflect on me first. Xingyu sent the two of them to reflect on themselves. Already. Then Hoshiba came to the yard, and Tsunade and the girls were sitting in the yard at this time. Tsunade, Kuzina, Chumima are playing cards. Xionan is making origami. Hinata and Mikoto water the flowers. Geikin, I want to leave. Xina said to Meza for a while. Where to go? Mikoto put down the shower in her hand, turned around and asked Xinu. I have something to do when I go to Miyama Mountain _ I guess I will be back after a long time. Shimush-han, isn't that a holy place for toads? How do you get there? Tsunade put down the card in his hand and tore off the stick on his face. Note. Towards Xinu, Tsunade and the others play cards. Those who lose have to put stickers on their faces. And Tsunade has never won. It can be said to be miserable enough. This is also normal. It's strange that Tsunade's luck can win. I naturally have a way to go. Let's go first. Hoshiba also didn't talk to Tsunade. It was a bit troublesome to talk about it. Also start with Jiraiya's battle with Taishulai. Too troublesome. It's really fast enough. Tsunade couldn't help muttering when Hoshiba's figure Jijing disappeared. But Tsunade doesn't have to know. Tsunade, do you want to keep playing? If you are afraid of losing, you can give up. Kushina rushed toward Tsunade. That's right. We will never laugh at you. Terumi nodded and said. Tsunade looked at them both. I suspect that you are running on me now, so there is no need to doubt it. The fact is that you two are running on me. Tsunemo gritted his teeth. Play? Of course I am afraid of you. I haven't been afraid of anyone yet. Today I'm on the bar with you. Don't believe me, you want work every time. Xingyu has already sensed the space where Miyama Mountain is, and came to Miyama Mountain through the Flying Thunder God technique left behind. One of the three holy places. Yes, it is definitely dozens of times stronger than Longdidong in terms of environment. When I came to Miyama Mountain, Xini felt that this place was much stronger than Longdidong. It's not like Longdidong. I feel disgusted by looking at the environment. The environment of Miyama Mountain among the three holy places should be the best. As for the remaining wet bone forest where the slug lives, although Xini has never been there, it is not a good place to hear the name. What's more, slugs don't like places with light. Just imagine what a wet bone forest looks like. Chapter 375 Seeing the Big Toad Immortal 35 Xini Moonlight looked around and didn't see the big toad in Miyama Mountain. Strange. Where's the big toad in Miyama Mountain? Xingyu didn't see it. Yukui uses Kigura's small eyes to perceive Chakra's information, looking for the toads of Miyama Mountain. So it's not here through the perception of Kigura's heart. Xina knew that Miyamoto Mountain was so too. The Long Dai cave I've been to before is much larger. The location where Xingyu was restricted was actually outside of Miyama Mountain. Except for some children, there was no big toad at all. Toad lives in the center of Mount Miyamoto. So Hoshiba can only leave here and go to the middle line of Mount Myoki. The distance is not close, but Hoshiba has space ninjutsu, so distance is not a problem at all. Using Huangquan Biliangzaka, I came to the place where the big toads lived in no time. I saw a group of toads. Except for the small size of Shinzuo Xianren and Zima Xianren, The other toads are very large, just like the toad Wentai. Not much worse than the one-time shoe. As for the strength, although Toad Wentai is not weak, Xinu does not feel that Toad Wentai's strength is comparable to that of the tail beast. Who are you? One is carrying Tutsu. The body is two-toed with emerald green color. Questioned vigilantly towards Xinu. If Xinu had not admitted wrong, this toad should be Toad Wentai's brother, Toad Guang. Toad Wentai has two brothers, Toad Jian and Toad Guang. Xinu glanced at Toad Guang, and ignored Toad Guang. His signature is Big Toad Immortal Toad Pills. As for where the Toad Immortal is, Xinu doesn't need them to lead the way, because Xinu had already sensed the aura of Toad Immortal. Wonderful. Mushan is not a casual trespasser. Seeing this red-haired human ignoring himself, and about to break into the interior, Toad Guang suddenly pulled out the two big knives behind him. Toad Guang is usually taciturn and doesn't like to talk. This is also the case at this time. He warned Xinu and then prepared to use force. Miyama Mountain does not welcome human beings. It does not welcome trespassing celebrities, especially the direction of the ancestors' sleep. Roll. Xinu didn't even turn his head back, and the bull's eyes of the Ninniga Jade Wheel revolved in a flash. The majestic and irresistible repulsion beat the toad fly out. Although Toad Guang did not die, he was also severely injured, at least for a short time. I can't get up. However, the breath of Xinu attracted more toads. Even Shinzuo Xianren and Zima Xianren appeared here. Two old toads stood on the heads of Toad Wentai and said that the three brothers of Toad Wentai were the sons of Shinzuo Xianren and Zima Xianren. Are you Uzumaki Xinu? Immortal Shinzuo looked at Xinu and took a deep breath. How did Wuxi Xinu come to Myoban Mountain? At the same time, he knew that he was in trouble. Don't think these toads are staying in the spirit world. They felt that these guys knew little about the information about Kyuji. They didn't know a lot. The main source of intelligence, of course, it was through Jilai. So apart from seldom going out, some toads that don't know about the outside world have some influence on Xinu. You are two-toed, give me away. I'm going to see the toad pill. Xinu faintly said to these toads. Do you want to meet the Toad Immortal? Shinzuo Xianren is more vigilant. Other toads don't know who the Toad Pill is, but it serves as the guardian of the Big Toad Immortal. Guard. Of course it is. Yes _ I don't want to talk nonsense with you. It's up to you whether you have eyesight or not. Don't let me bloodbath you, Miyama Mountain. Although Xinu's tone was extremely plain, but what he said was murderous. Although there is no dislike for this group of toads and star feathers, they have no good feelings either. If they block their way, Xinu doesn't mind trampling them to death. Good wife, even if your strength is very strong, do you think you can still play wild in Miyama Mountain? Toad Wen was very angry, and her already fierce face looked even more fierce. Here, I have talked about how strong the maelstrom Xinu is, but he has always been in a state of hearing about it. But he hasn't really seen it. So although Toad Wentai is very jealous of Xinu, but not to the point of fear, you group of toads, you have to let me do it. The breath of Xinu staring at the group of toads became dangerous, and the murderous aura that Xinu had been converging was released instantly. Bloody murderess. The entire space was dyed red. This is the first time I have seen this terrifying murderous intent to make these toads so terrified. Immortal Shinzuo and Immortal Zima seem to have seen a sea of blood. It was the murderous spirit that affected their thinking. Let them have hallucinations. Just rely on murderousness can make them illusion. Shenluo dancing. Xinu has no time to babble with these toads. Speaking of Hansen, it is really Hansen. One move Shenluo dancing. All these toads can be achieved in seconds. Even if the strength is not weaker than the shadow level Shinzuo Xianren and Zima Xianren. At this time, they were also severely injured on the rock wall, and their body was severely injured so that they could not move. Xinu walked slowly through with no fluctuations in his heart for killing this group of toads in seconds. One trick under the 6 realms. What's weird? Even if it is a 6th level person, Xingyu may not be able to stop a few moves with his all-out effort. Xingyu didn't kill this group of toads. After all, he didn't have a deep hatred with this group of toads. He came here just to see the toad balls. This group of toads all lost their fighting ability, and naturally there is no toad that can stop Xingyu from seeing the immortal toads. In a few minutes, Xingyu came to Miyomu Mountain, the real interior. He saw the big toad fairy frog pill, which had been alive for at least 1,000 years. Toad is still pretending to be asleep. Xingyu looked at this toad, faintly said. Originally, the old toad pretending to be asleep opened his eyes _ he looked at Xingyu with a deep and wise gaze. When we meet for the first time, introduce myself. My name is Huo Xingyu. I think you are familiar with me, right? Xingyu floated in the air, and looked at each other with immortal toad. I'm very new to you. Clamball shook his head, and he was really unfamiliar with the whirlpool star feather in front of him, or he was someone who shouldn't exist in the first place. There used to be no other party in Toadwind's prophecy. Now after meeting, Toad still can't see through the other party, but he can feel. Getting to the other side is very life-threatening. It doesn't matter whether you are unfamiliar, or who knows it. It doesn't matter to me. I came to you for some purpose. Xingyu didn't care whether this big toad was familiar with him. Xingyu came here to ask the toad pill for answers to some questions. I have some questions, and I want to find a toad for you. I don't know if you can answer it for me. Toad pill looked at Xingyu. He knew in his heart, if the answers to these questions, if you can't satisfy the other party, perhaps their Miyomu Mountain Holy Land is really going to be dangerous. If I knew, naturally, I wouldn't hide. Conceal. Toad Mary looked at Xingyu and said, if you refuse, you will definitely offend the other party. Judging from the murderous sorrow I sensed before, the other party is not good at all. Superior Chapter 376 The Problem of Xingyu 45 Seeing the big toad immortal, Xingyu nodded in satisfaction. Toad for this attitude, obviously knew Shizzy better than the white snake immortal. As the saying goes, those who know the current affairs are handsome, and those who don't know the current affairs, you can refer to the fairy white snake in the end, even the corpse is not left. Put it in the small toad. If you answer my question seriously, I won't do anything to you Miyamushan. Xingyu gave the toad pill a heart relief. As for whether the opponent is stable or not, Xingyu doesn't know. My first question, is Otsumoto Yui dead or not? After this problem happened, Xingyu stared at Toad Pill. If it dared to lie, Xingyu could see 100%. Toad Pill that has been alive for at least 1,000 years. It must be old enough and cunning enough. But under Xinya's size, its silk soul fluctuation Xingyu can find it. I want to lie and fool him that there is no E. I didn't think that 330 would make you know the name. Toad Pill is a bit majestic. It has been thousands of years, and some people know the name Daijian Mu Yui. There are countless people who know the 6 Tao Immortals. Even common people who are not ninjas know the 6 Tao Immortals. In Naruto World 6. The status of Taoist immortals. It is no different from the god of the legendary insect. Some people even use incense to offer nuns. Everyone knows the title of 6 Tao immortals. But who knows the real name of the 6 Tao immortals? Otsuki Yui. Don't give me emotion. Answer my questions quickly. Xingyu stared at Toad with no expression. On my time is not for you to waste with emotion. He is not dead. Toad Maris' eyes were slightly complex. How could he die easily if he reached that level of strength? Xingyu nodded lightly. He didn't show any surprise. After all, Otsuki-ku, the village is not dead, and it is only natural that Yuitei Itongi, as the older brother, is alive. In Xinya's eyes, Shiji-u of Otsuki-ue must be stronger than Otsuki Umura. Of course. Now Teitonki village is dead in Xinia's hands. Clamwai also kept staring at Xinu and saw that Xinu was able to remain calm when it said that the 6 Tao immortals were not dead. Toad Maru guessed in his heart that maybe he knew that Daijian Mu Yui was not dead. Fortunately, I didn't deceive the other party before. If I deceived him, then it will take the consequences. So, the first question, where is Otsuki Yui now? The previous question was just asked by Xingyu casually. By the way, to see if the old fellow Toad Maru would lie. And the first question is what Xingyu wants to know most. I can't answer this question. I don't even know where Otsukiyu is. Toad looked at Xina staring at Toad Tai. But he didn't lie. It seemed that he really didn't know about it. Right. Tei Tongma Ui is hidden, and how can it be easily known to others thousands of years ago? After the 9 net-tailed beasts were separated, the 6 immortals disappeared. I don't know where he went. Maybe he has already left the ninja world. This is Toad's own guess. After all these 1,000 years, there is no half of the news about the 2 brothers. Regarding the matter of Ludoxianran's younger brother Otsuki Umura, Toadpill chose to conceal it anyway. The other party did not ask. It is also not clear whether the other party knows or not. It's not going to say anyway. Where did Clamball know that the reason why Xina did not visit Daijinki village? It was because Datonki village had been killed by him. Who would ask for information about the dead? The last question. You can predict the future, then can you predict me's future? Xina is still a little curious about this question. Toad's ability to predict can see the future of a corner of the world, so can it predict him? Also, now because Xina came to this world, the so-called future should have changed. So what does the future predicted in Toad at this time look like? I can no longer see the future clips now. Toad shook his head and didn't hide it. Starting more than 10 years ago, it will not be able to see the fragments of the future, as if its power had disappeared. Xina looked at Toad-chan deeply. There shouldn't be any. Deceive yourself. If you want to lie to him, Xina can detect it. In that case, I won't bother here. Xina turned and used Huangquan Hirasaka to leave, and did not continue to embarrass the big clams of Miyamu Mountain. Toad balls can be regarded as honest. Plus the toads of Miyamushan are not profitable. Xina naturally does not do things that are not profitable. After Xina left, Toad Maru breathed a sigh of relief. When Xina was here before, the pressure on it was really too much. The more an animal, the more obvious the perception of crisis, although the perception of danger. The toad. But it's not as good as a snake, but definitely more than humans. Toad feels that Uzumaki Xina is more dangerous than the woman who wants to destroy the world, Datongma Huai, and try not to provoke it in the future. However, the other party asked what to do about the 6 Tao Immortals. Is it because he wanted to deal with the 6 Tao Immortals? Toadpill is not clear, and does not intend to participate in it. Although its strength is not weak, it intuitively tells Toadpill the consequences of participating are very serious. I came back so soon. Meza watched Xina, who had returned home, and Xina hadn't left for more than half an hour in total. It's just that I have some questions to ask old Toad, and I will come back after getting the answers. Xina smiled and walked to Mikoto's side. Then water the flowers with Mikoto. By the way, how about Hinata? Xina remembered that when he went out, Hinata and Mikoto started watering the flowers. Why can't I see Hinata when I come back now? Hinata was dragged by the fireworks to practice. Xiao Nan said to Xingyu, is being pulled by Huahuo to practice? When did Huahuo work so hard? Xingyu was very puzzled. Huahuo's little Y-head, but not a hard-working guy. I like to be lazy when practicing. Said that I wanted to defeat aromatic phosphorus. I went to practice hard to defeat aromatic phosphorus. Xiao Nan said with a smile. Hoshiba nodded, then walked to Tsunade and the others who were still playing cards. At this time, the gold parts on Tsunade's face were all notes. Those who lose will have to put a sticker on the face Tsunade and keep losing. So the notes on faces 1,1_ are all covered. Kushina and Trumi look much better. They just posted a few. Tsunade, are you still persevering after being so miserable? Hoshiba opened his mouth to Tsunade, asked, what are you doing here? I'm about to win the card, because you came here to distract me and cause me to lose. Tsunade used the pot on Xinia's head irritably, making Xina very speechless. Obviously because of your luck. Someone can't do it on their own, and they have to blame others. Terumigyu, right? Kuzina casts a defiant look at Tsunade. Yeah, I have been playing for hours. I didn't win. I admire this luck. Tsume admired Tsunade very much. It was the first time I saw people with such a dark face the most. Tsunade's garbage card was drawn every time. Chapter 377 It's okay to hug left and right. 55 Stop playing. After losing a few more hands, Tsunade threw the card in his hand. I suspect that the two of you are cheating. Tsunami, who has never won once, is desperate, and firmly doesn't believe that this is a problem of his bad luck. She suspects that Kushina and Tsume are back in their old age. Hate Tsunade. You are questioning our character. If you deal with others, I may be able to use it, but if you play with you, do you think I need it? Kushina looked disdainful, but she hadn't forgotten that when Hoshiba was a child, she relied on Tsunade to make money in the casino. Tsunade never won. Tsunade's face sank, and she looked down on herself. She felt that she had to find her lost dignity. Okay Tsunade, don't worry, let's play some games that can be won by IQ in the future. Hoshiba held Tsunade's shoulder, said to Tsunade, those who rely on IQ may win. But a game of luck? Tsunade, the African chief, really can't play. Although he is fair and beautiful, he is an African chief. I feel so angry. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. Playing cards with Juxina and the others, I've been taunting myself for winning all the time. The ridicule is forgotten. The key is not to live up to it. There is no way to go back to 11. By the way, I'm going to Zenren village. Are you going? The rope tree should still be in Yunren village. 9. Hoshiba turned to Tsunade. Mandria go. I'll take a look. It's been a long time since I've seen a rope tree. Tsunade shook her fingers and forgot. She herself didn't know how long she hadn't seen the rope tree. Note that if you forget the rope tree behind your head, why go to Shock Ninja Village? Juxinai asked Xina suspiciously. Take Hinata and Huahuo to take a look. Hinata told me that I missed my mother a few days ago. Xingyu replied, spreading his hands. Go back tomorrow. It's almost evening today. Meza put down the kettle for watering the flowers and walked towards Xinu. Well, anyway, don't worry, just listen to Mikoto. Xinu looked at Meiza, who was coming by Qan, and stretched out his hand to hug Meiza and turned around. Hurry up and put me down. Mikoto patted Xinu's shoulder lightly. You really? Do you want me to put you down? Xinu looked at the expression on Mikoto's face and asked Mikoto. Obviously the performance is very dependent at this time, but he also said to put her down, a little suspicion of duplicity. Why hold Mikoto? I want you to hold me too. Kushina pouted. Some jealous pounced at Xinu. Be careful to fall you down. Xingyu held Meza in one hand. Then the other hand held Juxinai. It's okay to hug left and right. Tsunade looked at Xingyu with a sullen hand and said, looking at Xingyu with a smug expression on his face. Tsunade was particularly upset. Would you like to hug me? If you hug me, it's definitely more comfortable than holding Kushina and Mikoto. Tsunade raised his head and looked at Hoshiba. So Hoshiba's moonlight couldn't help but attract him. What's so great? Kushina looked specifically at Tsunade's place, then hugged Xinu tightly. HMPH, I won't give up my position to you. Kushina hugged Xinu, never let go. Even the other side of Mikoto also held Xinu tightly and didn't let go. Sure enough, it's popular, Xingyu said deliberately. But immediately Xing, you knew it was too early to be proud. Kushina and Mikoto couldn't understand Hoshiba's triumphant appearance. Then stretched out his hand and pinched Xingyu's waist. Although there is no pain. However, Xinu still deliberately showed an exaggerated expression, expressing that he was in pain now. Let go of me. I am going to cook, Meza said to Xinu. Although I am more greedy for Xinius embrace, cooking is more important. If you don't cook, isn't it going to be hungry at night? Although it's okay to be hungry, but I'm used to it. If I don't eat, I feel a little awkward. After Msei left, Xiao Nansu suddenly appeared in Xingyu's arms. Tru Miming and Tsunade, who were already eager to move, looked stiff. Xiaonan, you are so fast. At this time, you are not going to help Jianqin start cooking? Tsunade said angrily. No, I don't think I can help much. In the past, so I won't go. Xiao Nan shook his head toward Tsunade. By the way, do you want to go to Wenren village with you tomorrow? Xingyu invited Jixin and the others. Forget it. I'm not interested, but you guys remember to come back early _ don't come back too late. Otherwise, Jixin glanced at Xinu with a threatening look, although Xinu didn't know what Jixin would say afterwards. But if you guessed it right, I definitely wanted to say how to clean up. You dare to threaten me, I will take care of you tonight. Don't beg for mercy. Xinu leaned close to Jixin's ear and whispered towards Jixin. Who would beg for mercy? Jixin curled his lips. Very good. I like to see your stiff mouth. I hope you can still be so stiff. But Kushina, you never haven't persisted. Xinu laughing is really wretched. Stop making this kind of laugh, brother Xingyu, it affects your temperament very much. Xiao Nan said to Xingyu. Really? Okay. I don't hearing Xiao Nan's words affecting his temperament. Xingyu instantly reduced his smile. What kind of joke? How could his temperament be affected? After a while, Xingyu let go of Jixin and Xiao Nan. Then he said, he'll ask Hinata, Huahuo, Xianglin and the others to come back for dinner. Xinu 830 just walked out the door. Then just watch. The Hinata fireworks that came back with the companions also had incense phosphorus. It seems that they have not forgotten to eat either. I was about to ask you to eat. I didn't expect you to come back. Brother Xinu, what did you do before? Isn't there something fun to not take me? Huahuo ran over and jumped onto Xingyu, and asked Xinu. Yes, it's just fun. I didn't take you, but left you at home on purpose. Xingyu nodded. Humphrey. Huahuo snorted angrily when he heard the word Slan turned his head to ignore Xingyu. It seems to be really angry. Xinu ignored the angry fireworks _ put the fireworks down and walked into the room. Just. Mikoto has already prepared a sumptuous dinner. It's really fast to cook with the shadow avatar. That's right. Mikoto used the shadow avatar technique. That's how fast she did it. Otherwise, you have to prepare a large table of meals. Mikoto is probably alone. I'm afraid it will take a long time. My favorite fried tempura is so good. I love you, Mikoto's sister. Huahuo saw his favorite fried tempura. Suddenly no longer cared about sulking. It's fine if you like it. I will often make it for you in the future. Meza touched the little head of the fireworks spoilingly. The fireworks are here. It's really popular. You really can eat whatever you want. Chapter 378 Bullying Little Alita. Huahuo 15 After dinner, Xingyu rubbed his bloody head on the top of Hyuga Huahuo's head. Hanahuo, tomorrow I will take Hinata and you back to Yunin village. Your mother should miss you very much, Xingyu said to the fireworks. Originally enjoying the flowers caressed by star feathers _ I stood up now. It seemed to be particularly excited. What? Take my sister and me back to Yunin village too? Do you dislike me? Huahuo looked at Xinu with tears and sweat. Xinu can't figure it out for some reason. Why did I say that I dislike you? It's not that I didn't bring you back. But from Huahuo's point of view, if you go back with the land, her father will never let her follow. Then he can only stay at home, thinking of staying at home in the future, reading those boring books on etiquette and carrying out tedious practice. Huahuo couldn't help but feel wronged. I had a very happy time in Uzumaki. After returning home, he was about to face his severe father. In the past, Hua must still be able to bear it, but he has been used to the fireworks of a good day. It is obviously unbearable now. Keep it small. Not to send you back. When you come back, I will bring you back. Xingyu gave Huahuo a cup of coffee. Really? I feel like you are lying. Huahuo looked at Xinu and didn't believe it. Isn't the shoot so undressed on its own? If you haven't done anything to break your trust, why not be trusted? I won't lie to you, little girl. Xinu raised his hand to the fireworks. Stop 7 _ knocking the fireworks with a small aggrieved expression. Really? You won't lie, won't you lie? Why bully me? It's a lie. 1005. Hey, I bullied you. What to do? Xingyu poked Huahuo silently with his fur fingers. His face paused. Tsunade and the others looked at Hoshiba speechlessly. How to become like a child. Started to care about the kid. Huahuo was very angry. watching Xingyu actually poke herself with her finger, angrily showing her little virtual teeth, and then bite it. Damn, you actually really sucked it underscore comma. Xingyu couldn't help but tugged at his finger. But the fireworks completely competed with Xingyu. Biting Xingyu, you not mouth. It took about half an hour for the fireworks to let off Xingyu. Not wanting to let Xingyu go. Mainly it is unable to bite. Why is it so hard? Huahua whispered. You want to bite my finger off. Xingyu didn't do well and rubbed the mouth above the finger on Huaxio's body. Unexpectedly, I didn't even leave a tooth mark, so I am not convinced. Huahuo looked at Xinyu's fingers, but there was not even a tooth mark on them, and immediately felt very unconvinced. If you are not convinced, please hold it back for me, Xing. You lifted up. There was a flick on Hua's forehead. Damn it, one day I must be bullied back. Looking at Xingyu King Zhang's face, there is no flower that is always new. And the name is still green. Meeg's mouth is hard. Ah, I'll be with you now. Huahua yelled to Xingyu. Fight. 8 punches. After Bao set 8 punches, Huapi Xing, you pressed her butt on the sofa and started to cry. Are you really crying? Xingyu looked at it after only a glance. The girl Huabai is pretending to cry. There is no drop from the eyes. This is too unprofessional, even the eyes. At any rate, I have to leave 2 drops of ooh. It is too unprofessional to leave even a tear in the chain. Well, whoever asked you to bully me, let the elder sister help me avenge me. I was crying fakely. I turned towards myself, asking sister for help. Is the fake Inato is the prefecture who wants to choose from Xinia's clutches. After leaving, Huahuo turned to Xingyu with a triumphant expression, which seemed to be still up. Lesson. Xingyu decided to catch it next time I bullied her severely. The more Cheng Lei likes to bully Huahuo, hurry up and take a rest. Remember it tomorrow. Then follow me to Udexing. If you are not obedient, use ninja. Liuran village. Kun 3 said to Huahuo. Huo's expression changed. Stay in the fog. Huahuo is not willing, although the father of ninja village is in Yunan village. But it's Huahuo mother 4 who doesn't want to stay at home. My mother is okay, but if I kissed myself, I was really tough on myself. Huahuo is not too old, but her personality is relatively trapped at home as a bird in a cage. Jumping out of it is more uncomfortable than killing her. No, I don't want to stay in the fog if you leave me in Yunan village forever I will ignore you for the rest of my life. Plus I splashed and rolled on the sofa. If Hyuga Nizu sees this bear, Gabai will not recognize this daughter, right? Okay. I promise you. Bull stayed in Yunren village. If I would leave 4 in Zenren village, Kushina would not agree with you. Young Xingyu really kept the fireworks. I'm afraid they are. It must be with home, mainly because they have already learned here division a lot. Xingyu. Are you sure that the little emperor's palm of the rope tree? Asked Xingyu. Don't get me wrong. Tsunade is eager to deal with Xingyu, but to give Suosu a silent tribute to Xingyu in advance, perhaps still in the Yunan village, maybe it's already. Xingyu also didn't know that Shili should have a great chance of staying. I can't get away anyway. When the sun's hair phase arrives, Xingyu can find the power LM without anxious at any time. Bunsey grabbed the rope tree. It must be a good training, but now I have found a girlfriend. Come on, the sorrowful rope tree doesn't know that he is still a single Wang, and the old sister from 3 is going to come and clean up. Stop. Let's go. Juxinai told me I told you to beg for mercy without forgetting. It was you who glanced at Kyoshina. Zero stopped and tried to go sneak Lithan. Ha, who's afraid of whom? Let's go. Masahina hummed at Hoshiba and followed Hoshiba. This is death. To face you suffer. I looked at Juxinai and smiled slightly. I should be able to see Juxinai's jokes when I gloat. Jujina gritted his teeth. Form underscore. I heard it. Don't hold back the opportunity, otherwise, absolutely let her set up a good girlfriend and know that I have a handful of Juxinai for the joy of reading original works. Chapter 379. Do you still sympathize with me? 25. Early the next morning, Xingyu walked out of Juxinai's room, and found that the others had already gotten up. You guys got up early enough. Hee. I should change the conversation. Should I say you started too late? Are you still sleeping? Tsunade glanced at Xena then asked he well, Juxinai is a bit tired, so he hasn't gotten up yet. As for why Kushina is tired, I believe that without Hoshiba, Tsunade and the others can understand. Since you are up, let's go. Tsuna held Xena in his hand. And then he was about to set off when Nindu, wait a minute. I haven't eaten yet. You always have to wait until I have something to eat before leaving. Xena said that he hasn't eaten breakfast yet. If you don't eat a meal, you won't die. Hurry up and go. Tsunade pulled Xena with dissatisfaction, followed by Hinata and Huahuo. Sister Me. Huahuo, remember not to come back after you go back. Xianglin waved to Huahuo. I'm coming back. The fireworks walking behind turned his head and grunted at Xianglin, sulking like an angry pufferfish. Xianglin smiled. Seeing the angry look of Huahuo, can't help but 687 laugh. No wonder Xena likes to bully fireworks too much. Hurry up. Tsunade Xioza poked at Xena, and asked Xena to use the space technique to lead them to Tsunade. Too tired. Tsunade curled his lips. Can use space ninjutsu in the past, why bother to walk around? Okay, lazy pig. Xena immediately resorted to Huang Kun Hirozaka and stepped into the dark space door. Tsunade, who had reacted, chased after him angrily. Sister, we are one. Rise. Huahuo took Hinata's hand. She herself didn't dare to go in. The dark space hole was really a bit scared. If something goes wrong, what to do if you send her to an unknown place? To Huahuo, the little girl, is still very cautious. After Hinata and Hanai come over, they saw Tsunade chasing Hoshiba. Sister Tsunade, come on. Huahuo cheered on Tsunade. I really want to see the scene where Tsunade teaches Hoshiba who bullies her. Hanahuo, you actually called Sister Tsunade to TSK against your will. Hoshiba avoided Tsunade's fist, and then came to Huashao's body. The fireworks are very nervous while watching. What do you mean? Tsunade was unhappy at this time. Did he want to use her age as an argument again? Tsunade vowed that if Hoshiba dared to mention it, he would definitely punch him into a meatloaf. Ahem, it doesn't mean anything. Let's go to the Hyuga clan. Hoshia looked at Tsunade, who was really going to get angry. He felt that he still had to stop doing it. Sending Tsunade really wanted to beat him. He still couldn't return the single league. When they came to the land of the Hyuga clan, Donato and Huahuogwan saw their mother. Xenu naturally did not follow the law. Hyuga Nizu at this time, probably the office should be in the Shuaiying building, and now the principal of the Hyuga clan is Hyuga Rizai. So Hoshiba found the Hyuga. Finding Hyuga Nispa also happened to find the rope tree. This guy was drinking leisurely with Hyuga Nisazu at this time. However, after seeing Hoshiba and Tsunade coming, Nobuki suddenly spewed out a sip of wine. And Hyuga had a look on his face. Sister, why are you here? Noose Tree quickly stood up, looking at her sister Tsunade nervously. I was sprayed by the rope tree. After seeing Tsunade, he touched and left, telling him instinctively that it is the best way to go now. Yu Shengxiu first silently mourned for him. A moment. Old sister? You just called me old sister. Tsunade's originally ugly expression became even more ugly in an instant, staring at the rope tree with cold eyes. The rope tree couldn't help but swallowed. After that, Shengxiu looked at Xena with bitterness. Why Xena suddenly brought his sister over, and didn't give him Seizunbai at all. It's okay to tell him in advance. He also has time to run away. I'm not saying you are old. The rope tree tried to save his own life, but the desire to survive was still very strong. Go with, die. Tsunade punched Pfunduscore in the past. I was a little bit angry at Xena before, and it happened to vent on the rope tree. Bang up! The rope tree was beaten and flew without any resistance. The body was inlaid on the rockery not far away, with a miserable expression on his face. Tsunade, please be gentle, don't kill the rope tree. Hoshiba held Tsunade. If it wasn't because the rope tree had an immortal human body, I'm afraid it was really hammered to death. In fact, Tsunade is also very embarrassed at this time. It is not that she wants to make heavy moves, but that Tsunade is used to it. I used to chase the stars with annoyance. When Tsunade uses that much strength, and Xingyu did nothing. As a result, Tsunade didn't know how to make his move at this time, and was miserably carrying the rope tree. I'm going to see how the rope tree is doing. Xingyu walked over, then dig out the rope tree from the rockery, and used the palm fairy technique to heal the rope tree. Sister, go save me. The rope tree grabbed Xingyu in horror. His elder sister was violent, almost beat him to death, so I could only ask Xingyu to save him. Oh, it's really miserable. Xingyu looked at the rope tree and couldn't bear it. Liv slightly shook his head. That rope tree, I didn't mean it. Tsunade walked past embarrassedly. However, seeing Tsunade walk in, Ropeki immediately stood up and hurriedly separated from Tsunade. Sister, I think it's better for us to increase the distance. I feel safe. The rope tree spoke to Tsunade from a long distance away. Can I still kill you? Tsunade, annoyed, the rope tree raised his fist and immediately hid behind Xingyu. I'm really afraid that you will kill me. Shengxiu whispered. Wasn't he almost killed just now? The old sister is really getting more and more violent. Then Shengxiu looked at Xingyu with sympathetic eyes. There is a violent woman like the old sister. Shengxiu thinks Xingyu is also worth it. Xingyu has no mind-reading skills. If you know what Shengxiu is thinking, definitely slap the back of the rope tree on the head. Do you still sympathize with me? First think about how you will spend it next. And there is still time to sympathize with him. What's more, does Xingyi's life like a winner in life need someone to sympathize? It should be the envy of countless people. My elder sister, you are coming over. Why don't you tell me in advance, so I can meet you personally? Shengxiu, looking at Xingyu charmingly. It's embarrassing. Xingyu covered his face with rope tree's charming appearance and quickly pushed this guy away from him. Disgusted and pulled away from him. If I tell you in advance, you might have run away. Tsunade stared at the rope tree, really thinking she didn't understand. Nustri lowered his head. This is a fact. If he really knew that Tsunade was coming over, Ruski will definitely run away impatiently, but he is particularly worried about Tsunade's righteousness. The point is not as simple as preaching. It's mainly because Tsunade can do it. It is said that a gentleman uses his mouth but does not do it. But Tsunade is not a gentleman. Secretly sighed in his heart. Then he complained again in his heart why Xingyu didn't notify him in advance. You can't get away if hurting. Chapter 380. The daughter was really abducted. 35. Hoshiba and Tsunade sat down. Rope tree stood far away. They didn't dare to come close at all. Tsunade looked a little bit angry when he looked at the appearance of Nobuyuki's only promise number. I thought of the punch I had just hit the rope tree. There seems to be no way to be angry. Gangbin unconsciously hit too hard, and he was scared to beat the rope tree. To be honest, if Xingyu hadn't treated the rope tree would at least have to lie down for a week to recover. Hoshiba held the teacup, looked at Tsunade, and then at the rope tree, looking like a good show. As for the rope tree to wink him, Xingyu pretended not to see it. Do you have eye problems with the rope tree? Tsunade asked the rope tree expressionlessly. She is not blind. The rope tree winked there. Why she couldn't see it? No. Ruski shrank his head, and now he was particularly afraid of Tsunade's sister. Hey, Ropeshu, you are not young anymore. You should get married. Tsunade sighed and said to Rope Tree, Ahem, it's not that I haven't found the right one yet. Let's talk about it after I find the right one. I'm not in a hurry. Ropeshu replied very perfunctorily, I'm sorry. He has trouble communicating with women. I didn't plan to find the other half at all. Tsunade was a little angry, and he looked like a rope tree. How can she not tell? I still have a task now. I want to finish it as soon as possible. I'll talk about it another day. The rope tree immediately used the instantaneous technique to leave and decided in his heart that he would not return in the future. Anyway, he is not a member of Saren village, so he is still here. Mainly an invitation from the day errand. Now he has to. It runs fast. I think he wants to piss me off. Tsunade patted angrily. Get off the table. The marble table was torn apart. The poor table is scrapped. Xingyu looked at the torn apart table and couldn't help sighing. After sitting here for a while, Hyuga Nizu came up. Hearing Xingyu coming, he hurriedly returned from the water shadow office. Yo, Nizu, you are so excited to see me. Xingyu looked at Bixiang Nizu and said with a smile, Hyuga Hifoot is gloomy. Zhejiang old face _ excited. Which eye of your eyes sees me excited? Where is my daughter Huahuo? Nizu asked Xingyu. This fellow, Wuxi Xingyu, just abducted his eldest daughter, Hinata. He even abducted his second daughter, Huahuo. So why is Hyuga not angry? But it's useless to be angry, especially if you are angry with Wuxi Xingyu. There is nothing to do. People, the top priority is to get her Onagawa back. Your daughter Huahuo went to see her mother. By the way, Zhuan is waiting for me to leave. Huahuo will follow me, Xingyu said to Hyuga Nizu in advance. Of course, Xingyu also knew that Sunblood Sunfoot would not agree. I disagree, absolutely disagree. Hyuga's reaction was much more than Hoshiba expected. If it weren't for the fact that there was no table here, Hyuga would have taken a table on the spot. I know you don't agree, but the point is, what's the point of your disagreement? You ask a girl who doesn't want to go with me, you have to say that your father really failed. Xingyu shook his head. The reason why Huahuo didn't want to stay at home was mainly related to Hyuga Nizu. The complexion of Hyuga Nizu was black. Okay. Don't be black here. Go and see your daughter. We won't be here long and we will leave. Xingyu waved his hand to Hyuga's Japanese foot. He didn't want to see a black face. Hyuga Nizu standing here as if owed him money. Hyuga his left. Go to see the little daughter Huahuo. Be sure to persuade Huahuo to stay at home anyway. The success rate of Hinata's trip here is infinitely close to zero. The Y-head of Huahuo will definitely not stay at home. I hope Hyuga and his will not be pissed off by that time. Maybe if you don't get angry, you will faint. Let's go. Let's stop sitting here. Take a stroll in Wenran village. Hoshiba, stand up. Come, take Tsunade and walk outside. I'm not interested. Tsunade was still sulking about the rope tree, and the kid ran away. I'm not happy. Then, should I go directly to the rope tree? It is very easy for me to find the rope tree. Hoshiba said to Tsunade. It was really simple that there was a space mark left by Hoshiba on the rope tree. It's too easy to find a rope tree. Forget it. It's useless to find him. I guess he won't listen to me. The wings are hard. Tsunade waved. Let's go with the flow. Where the Ropeshu wants to find a girlfriend. Tsunade doesn't mean it. Ask more. Hoshiba took Tsunade out to play. On the other two sides, Hyuga Hinata glared at the fireworks. You will stay at home from now on. I don't want to stay at home. Huahuo heard her father let her stay at home. Immediately retorted. It was the previous time. Fireworks certainly doesn't have the guts. And now the fireworks are bolder. When Hyuga Hizu saw the fireworks, he dared to refute his words. Suddenly, I was a little angry and blamed the guy Uzumaki Xingyu. Hinata, you persuade your sister to go down. Looking at the stubborn fireworks, there is no good way for Hyuga Nisai to fight against children, right? Even though he is not a good father, he can't beat children. Hinata struggled for a while, and then said, Father, I think I should respect the fireworks choice. Hyuga Hisa's mouth twitched. It seems that her daughter was really abducted. Moreover, both daughters were abducted, and Hyuga felt that it was a mistake to no Uzumaki Hoshiba. Well, in fact, in my heart, the Hyuga Nisan is still very grateful to Xingyu. If it weren't for Xingyu, the Hyuga clan would never think of being so brilliant. In the end, Hyuga Nisa did not persuade Kuyuo to stay at home. Instead, he was moved by Hanhuo and Hinata. Certainly. And Hinata and Huakong's mother helped Huahuo talk about it. So to the end, Hyuga Nizu agreed, and Huahuo could leave with Uzumaki Xingyu. In fact, Hyuga Japan football recognizes that hell. It's useless to block it himself. It can't stop it at all. So Yukui agreed. Huahuo's face is full of joy. It would be best if his father can agree. What about brother Xinu? Huahuo asked Hyuga Hizu suspiciously. The corners of Hyuga's mouth twitched. Every time I heard my two daughters called brother Uzumaki Hoshiba, Hyuga was speechless. Chlorophyll. But is this plane, a generation older than the Whirlpool Star Feather 3? Thinking of myself overwhelming Maori Xenius generation through his daughter's name, I felt happy in my heart. That's right, this guy Hyuga Nizu. It looks very serious on the surface, but it is still a bit boring in my heart. But it has a serious face and is never known to outsiders. I hope he won't do anything in Murin village. Hyuga Hizu was slightly worried. I think of Uzumaki Xinu every time he goes to Konoha village. Basically no good things happened in Konoha village, and Hyuga could not help but worry that Mizuno Duko would not be an official ninth. Chapter 381 Poison Chicken Soup 45. I stayed in the fog, and then in the evening, before the sun had completely set, Hoshiba returned with Tsunade, Hinata, and Huahuo. Your stubborn father actually agreed that you would follow me to the Uzumaki kingdom I am quite surprised. After returning, Xena said to the fireworks, well, I actually think my father is very stubborn sometimes. Huahuo agreed with that, and even almost said that his father was old antique. But in the end he didn't dare to say it. I'm afraid that I will be taught by my sister. Xingyu is too human. I specially prepared this for you. Do you want to taste the chicken soup? At this moment, Xianglin walked out of the kitchen with an altar splendidly. In this jar is the chicken soup made with aromatic phosphorus. I understand it, but I am not hungry now. Just kidding. Before opening the 453 lid on the jar, Xingyu smelled a peculiar burnt smell. How could this chicken soup be better? Besides, Phosphorus has no experience in boiling chicken soup. Xingyu can be 100% sure that this is poisonous chicken soup. Sumion's second hint about Phosphorus: even if you are full, you still have to taste it. Trumi Ming blinked, staring at Xinu. Looking at the arc of Trumi Ming's mouth, he almost couldn't help but laugh. Xingyu had the urge to slap Trumi Ming's ass. Seems to be the reason why she hasn't been trained for a long time. Zhao Meiming started to jump up. It's different from Kushina, who likes to dance more often. After Xenia's education yesterday, Juxinai has successfully understood what Rentune is. Of course, Xenu didn't think Juxinai could keep a low profile for a few days. Seems to see Hoshiba's dangerous eyes. Trumi Ming immediately narrowed his smile, and then sat in a serious manner. Sheep. But it is too late now. Xingyu is already staring at Shang Zhao Meiming. Yes, after all, it's fragrant phosphorus, and it can't be wasted. Why not let Trumi drink it? Xinu took the jar in Xianglin's hand and placed it in front of Trumi Ming. No. No. Before Trumi Ming said anything to refuse, Xianglin ran over in a panic. Then he picked up the jar. Xingyu raised his head to see that there was something wrong with the phosphorus, which was a bit weird. This can only be drunk by Master Xinu. Aromaphosphorus' face was slightly ruddy. The eyes hidden under the glasses flickered. Some did not dare to look directly at Xinu. Only I can drink. Did you put something in the fragrant phosphorus? Xingya's mouth twitched. It's not that Xinu suspected aromatic phosphorus, but fragrance phosphorus had a straight record. In the past, aromatic phosphorus had been prescribed to myself. That kind of love potion. It can't be cured by Xenia's physique. Naturally, O9 has no medicinal effect, but Xenia has discovered it. Severely taught the fragrant phosphorus 2 times. No. Xianglin waved his hand quickly. Okay. It doesn't take time now. The performance of aromatic phosphorus at this time has already exposed himself. It seems that fragrance phosphorus has once again dropped. Yes. Fragrant phosphorus. It's no wonder you are so active in making chicken soup for Xinu. Juxinu understood it now. However, Masahina also admires the courage of phosphorus. She was not as old as phosphorus in the first place. TSK Tusk Xianglin, last time you were caught, but you promised you would never commit the crime again. Now what do you say should you do? Xinu embraced his hands and looked at the fragrant phosphorus. Of course it's Mrs. Xingyu what he says. It doesn't matter what Mrs. Xina disposes of me. Phosphorus simply broke the jar at this time, pounced directly to Xingya's side. He also blinked at Xinu. This nympho is so courageous. In comparison, Sister Wetu is too useless. Huahuo looked down with his head down. Hinata shyly played with his fingers, and sighed as if he was a little adult. Little girl, what do you know? Kushina knocked Huahuo's head. Damn, he bullied me. Now Sister Juxinai, you bully me too. You bully me. I'm fighting with you. After the fireworks was knocked, he was very unconvinced, and struck Kushina with his wangbakwan. Then, there is no longer the fireworks that were still aggressive just now. At this time, make a defensive posture of holding your head and squatting defense. Xina glanced at Juxinai and Huahuo who were arguing. Then he looked at Xianglin's body. Next time, Zed will never spare you lightly. Xingyu pinched Xiangfo's nose, then said, I thought I really wanted to punish her like that. Actually, Xinu, you are very proud. Mikoto Moonlight stared at Xina closely, as if she could look through Xinia's Z cuts. _sound. Proud? Mikoto, what are you talking about? I don't know. Xingyu put on a look that I didn't understand. He was obviously pretending to be stupid. In fact, he was really proud in his heart. I feel Xinu is about to jump up. Proudly, Juxina let go of the fireworks, and then said, Is I proud? How do you two know? Should we take a look now? Is there any pride in my heart? Xina grabbed Miza while Mikan was not paying attention. Hold Mikoto in her arms. Xinu, you let me go first. Mesa's face changed slightly. Then I want to break free. However, Xina had already been caught. How could Xina allow Mikoto to break free? It's not good to be too clever. I have to be taught. Xina reached Mikoto's ear and whispered to Mikoto. Yeah, I won't be so smart after I know. I'm a fool. Mesa nodded his head. It's a pity that it's too late for the meat. How can I not eat it? Congratulations, Mesa, you delivered it yourself. Xina laughed and hugged Mikoto and then walked towards his own room. Kushina, I think you seem very happy. If Mikoto knew how sad it should be. Tsunade glanced at Kushina. What do you know? I am happy for Mikoto. Shouldn't I be happy to receive grace? Juxina spoke to Gang in a serious manner. In fact, thinking about it last night, 2.3 is not wrong, but Xingyu is too strong and it is also an annoyance. Tsunade looked at Kushina. Zed curled his lips in a serious manner. Kushina, I heard you begging for mercy. Tsunade. After falling, Kushina's face flushed. Was it really heard by Tsunade? No, it must be that fake sound insulation is so good. How could Tsunade hear it? Guess it. Kuzina glanced at Tsunade angrily. Haha. I was really guessing before, but seeing your expression change, I guess I guessed it right. Tsunade laughed. Don't laugh at me. Don't you beg for mercy? You have no right to laugh at me. Kushina was dissatisfied when he heard Tsunade's laughter. Go to Tsunade. Tsunade's expression became slightly stiff, and, after a while back to normal, she didn't care what Juxina said. The 382nd chapter. Xiao's organization plan begins. 55 Ding Shan congratulates the master for obtaining a high-level copy card. Hearing the sound of the system, Xingyu, who was sleeping, opened his eyes late, and 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. Xingyu obtained 2 advanced copy cards. But this is not important. Even if there is a copy card, Xingyu has no place to use it. Big brother Xingyu, you are awake. Xiao Nan opened his eyes in Xingyu's arms. Xingyu slept with Xiao Nan last night. Do you want to get up? Xingyu touched Xiao Nan's blue and purple hair, and asked Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan's face was red, and said sadly, I can't get up. I don't have the strength. I blame you, brother Xingyu. I am afraid I will be laughed at today. No, they don't seem to be qualified to laugh at themselves. After all, they are no better than themselves. Okay. Then Xiao Nan, take a good rest. Xingyu let Xiao Nan take a good breath, and then got up by herself. After pushing the door open, go outside. You have all finished breakfast. Don't you keep it for us? Xingyu, who came out, looked at Kushina and the others who had just finished breakfast at 11. Couldn't help but say, "There's nothing to do with this. Who made you up so late?" Xin spread his hands. "There is still a special place in the kitchen," Mesa said to Xinu. "It's better for Mikoto. Too, I know Mikoto will never make me hungry." Xinu smiled slightly, and then walked towards the kitchen. After Xinu finished eating, he walked into the room with breakfast and fed Xiaonan himself. "I'm so envious." "Huahuo, you little girl walked in without knocking on the door. This is too taboo. It's too rude," Xingyu said to Huahuo. "No, say, how did you become the same as your sister?" Huahuo said depressedly. Her sister Hinata often educates her about polite things. The character is getting more and more wild. This is unpopular. Xinu pinched Huahuo's cheek. "Let alone, the hand feels particularly good." "Huahuo, can you go out?" 3 inches. Xiaonan was quite harmful at this time, with an urge to bury his head in the quilt. "Is Sister Xiaonan so shy too?" But she is much stronger than her sister. "Sister is really shy." Huahuo glanced at Xiaonan. Then he thought of his sister Hinata. "Can't help but say to Xiaonan, since you like to stay here, then you are responsible for feeding Xiaonan breakfast. I happen to have something to go out." Hoshiba puts breakfast in Huahuo's hands, and then leaves Uzumaki country with Hirozumi Hirozaka in the stunned eyes of Huahuo. "Beige, what can you do with me?" Xingyu I talked to Beige and asked S. Beige handed him the flying lightning god kunai that now Xinu gave him, allowing Beige to connect with himself when something big happened. "Master Hoshiba, Uchiha brought that Uxiang emblem to Nagato to discuss and prepare to report to Taito Hoshiba, specially by the team members of the plan, shrinking and respecting the report. Now, are you executing the plan?" Xingyu was not surprised, and it was indeed time. Akatsuki's plan to collect tail beasts is about to start. "Yes, Taito and Nagato have already discussed it. I think this is too much. I need to report it to Master Xinu." Beige lowered his head and said, it was not that he wanted to report to Xingyu, but that he didn't tell Xingyu. "I'm afraid there is a risk of being killed. What's more, these things are not particularly secret things, even if they are reported to Xinu. There is no problem at all. Xingyu will know sooner or later. It is estimated that Nagato will convene Akatsuki organization soon." The staff began to announce. "Okay, I know about this." Xingyu waved to Beige. Beige stepped away immediately. He could understand Xingyu's meaning. "In that case, I should also go to the Xiao organization base to have a look." After Beige left, Xingyu whispered to himself. Before heading to the Akatsuki organization base, Xinu first returned to the country of the vortex, talked to Kushina and others, and then went to the Akatsuki organization base. "Hey, who are you to dare to break into the Akatsuki organization base? It seems that I need to ask me to sacrifice you to the evil god Taran." Fejuan looked at Xinu, who suddenly appeared at the Xiao organization base, waved the bloody march sickle in his hand and looked at Xinu murderously. "Court death." The corners are watching Fejuan's behavior, can't help but scream in secret, "L, you dare to provoke Uzumaki Xinu. Could it be that you really don't want to live one?" Although the flying section has an immortal body, but the angle feels that if it is a vortex star feather, it may not be impossible to crack the undead body of Fejuan and really kill Fejuan. Xingyu glanced at Fejuan. Then Fejuan fell to the ground with a plop, although he was not dead. However, an illusion by Xinu brought down the flying section. Ajiaodu went over to check and found that Fejuan was not dead. He was relieved. The time to get along with Fejuan is not short, so Jiaodu has some feelings for Fejuan. "I don't want to see Fejuan be killed." "URL Xinu." "This is the first time I have seen him." Deidara looked at Xinu very curiously. "I advise you, if you don't want to find death, it's best not to go up and provoke. Otherwise, the end may be worse than flying." Fejuan, as Deidara's partner, The Red Sand Scorpion kindly reminded Deidara, who although these two people are because of art conflict in technical philosophy. But sometimes it is quite sympathetic. The Scorpion of Red Sand didn't want to see Deidara go to death by himself. Deidara glanced at the Scorpion of Chishu in amazement. Although his character was fearless, he did not provoke him either. He is not the idiot of Ftuan. This is the first time I have seen these new members of the Akatsuki organization. Xinuwang glanced at all of them. All the members of Akatsuki's organization are here. No, the guy hiding in the dark, didn't show up. There is also the body of Nagato 783, but Heavenly Way Pain _ already represents everything. Quilt, Xing and Yu glanced over, making them very stressed. They clearly didn't show the slightest aura, but they gave them a feeling of invincibility. Call. Uekai Hitachi exhaled breath. Even standing with Uzumaki Xinuuto Getha, I feel very stressed, and I don't know how strong the strength of Maelstrom Xinu is. Anyway, what is certain is that Maelstrom Xinu's strength is stronger than that of Leader Pain, and he doesn't know what exactly he joined Akatsuki's organization. As an undercover agent, Bozobo Itachi is under great pressure. If there are enemies like Uzumaki Xinu, can Konoha really resist? Uekai Hitachi is also not sure. Go see step by step. You are here too. Pain glanced at Xinu. Here, he is the most complicated of Xinius senses, and at the same time the most fearful. I don't want to see Xinu the least. Naturally, I can be regarded as a member of Akatsuki's organization anyway. Xinu faintly laughed, then said. Pain looked at Xinu deeply and didn't speak. Although you said you were a member of the Akatsuki organization, I did not see that you made half of the contribution to the Akatsuki organization. But now the plan is about to begin. Maybe you can use the power of Xingwin Xinu, some of which are more difficult to deal with and difficult to eat. The bones can be handed over to Maelstrom Xinu. I just don't know if he agrees. After all, he couldn't order Wuxi Xinu at all. Chapter 383 Return to Sand Ninja Village 15. All members of the Akatsuki organization gathered. Black and White was here at this time, and only Uekai Hidaido, who was not suitable for showing up, did not come. Before hitting the flying segment of illusion, has also stood up. The illusion was lifted by Xinu. At this time, Ftuan looked at Xingyu with a jealous look. At least he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Xingyu. The ghost knew what he had experienced in the illusion. Xingyu stood on top of the glim of outer Dao. He also made no remarks. He came here to carry soy sauce. However, Akatsuki's organization of collecting tail beasts is not related to Xinu. The eight-tailed bull ghost is now controlled by Xinu. Once you joined Akatsuki's strength, I also said Akatsuki's goal is to reclaim the eight-tailed beasts. Now the plan to catch the tailed beasts has officially begun. Pain didn't give a speech and simply said a few things. After all, Nagato is not Yahiko, and he is autistic, and he can't make any comments. Not to mention catching the tail beast. Do you still need any comments? After that, the task of catching tail beasts and catching a tailed crane is assigned. L still fell on the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara. The art duo was responsible for catching the tail. Do you mind if I am with you? Xingyu smiled lightly, asked to the Scorpion of the Red Sand and Deidara. Pain glanced at Xinu after hearing this. Hidden in the dark, Nagato frowned and hoped that Uzumaki Xinu wouldn't make any moths. If Maelstrom Xinu destroys the plan, he doesn't mind acting with Maelstrom Xinu. Tailed beasts are the key to world peace. This is Yahiko's dream. Nagato does not allow any errors. At this time, Nagato's heart is firmer than in the original book. I don't know if Naruto Uzumaki can defeat Nagato with his mouth. Senior Maelstrom Xinu will follow. Naturally, there will be no opinions. Red Sand Scorpion said. Xinu and Chisha Scorpion, if they are based on their age, should be regarded as the same generation, but because Xinu is strong and respects the strong, it is natural to call seniors. Deidara looked at the Red Sand Scorpion eyes. He didn't even have any comments. and he happened to be able to learn more about the downstream vortex feathers. I heard that the old man was almost beaten to death by Huoxinu. Deidara wants to see how strong he can almost kill the old man. This old man. It refers to the third generation of Dokage Onogi, and Deidara is the disciple of the third generation of Dokage Tennogi. Information about Yiwai Renzulai as the person responsible for the collection of intelligence. Also handed over all the information to the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Is Yiwai Renzulai the fifth generation Fenning? It's a bit challenging. Going to the village of Senyaxi. Do you have any thoughts about Senyaxi? Deidara asked the Red Sand Scorpion. The Red Sand Scorpion glanced at Deidara and then controlled Fliu to leave on his own. Seeing the Scorpion of Red Sand ignore him, Deidara will naturally no longer run over to be boring, and should turn to look at Senyaxinu. I heard that you have beaten the little old man Tayemu. Is it real? Deidara's character is more active, and he is also very concerned about this aspect. Today Deidara is also very concerned. The main reason was that he looked at his teacher Onoki so much that he couldn't understand the old stubbornness. That old man Ohimu? It was just a lesson from Mao at the beginning. Xingyu faced and waved his hand. Deidara has a weird expression. Are you pretending to be forceful? Although I can't get used to Onomoto's stubborn old behavior. Deidara's heart recognizes Jiamu's strength. Deidara remains skeptical about whether Dry Maelstrom Star Feather can carry Tai Yi Ben. As for Xinia's casual lesson of Onomoto, Deidara was even more arrogant. The fact is not that Xenia is bragging at that time. Xenia was far from his current strength, but slinging 2 wild wood was the same as playing. Even without using your hands, you only rely on the abbreviation of Double Eternal Flower. Lunyon, you can beat Onomoto. The staff of Akatsuki went out. Each has its own actions, but if the tail beast seals it, must start from end first. Kyubi was sealed at the end. Xingyu was taken as a tour of mountains and rivers along the way. And Deidara was more depressed. It was because the actions of the Red Sand Scorpion were too slow. Senior Scorpion, shouldn't you walk so slowly because you made a shot at Sand Ninja Village? Your heart is softened. Children soft, huh? The Scorpion of the Red Sand sneered. Even if it dealt with the village of Sand Ninja. The Scorpion of the Red Sand will not be soft-hearted, otherwise it will not kill the 3 generations of Fenning. The weather in the ghost place of the Kingdom of Wind is really bad. Xingyu looked not far away, and the sky was filled with yellow sand, which was the work of a sandstorm. The effect on Xingyu is not very strong, and a repulsive shield is formed around the body. Block all the wind and sand outside. But Deidara is more unlucky. After eating a few bites of sand, the image is also particularly embarrassing. The Scorpion of the Red Sand is okay. Because his body is hidden in the blood amber, the sandstorm cannot have any effect on him. I knew it. I won't join this mission anymore. Deidara couldn't help complaining about eating sand here and how interesting it was to blow up a few villages. Yes, Deidara is a terrorist. Art is an explosion, so Deidara often goes to blast the village to show his art. If Pen hadn't threatened him too much, perhaps Akatsuki's organization base would have been bombed by Deidara. Came to Sand Ninja Village. It's better here. Sand Ninja Village is built on an oasis. It is much better than other places in the country of wind. At the beginning, Sand Ninja Village should have asked Senju to plant trees. Xina couldn't help but say if Shinobu Village really asks Senjujima, the character of Senjujima might really come over to help her. How do we get in? Deidara asked the Red Sand Scorpion. I have an undercover agent in the village, so I will naturally take us in. Scorpion was very agreed. I don't care how you get in. Go in, by the way. Don't expect me to help. I can't help. Xingyu turned his head and said to Theme Sound. Then he walked into the Sand Ninja Village to swagger. No. Are the guards of Sunnen Village a fool? Why don't you stop him? Or let's go in like this. Deidara saw Xina walk in swaggeringly, but the ninja guarding Sand Ninja Village didn't react at all, and immediately wanted to walk in like Xinu. If you don't want to find death, it's best not to, Xi said lightly. Maelstrom Xinu can get in. It doesn't mean that the two of them will be able to swagger in. If they are targeted, it will be very detrimental to the next plan. Cut, he'll fly in directly. Deidara glanced at the scorpion, and then used the detonation stick to create a huge giant bird. Deidara jumped onto the giant bird and directed the giant bird to fly towards the interior of the Sand Ninja village. The messy guy, the red sand scorpion, was quite unhappy. This guy is not afraid of being discovered. It is completely increasing the difficulty of the task. Although it is widely rumored that the internal strength of Sand Ninja village is not strong, the red sand scorpion knows if it's just the two of them, Sand Ninja village competes. Still not sure of the name, the red sand scorpion, originally born in Sand Ninja village, has a good understanding of the inner strength of Sand Ninja village. Chapter 384. Do you want me to show you how to destroy Sand Ninja village? 25. Xinu walked on the street of Sharon village, causing many people to look over. Among them, there are more women. My charm that has nowhere to put it. Xinu sighed faintly. If it's Juxinai and the others here, she would definitely say that Xinu is narcissistic. But Xinu would definitely not think that she is narcissistic. I am so handsome. Sarah Shinobi is even more dilapidated. Before Xinu looked around for a while and remembered that it was more than 10 years ago when he came last time. In the past 10 years or so, not only did Sand Ninja village grow less, too, it was even more dilapidated. The reason for everything is because of the Third Ninja World War. At that time, the Third Ninja World War emptied the entire Nindu family. Although the Kingdom of Wind is a big country, it is not particularly rich in itself. Although the area of the country is large, its geographical environment is too poor. In addition, the defeat of Sand Ninja village led to the fact that the Kingdom of Wind did not grant funds to Sand Ninja village. Let Sand Ninja village live tightly on the waistband and embark on the route of elite ninja. I don't want to be elitist. I really can't spend too much money to train ninjas. You must know that training ninjas is very expensive. Boom up. Xinu walked. He heard an explosion. He looked up to the sky and looked at 620. Deidara was making detonating clay bombing the Sand Ninja village. Really arrogant. Xinu chuckled, then ignored. Boss, come here with a pot of soju. Came to a tavern. Xinu said to the panicked boss, you take it yourself. You won't be charged. The boss ran away in a panic. The explosion outside was really scary. At this time, where did you care about the money? Xinu casually took a pot of wine from the counter. Then he walked out of the tavern. The ninjas in Sand Ninja village were all startled at this time. Ha ha ha. Deidara was standing on top of the flying bird made of detonating clay and laughed. He felt particularly proud when he looked at the panicked Sand Shinobu below. Gaara stood on the wind shadow building and looked up at a black spot in the sky. The black spot was Deidara flying in the sky. Sand shuriken. The shuriken formed by countless sands flew toward the sky. And the target was Deidara, who was laughing wildly. Standing on the Asuka, Deidara suddenly noticed the crisis and hurried to avoid it. Still a step slower, a strand of hair was shaved off. A bloodstain was left on his face. I fly so high, can bag hit me? Deidara was a little surprised, but also a little angry. Controlling the flying bird towards the second K below, he wanted to see who was attacking him. Deidara, this damn bastard is afraid that others won't know. The red sand scorpion who sneaked into Sand Ninja village was a little angry. I thought Deidara was just investigating the situation in Sand Ninja village. Unexpectedly, Jinder pulled his hands. No way, Deidara did it. Although the red sand scorpion didn't want to. But everything is beyond the control of the red sand scorpion. Therefore, the scorpion of red sand is able to take action every day. Leaning on Deidara alone, the scorpion of red sand does not feel able to complete the task. The main reason is that this is the home field of Ninja Village, and the scorpion of red sand knows that Ninja Village has hidden combat power, such as his grandmother Chio. His grandmother Chio is the strongest puppet master in Sand Ninja Village. although the Scorpion of Red Sand now thinks that this title should be changed. But for his grandmother, the Scorpion of the Red Sand did not dare to look at it. What's more, there is Lao Zhang. Once the combat power was shadow level. Even if the combat effectiveness declines due to old age, it is at least Quasar level combat power. If they come out, Deidara is probably a dead end. The Scorpion of the Red Sand controls his puppet, and shoots at the Sand Ninjas. On this side, Deidara has already played with Gaara. Deidara's detonating play is all given by Gaara's sand after using the sand armor. Even if the explosion is strong, it can't break Gaara's. I nodded. Gaara served the wine, lightly took on the wind and shadow. Nianu's strength is set in the shadow of Ninja Village. Gaara's reality, 1. It is estimated that even the weakest strength is now halfway into the king. The temper is still that way. But I know. Who is it? Gaara was taken away by Lao Zhangban to come forward. Everything has changed. My wife's nose was so angry that she wanted to look at Xenius fast-pissed Lao Zhang. Don't try Evil Kang's words, a definite opponent. It's the right thing about the vortex. Although Xenius' strength has been affirmed for so many years, and their strength has not only regressed very well, under the circumstances, they are afraid that Chio snorted. There was no persuasion from Tibet, but you could recognize it by listening to epilogues back. Xing said. He spoke, and touched the place. It is so painful. Izang was almost dirty by Uzumaki Star. Almost being Hoshiba's memory of Xinu. Does it have anything to do with you, Shanin Village? Star Feather. To talk nonsense, this matter. And, do you want Shinobu Village? Do you want to destroy the Sand Shinobi body? Looking at Chiyoda and talking, it's the birth of the tree world. The trees rising from the ground and the sand from the ground did not escape Mudan's blink of an eye. They were originally a sea of trees. Ninja Village should have disappeared with a slight smile and then said, I did not kill anyone and ruin all of Sand Ninja Village. In fact, you should be grateful for giving you a piece of the big forest. I almost lost my breath. Mudan. Uzumaki Xenius Mudan? Look at Xenu, and the look in your eyes is really swirling. Don't do it. His face was blocked and she was uncertain to stop her. It's just that the destruction of Sand's Ninja Village is a great loss, but if he treats Uzumaki, he will probably kill and is not a good person. Maelstrom. Uknovel watch _17166. Novel Network B.F Joy of Works Chapter 385. My Maelstrom Star Feather is unreasonable. 35 Deidara stood on the Asuka, and as soon as he was above Sand Ninja Village, he watched suddenly appear below. The forest that enveloped the entire Sand Ninja Village was speechless for the second time. After a long time, Deidara couldn't help but swear. Fuck. What the hell is this? Why is there a forest suddenly appeared? Nothing happened to Gangbin. A large forest appeared in a blink of an eye. What's the matter? Deidara didn't think about ninjutsu. Everyone knew that Mudan had disappeared in the world of ninjutsu. What's more, this is a Terran village that is shaded by trees. Deidara feels like even the strongest. The move blew up. Nor can this forest be completely destroyed. The most shocking thing is that the Sand Ninjas watched Tuzi's tree that was uprooted by 5 in an instant. Even the kunai in their hands fell to the ground. Welcome Xenu. What do you want? Although Chio resisted not attacking Uzumaki Xenu, his tone was still very bad. Although Chio hasn't done anything for a long time, he talks about the economic situation in the village. Chio also knows well. I am afraid that the economic loss of L's village will be rebuilt. It is no exaggeration to say that Sand Ninja Village simply cannot afford it. Not all villages are Konoha Village. Benai Village has experienced several destructions, but they have the money to restore the village. However, Sharon Village does not have this strength, and the economic situation does not allow it. This is also the reason why all Shinobu villages peak at Konoha Village. They are too rich. Other villages look jealous. Chio, I would advise you to speak a little better. Believe it or not, I will make a seal. Sand Ninja Village can't even survive a dog. Xingye looked at the yelling Chio faintly. Chio's expression changed. and Izang was completely frustrated and was shocked. No doubt, Swirl Xingyu really did it. Think about how many people died in the hands of Uzumaki Xingyu during the First Ninja World War. Don't do it. This matter is our fault. We apologize and sorry. When Hyla Zhang apologized, he pulled Chio a bit for the sake of the village. Just feel wronged for a while. I'm sorry. Qian Fa's apology was a bit blunt, and the mountain was suffocated to death. It was almost impossible to get up and get angry. You have come to our village. Our business is just a matter of quality. But you can just destroy our village. It's actually threatening to kill us. Where can I go? Li Yi? There is no place to reason. After all, Fist is the reason. If she dares to rent Xingyu to reason, Xingyu definitely slapped her into the soil. My maelstrom Xingyu ignored it. Of course, if they have a stronger strength than Xingyu. Nor would he be able to get in touch with Xingyu, he would have taken Xingyu long ago. Actually, if you don't bother me, there won't be such a thing. So the reason why Sans Ninja Village suffered, I was completely to blame for you. L said. Xingyu glanced at the apologizing Wang Dai and Ilao Zhang and turned around to continue drinking and also threw the pot to Chio and Ilao Sai. Sister, let's go. Check first who is attacking Sans Ninja Village. Seeing Udaeus' anger, Ilao Zhang forcefully pulled Kyondai. Taking Chio away can't let her sister irritate you. Go Xingyu. Chio glanced at the man who attacked Sand Ninja Village by Ilao Zhang. Isn't it right in front of you? The entire doozy was overturned by Uzumaki Xingyu. Ilao Zhang understands what Chio means. He shook his head towards Chio. Sister, I'm talking about the person who attacked the village before. Chio nodded, although he said that it was fine. But the disaster in Sunan Village really made Chio stand by. Chio can never do it. Boom boom boom. Chio and Ilao Zhang were just about to check it out, and then there was a bang. Deidara began his artistic journey again. The flames produced by the explosion fall on the trees. If it is replaced by other trees, it may be ignited by the flames. However, Xinius main escape. The tree world came, and the vitality of the trees was too strong, and the flames could not be ignited. The main reason is that the firepower is too small. If it were Uchiha Madara who used fire escape instead, maybe it can be done. It's actually still able to hold it. It looks like you have to take it out. A bit of truth. If you can't even hold a little furry kid, what would they think of me? Deidara looked at Gaara blocking his clay bomb. Gaara is gasping too. The chakra in his body is overconsumed. Gaara can't hold on anymore. Actually, if it wasn't for Xingyu, Gaara will not be so miserable. The wooden escape used by Xingyu blocked the play of Gaara Shaisai, which caused him to be beaten passively. C4. Garuda. This was created by Deidara in order to defeat Hokai Hotachi's ninjutsu. Let me give Gaara a try. A huge doll fell. This is a doll formed by detonating clay. Inside the doll is a very small clay spider that is invisible to the naked eye. Once the doll explodes, it will spread these clay spiders in the air. As long as the air is inhaled, it's like jade sucks the clay spider into the body, and then explodes inside the body. Seeking flowers _. These trick is very powerful. Even if you avoid the frontal explosion of the doll, L may be blocked by a clay spider that is invisible to the naked eye. After Deidara used it, he couldn't help but lay on the bird, and then took out a few grain pills and quickly took it. Boom up. There was a loud noise that could be heard throughout Sand Ninja Village, and the forest was blown into a huge pit. Gaara lay on the ground knowing nothing about life or death. Don't die. Deidara looked at Gaara. Don't kill Gaara. After all, their task is to catch alive. Killing Renzieli, the tail beast, was also killed, so Renzieli must not be killed. Deidara was a little bit nervous at this moment. If Gaara is killed by him, Pain will never let him go. Although Deidara is more arrogant, but for the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. There was still some fear in Deidara's heart. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions sounded on the surface of Gaara's skin. This is an explosion of a clay spider that is invisible to the naked eye. The power of such an explosion is not great, but if the key is able to enter the body and explode inside, then the danger is too great. Make sure he can't die. Deidara was a little panicked. He immediately controlled the bird to fly down. Then he was ready to check Gaara's situation. Deidara's hand just reached it. On the surface, it looked like the soil was bleeding. The whole body is like the same blood only. Gaara suddenly opened his eyes like this. Not good. Fooled. The thought just rose up in Deidara's heart, and then a pang of pain came into Deidara's mind. The left arm was torn off by the sand, and blood poured out, staining the sand red. Go to hell. Deidara punched Gaara on the head, beat Gaara to pass out. I knew you would get hurt. The scorpion of red sand walked out of the dark without any haste, and looked at Deidara lightly. Deidara took his torn-off arm to stop the bleeding, lest he bleed to death. Don't worry, if you die I will make you a puppet. Let you live forever. The scorpion of red sand said towards Deidara. Cut, Uncle Scorpion. There won't be that heavenly. Deidara wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said forcefully in disdain. Chapter 386. Sand Ninja asks for help from Konoha Village 45. How about it? Can you leave? The scorpion of the red sand asked Deidara. His head. It's just broken arm and it has no effect. Deidara said pretendingly and relaxedly. In fact, Deidara is dying in pain. But on the surface, it must not be embarrassing and painful. Until the broken arm is dry, Deidara is not worried. After I go back, I will find a corner. Just let him help to sew it up. Anyway, the angle often helps the flying section to do this. Deidara still believed in Jira's craftsmanship. Broken arm is not a big deal. In Naruto world, it's not that you can't connect to L. It's very easy to connect to it. Since it's okay, then you take Gaara and leave, and I will stop the following enemies. The scorpion of red sand instructed Deidara. Oh, since this is the case, Senior Scorpion, you have to be careful and don't die. Deidara said 580 inches to the scorpion of the red sand, and then mentioned Gaara who had fainted. Jump on top of the flying bird and leave quickly. He would not say to stay and help. He knows his current state, although he can still fight. But the combat effectiveness will definitely drop sharply and there will be a risk of death. After Deidara left, the red sand scorpion looked at Kankuro who had rushed over. In fact, Kankuro should have rushed here long ago, but because of Hoshiba's main escape, Kankuro came late. Although Kusinu didn't mean to help the red sand scorpion, but they helped them by mistake. Don't underestimate Kusinu for helping them. Without Kusinu, they might not be able to take my love this time. Don't forget that Chio and Ilazang were delayed at Kusinu for a while before. If it didn't take time, Ilazang will definitely be able to arrive before Garo is defeated. Once Chio and Ilazang arrive, it is unknown whether Deidara can beat and take Gaara away. But now Deidara takes Gaara to leave. They have succeeded. As long as the red sand scorpion can escape, it is the perfect completion of the task. As for the arm that Deidara lost, there is no problem. The horns can be stitched up for him. And the scorpion of red sand easily solved Kanjiro, and then left quickly, without seeing the cumbersomeness of Fliu at all. Kanlilang is not dead, but he is very poisonous. This can be. It's a poison researched by the scorpion. Although Chio is first class in drug production, but it doesn't mean she can make detoxification medicine after all. Whoever sees a poisoner who specializes in making poisons, he will study the antidote. Can someone study the antidote and let others detoxify it? By the time Chio and Ilazang rushed over, everything was too late. Only Kanlilang who fell on the ground was poisoned. Helpless Chio had to help Kankuro up. Check Kankuro's situation. Suddenly, Chio's expression sank. Face showed sorrow. What's wrong, sister? Ilazang saw his sister's expression and felt quite a lot. This is the poison prepared by the scorpion, Gyondai said in a deep voice. Ilazang wanted to ask her sister how she could tell that this was the poison prepared by the scorpion, but Qianfa's expression was very bad, so Ilazang didn't ask any questions. Gaara seems to have been taken away. Ilazang felt a little headache, and Feng Ying had been taken away. It would be too sad to want to root yourself in Sand Ninja Village. 3 generations of Feng Ying died inexplicably, and suddenly disappeared. Then there was the 4th generation of Feng Ying, killed by -1. When is the key? No one knew it in the end, and now, the 5 dynasties Feng Ying was in the village. They were taken away. This is also a shameful and humiliating thing. I can only turn to Ben Yi-kun for help now. My Lao Zhang sighed secretly and said, "What? Ask Ben I village for help." Originally immersed in grief, Chio raised his head abruptly, staring at Lao Zhang firmly. Seeing my sister's reaction so much, Lao Zhang gave a wry smile. Knowing why my sister reacted so badly, I also know that, sister, you don't want to ask my village for help. But now there is no other good way. 2 years ago, Sun Shinobi, didn't he just signed another alliance with Konoha village just now? I can only ask Konoha village for help. What else can I do? 2 Feng Ying was taken away. Even Sand Ninja village was destroyed in a disastrous manner. What if you don't ask for help? If Feng Ying is still there, how to choose Feng Ying far to decide that he doesn't want to worry. But now Feng Ying has been captured. They are the only ones who can make the decision. I know, sister, you care about the hatred with Konoha village. But now in the situation in Sun and Bu village, you also know that L didn't care about this. Lao Zhang understands that his sister died because of the death of his son and his daughter-in-law. He was full of hatred for Konoha now. But now there is no way. If you want to continue to be one of the 5 ninja villages, you can only ask for help from Konoha village. _IC. You arrange it. I will help him suppress the poison first. Chio didn't say anything, but she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. I didn't expect that she would have the day to ask her enemies for help. It was a bit sad indeed. Lao Zhang immediately summoned San Shinobu. Then choose Magi. Let Magi go to Konoha village as quickly as possible, and be sure to request assistance from Honai village. Time waits for no one. Feng Ying will be taken away. I don't know the current situation. What if I get killed? What are you going to do with Uzumaki Hoshiba? Chio temporarily contained the toxin L in Kankuro's body and asked Zhang, "What else can I do?" "Leave it alone." Lao Zhang smiled bitterly. His eyebrows trembled, and there was no way to deal with it. Can only let it go. In fact, Xina doesn't need to be in charge of Ebin at all, and now he is no longer in Sharin village. Has caught up with Deidara. Senior Xing, you. Did Senior Scorpion run out? Deidara asked Xingyu grinningly. Why is Jade grinning? Of course it was because of the pain, and the pain of a broken arm was not normal. People can bear it, and Deidara is also considered terrible. Scorpion is okay, Xina said towards Deidara. That's good. If he died in Xi'an, I'm afraid no one would be more artistic than me. Deidara didn't want to see Scorpion die. Of course, if the Red Sand Scorpion died, that Deidara doesn't necessarily have many leaks. By the way, Senior Xingyu, can you help me connect my 3.4 arm? Senior Xingyu should have this ability, right? Deidara's eyes slightly. Yiliang asked Xinu. Of course, Deidara did not have his wife's hope. Even if the maelstrom Xinu is strong, but he has a special skill in the art industry, he may not be able to heal his broken arm well. Xingyu glanced at Deidara deeply. This guy is not welcome. But it didn't matter. Xinu didn't feel bad for Deidara either. Besides, this is for you, Xinu. It's just a small favor. It's easy. Okay, I can help you. A green chakra appeared in Xinia's hand and threw it at Deidara. After a while, Deidara held the broken left arm in his right hand. Then he glanced at the newly grown left arm. Fell into silence. What kind of method is this? To actually let the broken arm grow out. Originally Deidara wanted Xina to help him connect it. Chapter 387 Konoha Support 55. Could it be that you are not satisfied with my treatment? Xina glanced at Deidara and asked him, satisfied? How dare I be dissatisfied? Deidara moved the newborn's arm, and it was almost the same as before. This made Deidara a little in awe when facing Xinu. It seems that the shinobi world is the strongest, and it shocks the death god of the entire shinobi world. It's not that Lang has a false name. Maybe it is true that the little old man of the 3 generations of Tuang was hanged and beaten. Right. If it is fake with the character of the old man, he will definitely stand up and refute the rumors. The old man is very face conscious. In other words, my broken arm is useless. Deidara looked at her broken arm. A new arm grows out. This broken arm is useless anymore. Yukio buried it. It must be buried. You can't just throw it aside. If you lose it casually, what if you get eaten by a beast? Although it's useless to myself, it's my own arm. If he is really taken away by the beast, Deidara will feel very upset in his heart. After burying his arm, Deidara threw Gaara at the side and turned towards Hoshiba Road. Senior Xinu. Why hasn't Senior Scorpion come yet? Could it be caught? Deidara's face was a little pale, which was caused by excessive blood loss before, but after his arm recovered, Deidara's mood has improved a lot. It depends on the speed of the red sand scorpion. If you walk slowly, you might really be caught, Xingyu said lightly. If the scorpion of the red sand was encountered by Rendai, it might really be impossible to return. No matter how weak the sand ninja village is, it is enough to take care of red sand scorpion. But before long, the scorpion of the red sand rushed over with the heavy Wyloo. Your arm? Scorpion looked at Deidara intact. The damaged arm was very puzzled. Wasn't it broken before? My arm is already healed, thanks to the help of Senior Xinu. Deidara said respectfully. Before Deidara called Xinu his senior, it didn't mean much respect, but now Deidara respects Xinu, mainly because Xinu cured his hand sound. The scorpion of the red sand couldn't help but look at Xinu. Is he proficient in medical ninjutsu? It was not too strange in his heart. Scorpion only thought that Xinu used medical ninjutsu, but Xinu used it to block the sun. Naruto can give Kakashi. Created nice star feather can naturally create an arm for Deidara. Take Gaara, who is still in a fainted state, and then the red sand scorpion quickly find a place to extract the tail beast from Gaara's body, and then seal it. As for the sealed tail beast and Xingyu did not mix the rent, seeing Paimon and the others sealing the tail beast, Xingyu felt a little bit upset. Fly, so many people sealed the air evenly. Secondly, board tail. It will take several days before D can be sealed. And Jingo changed to Xinu. Simply control the outgoing golem. It will be able to seal a Crane instantly. This may be due to Uzumaki Nagato's poor control of the external golems, too. That's why the seal is so slow. After all, only the reincarnation eye can control the outgoing golem. And the reincarnation eye of Uzumaki Nagato is not his own. It is naturally limited to multiple names. Ignoring their seal, Xingyu simply left, returned to the country of Vortex. The other side. Maki rushed desperately and finally came to Konoha. When I came to Kiba village, I met Jiraiya and explained the situation with Jiraiya. Hoped to ask for help from Jiraiya. Akatsuki organization? Jiraiya was also lost in thought, and he also had some understanding of Akatsuki organization. This understanding was the information left by Sarutobi Hizumi once. At the beginning, Sarutobi Hizen's son was killed. Therefore, we focused on the investigation of the Xiao organization. There is also some understanding of Akatsuki. Okay, I'll send someone to help. After all, Sunin village is an ally of our Honai village. Jiraiya hesitated again and again, and finally agreed to Magi. Choosing to help Shaninja village, one is to make the alliance between the two villages more reliable. As for the other reason, I also want to test Akatsuki's organization. Thank you, Kagetato. I hope Naruto will dispatch ninjas as soon as possible. Magi was overjoyed, and then couldn't help but urge. 5 dynasties. Fenying Gaara was arrested. The specific situation is not yet known, and Magi is a little worried in his heart. What if Fenying is killed if he is late? Jiraiya did not delay time either. Since I promised to help Sharon in village, it is natural not to be perfunctory. Otherwise it may be counterproductive. Immediately summon Kakashi and Akai to let them take the team to support. The ability to send Kakashi and Akai is already very important. After all, Konoha can get it now. only these two generals. As Hokage, Jiraiya certainly couldn't help rescue. After receiving their mission, Kakashi and Akai set off with Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto is very anxious, although the plot and the original book are deflected. Konoha's collapse plan is also different from the original book. But Naruto Uzumaki still became good friends with Gaara, and he successfully brainwashed Gaara with his mouth. This is also the reason why Gaara became the Wind Shadow. Without Naruto's mouth, how could Gaara's character become popular? The group rushed to the Sun Forest, and Kakashi was mistaken for Tsukumo Hajiki by Chio and almost fought. Fortunately, there is Elder hiding in it to persuade. The resistance did not fight. In fact, when it comes to fighting, Sand Ninja Village is also not dominant. In the original book, Akai came to support him later, but now he is coming together. In the fight, I am afraid that Chio will still suffer. But there is a problem here, that is, Kankuro's poison will die within 3 days. And it can't be cracked at all. In the original book, Sakura detoxified. But now Sakura can't heal ninjutsu at all. 527_ stay in Uzumaki country. Sakura goes to find someone to learn medical ninjutsu too, so there is no way to save Kankuro. Not surprisingly, Kanlilang could only wait to die. The generation has no way to deal with this poison. She is good at making poison but not good at detoxification. So she can only find the scorpion and take a look. I hope he can have an antidote. Chio followed, took the elite ninjas from Sand Ninja Village, and went to save my love together. Although the people from Konoha Village came to help, they couldn't put all their hopes on Konoha Village. Moreover, Kienlu couldn't trust the people in Konoha Village at all. The group is also full of contradictions. Uzumaki, Naruto and Chio have been bickering. Akatsuki seals Naiwa's place. Pain also knew that the man who rescued Gaara was on his way. And there are reinforcements from Konoha Village. At this time, the seal will take a while to complete, so the ninja who comes to rescue must be blocked. In the end, Pain used the art of turning the elephant to divide the chakras of the ghost shark and Uchiha Itachi to the living sacrifices, creating a double body of jade and 2 bodies. However, the avatar of Xiangzwen is different from the ordinary avatar. It can use all of its own ninjutsu, including the limit of blood. This technique requires sacrifices. The sacrifices in the original work are the subordinates of the Redescent Scorpion, who are arranged by the spies in Sand Ninja Village. But now it's different. The spy is not here at all, so I can only use Baiju. Anyway, there are enough Baiju clones. Chapter 388 No interest. 15 Pain uses the technique of the elephant turn to make Uchiha Itachi and the Chakra Elephant turn clones of King Persimmon Ghost Shark to stop Konoha Ninja and Sand Ninja. Then of course they focused on sealing the tail beast. You haven't sealed a tail of Shu, so slow. If you are given a 9-tailed tail, wouldn't it be sealed for a lifetime? Xingya's voice sounded from here, and then his figure appeared here. In addition to Xingyu, there is Flower L lying on Xingya's back. Huahuo clung to Xingya's neck tightly. Xingyu came to see the situation, and Huahuo wants to follow. Xingyu naturally does not. I was willing to take her, but Huahuo still followed. Pen and the others are really slow enough to seal. Xingyu has been back to Yuzi Nation for 2 days, and now they haven't sealed the genus. But probably because, except for Scorpion and Deidara, everyone else is a magic lantern body. Senior Xingyu, if we are too slow, please come and help, please. Senior Xingyu. Deidara said to Xingyu. He felt that he had endured enough in order to seal a tail of Maori crane, and he had stood here for 2 days at once. What is this thing? Why so ugly? Huahuo pointed at the outgoing golem. This thing is too ugly. It's the ugliest thing Huahuo has ever seen. The outer golem is like a 10-tailed body. It can be considered a 10-tailed body, and among the tailed beasts, there are not many beautiful ones. It's not impossible to help, but only if you have a good outsider. Xingyu said to Deidara with a light smile. Deidara's eyes bright, and then said Senior Xingyu should be very interested in Chendun. I will teach you how to practice Chendun 3. Chendun practice method. There really is Deidara. Deidara used to be a disciple of the old man Onomoto. Onoki is very important to Deidara. Even Chendun passed on to Deidara, but Deidara did not learn of the blood that is above the limit is eliminated, and if you want to learn to escape from the dust, in addition to being talented, you also need some luck. Deidara didn't mind giving it away. Anyway, he felt that Chen Yun was a ghost. Others should not be able to cultivate it. Not interested. Xinu refused mercilessly. Not interested. Deedler was startled for a moment. Senior Xinu. Listen to Mr. Oyemu. But the blood succession that is above the blood succession limit is eliminated. Deidara puzzled. Xinu didn't explain either. He has all the traps of the blood succession. Not to mention the elimination of the blood succession. It's not that Chen Yun doesn't know how to do it. Does he still need Deidara too? However, Deidara really didn't understand as and finally sealed it. Depressed. Every elephant-turned-clone was defeated. At this time, Gil said with Q. The avatar of Xiang's one can only play 30% of the chakra of the ghost at most, which means that it can only play at most 30% of the strength, or even less than 30% of the strength. Such real although Ghost Shark can delay a period of time, it cannot delay too long. The Ghost Shark was defeated by the two masters and apprentices of Akai and Xiaoli, and Yuakai Hitachi on the other side was also defeated. Yuakai Hitachi did not release the water. Only 30% of chakras can be used. Yuakai Hitachi's combat effectiveness may be no better than Ghost Fish. Ghost Shark is a huge chakra, known as a tailless beast. Even 30% of chakras are quite a lot. Compared with the Ghost Shark, Yuakai Hitachi's chakra is obviously not that famous. It's okay. The seal has been completed. Pain said. 1. Omomatsuru has been completely sealed into the body of the outer golem. The outer golem shook. Deidler, Scorpion, you two think of a way to retreat. Pain instructed Deidara and Scorpion. Then Pen and the others disappeared, leaving only the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara. Oh yes. There are also Xinu and Huahuo. Gara was lying on the ground. Gara is already dead at this time. The tailed beast is drawn out. Gara naturally has a dead end. Even people of the Vortex family has a strong vitality. The tail beast in the body can't survive after being extracted, let alone Gara. Boomerlet came from outside. The roaring star feather looked surprised at the broken barrier outside. The ninjas of Konoha village and the ninjas of Sans Ninja village acted so fast too, and Kakashi and the others who came in were also taken aback at this time. Uzumaki Xinu was also here. Why didn't they get this information before? If they knew it, they would never wade in the muddy waters of Konoha village. Kachenksai frowned and looked at Chio, waiting for Chio to give him an attack. Kakashi felt that Chio had pitied them, and Chio's expression at this time is even more ugly, looking at Xinu uncertainly. Then looked away. Look at the scorpion of the red sand. Scorpion, is that you? Chio asked. How did you recognize me? The scorpion of the red sand finally spoke, and he was really hiding in the hula. Under such circumstances, how did you recognize him? Sure enough, it's you, Scorpion. Chio showed Zed grief on his face, and his grandson became a betrayal. There is nothing more painful than this. Deidara glanced at the Scorpion. Will he be merciful at this time? 2 spiral pill. Naruto Uzumaki jumped up, holding a spiral pill, called towards Xinu. Playing Helix Pill 3 in front of me. Xinu sneered. Sound. Casually kicked Naruto Uyuri out of the air. Haven't met Xinu yet. He was kicked out by Xinu. Hit the rock wall. The body is embedded in it. Naruto. Kachenksai quickly checked Naruto's feelings, and felt a little self-blaming in his heart, and blamed him for not being optimistic about Naruto before. At the same time, Kakashi was also a little angry that Naruto shot without permission. Shot at Uzumaki Xinu something he didn't even dare to do. I don't know where Naruto was so courageous. Naruto Uzumaki is full of resentment towards me. Xingyu Wang stared at the Uzumaki Naruto who was kicked out by him. He didn't understand. He didn't seem to have targeted Uzumaki. Why does he have resentment against himself? What Hoshiba didn't know was that the reason why Uzumaki Naruto had such a big grievance was mainly because he had recovered Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing that Kusino and Osamu are working together, Naruto Yasuo believes in his heart that Kusinomamas and Chimaru are in the same group. The incident that Uchiha Sasuke was abducted by Osumaru was also counted by Uzumaki Naruto on Kusinu. That's why he had such a grievance against Kusinu. Kakashi checked the situation of Yaigong Uzumaki Naruto and found that Naruto was badly injured and had broken bones. Several pieces of E. In fact, this is Kusino's mercy. It's for Uzumaki Kuzi's mercy. Otherwise Uzumaki Naruto is already dead. What son of destiny? Kusino doesn't care. If he really annoys him, still killed casually. Even the son of destiny, nothing more than others. This is the real world. Kusino doesn't know if there is any protagonist's halo luck or something underscore, but even if there is a star, it's useless for you. For someone who can destroy the world, what is the use of luck in a world? That's right. Underscore if Kusino goes all out, it should be no problem to destroy the Naruto world. Pull the moon down for an impact. Everyone is going to die. Underscore L. The 389th chapter is Beyond Self. Alliance 25. Glancing at Naruto Yu who fainted, Kusinu didn't care too much about Naruto Yu. In fact, fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto passed out due to severe injuries. If he didn't faint, his character certainly will not give up shooting Kusinu. And if he shoots Kusinu again, Kusinu will definitely pinch his hands to death without hesitation. What did he use just now? Hwahuo asked Kusinu in surprise. Well, don't you also use it? Can't you see it? Helix Maru Hoshiba also taught the Hwahuo Hyuga family that although they specialize in soft fist, they are not representative. They can't learn other ninjutsu. Xiao Li, trouble you to take Naruto and leave. Kakashi said to Lee Rocker, but Xiao Li, take Naruto and leave. You are not needed here. Akai directly ordered Xiao Li. In the end, Xiao Li still obeyed Akai's orders and took Naruto out of here. He probably knew too. Staying here is just tired. Tanshin and Sakura also left, and they don't seem to be able to help here. Especially Sakura, without worshipping Tsunade as a teacher. Her strength is simply weak and pitiful. It is estimated that all of the 12 Xiokiang are at the bottom. No. There are no 12 strong at all now, and Hinata and Rising are missing 503 times. Can you still be called 12 Xiokiang? In fact, in the original work, Hyuga Ningsai is not called Xiokiang either. Strength is strong, but there is no Xiokiang's life that can't be killed. And he has become the only one among the too little strong in the soil. It is also sad enough. It should be considered that Kusinu changed his destiny now. If he was still dead, could only say that his luck was bad. Look at you two. Do you want to do it with me? Kusinu looked at Kakashi and Akai. Look at them staring at him, as if wanting to do something with him. You are also a member of the Akatsuki organization, aren't you? As long as you are a member of the Akatsuki organization, you are our enemy, Akai said with a serious face. I know that Kusinius' strength is very strong, but he can't be afraid because of his strength. What's more, the passionate Akai doesn't even know what is called fear. Since they said so, you didn't say much anymore. He would have to pay a price if he wanted to give himself up. Chio was overjoyed. The most difficult star to deal with, the ninja of Konoha village, turned out to be the master of the whirlpool. One move. What we have to do now is to retreat. Dalaran can't help but say, the leader gave them the order to retreat to fight with them. Retreat. It's hard to tell. Deidara doesn't want to fight. He's not good in this way, and the time-consuming makeup of a Ukraine is sealed, and there is no physical expense now. I have been relying on eating troops for several days to survive, and that thing is really unpalatable. Eating this thing also has a side effect on him, and Dara feels that he is now able to be 60% strong. Layout of our retreat. The Scorpion of Red Sand said Dara. 2. What about Senior Xingyu? Dara asked. L hadn't forgotten or wasted Xingyu before he helped him heal Xingyu. Just take care of yourself. If he is in danger, We will never survive. Meet the dangerous sand scorpion and glance at Deidara. AKA said, pointing to his grandmother. The scorpion of red sand wants to fight him, so he doesn't want to retreat directly. Looking at his grandson at this time, it is not just a ninja from Sand Ninja Village, and it is complicated. You can't let him leave. White secret skill. There are many people near Songshi. The grandmother took out her own housekeeper and released 10 people near Songshi to live. It's just the people who used to be near Songshi. The non-existent Jinmatsu Tenran were puppets produced by Wenzo I, but the Jinmatsu Tone who had been destroyed during the War of the Ninja World War II were copied by Kyondai Po. Maybe there is no Zengpo since 3. But it is definitely not weak. A red secret skill. 100 machine exercises. The sand scorpion controls nearly 100 puppets. The local people besieged the Blood King, and this trick is quite powerful. Deidara was surprised, yes, seeing the scorpion use it. But Hef is normal, but this technique is the strongest of the red sand scorpion after all. Of course, it's impossible to use it easily. The technique naturally controls 100 puppets. I made 1,000 puppets a little bit. But in battle, Dai Jingling could not have the upper hand. There was indeed an advantage, but there were more than 10 of Jing Wang Fa. The puppets are no longer resisting the nearly 100 puppets of the scorpion. Of course, he still has not used the strongest puppet of the scorpion for 3 generations. He does not plan to fight his grandma. The goal is to leave, control the puppet to resist the scorpion Z, and then he and Deidara leave. Chio. After opening this cave, Dida took out the flying bird, and then took the scorpion to bring back the puppet. 2. Go up, earth fast, in the sky. Chio didn't even look at the same time. Chio didn't want to deal with the scorpion. In this way, I, who should have died, survived this time. Too much. Chio looked towards Garu already. Grandmother Wang, with 5 generations of wind and shadow. Kakashi said to the grandmother, 1,000 generations to leave. I know, you should be careful not to run away immediately, you don't have anything to do. The grandmother mentioned Gaara's body. Kakashi and Kakashi Kai kindly reminded that even if Cassie was the son of an enemy, but when he came to help Surunin village, the mother-in-law couldn't avenge her revenge either. In Chopocho's eyes, they are obviously unwise to fight against the whirlpool. 4. Also Xinu. What do they think? But Kiane didn't know it would stop it. Wake up. She has been kind enough to stop it. Why stop it? Whose? It will do no harm to Sand Ninja Village. There is still something to lose when you are high. That is Gaara, who has died. She has mastered the forbidden technique to treat a scorpion who has been resurrected. Now that El Chio is ready to love me, the cost of using this forbidden technique to pay for it is big, but the price of his life is also very high. Chio also sees it. Yaiwai has lived to the end. It can save the old bone, a young and potential ninja. Also, do you really want to do it with me? Asked again. Cassie and Akai looked at each other, very heartbroken. Resolute, he has already turned Maelstrom's eyes into a great enemy, and if Xinu can take the opportunity, it would be a good thing to kill Konoha village or to get rid of it. So there is this kind of bold idea. Kakashi opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. The main reason is that the kaleidoscope writing wheel I has long been used, but Kakashi has only now opened the kaleidoscope abbreviation wheel, i.e. flower tube writing wheel I pupil the technique. That's the confidence. His pupil technique is very powerful. Kakashi feels that there is no chance to kill Kakeyu. You can guess a little bit, and can give them courage. It should be this time that Tsushinwai and Renman Dunjia. It's just that Hitomi couldn't help it. Xingya's tone is flat. These two people really say that their trump card. Xingya knows 9. Point to remind you. 3 things about reading. Recommend and share 15,194 One Hangflu Novel Network Before.m Original Works. Joy, what should I do if there is no ultimate move in the 390th chapter? 35 Whammer was still lying on Xingya's back. Her eyes widened, her eyes filled with excitement. Brother Xinu, you always brag about how good you are. Let me see now. Don't even beat these two people. Shut up. Believe it or not, I will throw you out, Xingyu said angrily. Does he usually brag? Xingyu feels that he is humble enough in normal times. Akai, it's up to you to get involved, Kakashi whispered to Akai. Although the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope writing round eyes is powerful, it has its shortcomings. Slow launch speed L consumes more chakras. Don't worry, I will try my best. Akai clenched his fist. I feel like I'm going to burn. The next opponent is the strongest wandering vortex star feather in the ninja world. After so many years of friendship, Kakashi still trusts Akai very much, although Akai looks super unreliable at ordinary times, but it is reliable at the critical time. But everything is still small, and Kakashi feels that he must be cautious. I haven't understood Xinia's strength, but listened to various legends, but the legends are extraordinarily exaggerated. Good. As said, the swirling star feather is more powerful than the 6 Tao immortals. Same. Anyway, inside Kakashi's heart, I also feel that the rumors are a bit too exaggerated. Maelstrom Xini's Shijuu should not be as strong as the rumored one. It's a pity that Kakashi doesn't understand that Xini's strength is more praised by than the rumors. If the 6 immortals really dare to appear, Xingyu really hung him to have a look. Open the door, rest the door, the life door, the wounded door, the king door, and the shock door. Open. Akai roared loudly. From the door Dungia to the 7th door, his eyes turned white. His hair stood upside down, and the vigorous little stone on his body. The sun trembles. That's amazing. Brother Xinu, are you really your opponent? If it doesn't work, let's run away. Huahuo swallowed zero saliva and said to Xingyu in a very thick tone, usually, don't you have sharp teeth and sharp mouths? Why do you become so awkward at this time? Xingyu asked towards Huahuo. Huahuo is particularly embarrassing. It's not me who persuades. It's that the other person looks really good. Drink. I yelled too much, and struck Xinu with his fist, fast to the extreme. After images were left in the air, the fist blasted out. Sonic boom. Kakashi has opened the kaleidoscope to write round eyes. After opening the Wanhua abbreviation wheel I can barely see Akai's speed. In other words, after opening the Tumen, Akai's speed is almost beyond the speed of kaleidoscope's capture speed. Your fist is too straightforward. Tangyu raised his hand and squeezed Akai's fist. All his power was easily caught by Xingyu. Just like this understatement, able to pierce through without a fist of the 2 mountains. After Xinu caught it, his body didn't move. Kakashi was shocked and forgot to use it directly. Stunned. Strength is still too weak too. Xingyu threw Akai away, throwing away several kilometers. If I changed to another person, I would just fall to death. It's so amazing. Isn't that watermelon head outside and strong in the middle? Huahuo couldn't help but wonder. Can't you think that my strength is strong? In your eyes, my strength is very weak. Xingyu hit the firework. Ah, can you blame me? Huahuo said depressedly. Yes, Xingyu has never shown her strength in normal times, although her sister also said. Xingyu, the elder brother, is very powerful, but the fireworks have never been seen before. Only when the elder sister worships too much. Can I also become so powerful? Huahuo asked Xinu. Down. There is probably no hope in this life. Xingyu glanced at Huahuo, then he said with a poisonous tongue. I don't believe it. Huahuo was not convinced. One day I could surpass you, and then I would knock you on the head with my hand and retaliate for the rest of my life. Xinu and Huahuo chatted, and standing not far away, Kaxi. There was coldness on his forehead. The kaleidoscope writing wheel is about to stare out. Why is there a problem at this time? Cassie is about to cry. Kaleidoscope writes. The power of the round eye pupil technique is unavailable at this time. In other words, I used it, but it didn't work. Kakashi didn't know what was going on. Chakra also consumed his pupil power, but the divine power he used has lost its effect. The space here, it has been sealed off by my sealing technique. Your divine power has no effect. Xinu probably noticed Kakashi, and kindly gave Kakashi an answer. How do you know my pupil skills? Kakashi was shocked, about pupil surgery. Regarding the matter, Kakashi also talked to Akai before. Talk to Akai. The main thing is to cooperate with Akai and let the other party know that his abilities are necessary. And Kakashi believed it too. Akai will not talk nonsense about exposing his pupil's skills. Is it hard for me to want to know? I know everything. Okay. Xinu is a bit pretending to mean that although there are too many things in Naruto world, Xinu knows it. But there are others who don't know. For example, the hiding place of the 6 Tao immortals at this time. This Xingyu didn't know what one Ru County knew. Xingyu killed 6 immortals a long time ago. Fire escape. The fire is extinguished. Xingyu knotted a seal with one hand, and then a large fireball with a diameter of more than 100 meters came out and surged toward Kakashi like a mountain of flames. Is this a sea of fire? Kakashi was stunned. Forgot to avoid at this moment. Day Tiger. Crucial moment. It was Akai who saved Kakashi's life and used Sun Tiger to disperse this huge sea of fire. Kakashi, how can you be distracted during the battle? Akai said to Kakashi. Bloody. Sorry. Kakashi showed a face. Apologize. The reason for being distracted is actually not because he was extinguished by the fierce fire but frightened. Cause Kakashi is a little unconscious now. This is their key to dealing with Wuxi Xinius' ultimate move. Now that the ultimate move is gone, what should I do? Waiting online. Very anxious. Actually, there is a problem with my power _ now you can't use L. You go quickly, Kakashi said heavily towards Akai. Day Tiger. Akai didn't pay any attention to what Kakashi said, and with all his strength fist bombarded the giant tiger formed by the airworm and lunged towards Xinu. Soft fist. 8 diagrams empty palm. Xinu took a flat palm. The giant tiger was directly slapped with a palm, and then continued to fight towards Akai and Kakashi. Akai spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out. Kakashi was the same as Akai. But if the two of them are seriously injured, that must be Akai, because Akai helped Kakashi resist part of the attack. It is said that Akai really loves Kakashi. The one with oil is false. Kakashi walked over. He helped Akai up, and his heart was very heavy for a while. Dealing with Maelstrom, is determined by him. However, his decision has led to the current result, and the lives of the two are at risk. L Chapter 391 vs. Beimenkai 45. Kakashi, you go first. Akai wiped the blood spilled from the mouth, and said to Kakashi. Kakashi let Akai go before, but Akai will definitely not leave Kakashi behind. And the person Konoha village needs most is Kakashi. Let me go. Kakashi is not allowed to refute, and grabs Kakashi by the collar. Then throw Kakashi away. The 8th door, the dead door opens. The 8-door Dungeon formation. After Akai threw Kakashi away, he opened the last door of Dungeon, the dead door. After the 8 gates were fully opened, the Kangman Dungeon formation, the body exuded red steam produced by the evaporation of blood, with a power dozens of times higher than the peak of the shadow class. I didn't say I wanted to kill you either. Why are you desperate? Xingyu looked at Akai, who was fully open with 8 doors. His expression was a little speechless. Kakashi stood in the distance, looking at Akai, who was covered by red steam, and couldn't help but tears in his eyes. Kakashi also knows especially about the forbidden technique of 8-door Dungeon. Even Kakashi had practiced, of course, far from being as proficient as Akai. After the 8 doors are fully opened, there is no doubt that the surgeon will die. My father, Mat died with all 8 doors open. However, Matkai 8-door golden open. There is definitely no strong 8-door fully open Matkai because Matkai's own strength is stronger than Matkai. There is nothing to be proud of. Matkai can be no better than his father. It's because his father opened a way for him. Little girl, let's send you back first. Xingyu glanced at Huahuo. Then use Hirozumi Hirozaka to send the fireworks back to the country of Uzumaki. Although Huahuo is fine here, Xinu can guarantee that she won't be harmed. But it's somewhat in the way. So Xinu gave the Huahuo, send it back. After the 8 door is fully opened, The 8-door Kai can be regarded as a rare opponent. The 8-door full open combat power reaches the 6th level. Even among the 6 levels, it can't be considered weak. The only pity is that it cannot last. After Akai opened the 8 doors, his vitality was constantly escaping, and he couldn't hold on continuously. Anything and Akai would run out of life and die. Can bring such a big increase in strength. Naturally, a corresponding price must be paid. Xiang. The punch is to hit the air at super high speed to form a continuous air cannon shaped like an elephant foot. It is powerful enough. Drive a deep cow on the ground. Even if a meteorite falls from nothing now Akai can crush it. And Xiang has a total of 5 speeds. Now is the first speed. The next attack will get stronger and stronger facing Beimenkai's attack. Xingyu naturally wouldn't stand stupidly. Super Shenluo Danzing. Yuya's eyes turned into 9-hook jade wheel revolving eyes. The momentum of her body changed, and the clouds in the sky were scattered by Xinius momentum. Taking the star feather as the repulsive force that is huge enough to repel the asteroid is continuously released. The continuous air cannon fired by Akai was also rejected. Second speed. Regardless of the burden of his body, Akai fired an air cannon again, but without exception, he was still bounced off by the repulsion force. And even the repulsion force was still constantly approaching Akai. Immediately after 3 speed, 4 speed, and up to 5 speed, Beimenkai's fist fought fiercely against the repulsive power of Xina's Super Shenluo Danzing. Akai let out a series of roars. But even the 5-speed Xiang still couldn't overpower the repulsive power of Shenluo Danzing. Boom up surrounding mountains, forests, clouds in the ground and sky. The layers dissipated completely. The ground became a huge basin and even groundwater emerged. Form an extremely huge lake. Akai's broken body smashed into the ground. The bones of the body shattered more than a dozen times. Uzumaki Nagato can destroy the entire Konoha village by using super, and Xina used it. It is not impossible to go all out to destroy a country. Xingyu floated in the air with a very calm expression, looking at Akai's broken body. Akai is not dead. His fingers moved. Then get up from the pit. He raised his head and looked at Xingyu. Open the 8 doors of Dungia. Array. Didn't he hurt him at all? The point is that he was also badly injured. The injury to his body was dangerous. Part of it was caused by himself using the Erman Dungia array. The other part was caused by the super god Luo Danzing. If it weren't for Akai's power at this time, it was indeed against the sky, resisting too much of the impact of repulsion. Now he has been crushed into flesh by the repulsive force. Shinra Danzing is attacking ninjutsu, and the latter is also defensive ninjutsu. There is a well-known technique in the ninjutsu world that is known as the strongest shield, such as the shield of the crane. There is also the thunder and lightning armor of the thunder escape chakra mode, but the really strongest defense technique should be Shenluo Danzing. As long as your repulsion is strong enough, let alone attack, even the planets will bounce off for you. And with Xinius pupil power, the released repulsive force bounced off the moon without any problems. Even easily. It's normal for Beimenkai's name and appearance to fail to break through. To be honest, Akai L. I admire you very much, Xina said towards Metkai. Compared with some people who were born to open the hangar, Metkai had almost nothing. He was a crane tail when he was a child. If you can't practice ninjutsu, don't give up. However, he was able to explode in the strength of appearance. These are all his a little bit of hard work in exchange for in terms of talent. Akai is definitely not outstanding. He is the kind of hard-working genius. Everything depends on Wang Shui and Nuju. Instead of relying on talent, it's an honor to have your appreciation. Metkai gasped and said that every time he gasped and blood mist sprayed out all around his body. The skin and limbs split like cracks. The blood in the body is boiling, and it is boiling straight. L's body is about to be scorched. This is his body can't bear it. Immediately afterwards, Metkai made a starting position. After seeing Metkai's posture, Xinu knew that he was going to use the strongest physical skills. Ye Kai. This is the final profound meaning after the opening of the 8 gates of gold. Then Met Kai ran at a speed close to the light, and the chakra gathered all over, forming a weird dragon shape. Ye Kai. Met Kai ran, and it flew up on the air, kicked towards Xingyu with all his strength. The space is distorted. If you do not have a deep control over the space ninjutsu hall at this time, I am afraid that 4.2 cannot use space ninjutsu to evade. If you put the dirt here and let him bear the blow, the dirt will also not be able to dodge the Arijima. Although the divine power with soil has been used thoroughly, but under this kind of space distortion, there is a great chance that space ninjutsu will fail. Physique. Profound meaning. Starfall strike. Although Xingyu could avoid it, he did not choose to avoid it. He was not afraid of head-to-head. Xingyu felt that he could be number one in physical skills. This punch is like the falling of a star. The dark chakra formed an asteroid. Flames burned on the outside, colliding with Mat Kai's Yakai. Kakashi, who was already dozens of miles away, half-kneeled on the ground. Try hard to support the body, an effaced, stagnant expression. Being so far away, he can still feel the pressure so much that makes it difficult for him to stand up. Chapter 392 Kakashi who blames himself. 55 The collision is only an instant, and then the fruit is born. Xingyu was still floating in the air, her hair and clothes were not messy, as if she had never experienced a battle. And Met Kai is the only thing left alive. Met Kai fell into the lake created by them because of their battles. No, it can't be called a lake now because of their collision just now. At this time, the water in the lake has evaporated. The combat power may not be as good as that of Otsuki Umura, but it is already pretty good. Xingyu said. Perhaps the strength of Beimenkai. Compare, not the Taitonki village that he killed, but Ye Kai who went all out. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Taitonki village to follow. If you let Hukuman Kai and Taitonki Hamura fight. Hoshibu estimated that the half-life that killed Otsuki Umura should not be an issue. Landing beside Akai, Xingyu looked at Akai who fell on the ground. The body was already charred. It's about to turn into coke. The right leg has been completely abolished, and he still has a breath of noon. The vitality is tenacious enough. There is no special physique, nor is it the strength of the earth-tailed man. It is just that the ordinary person's Akai can survive such a serious injury. It depends on the will in his heart. Well, it looks pleasing to your eyes. Just save your life. I won't be able to save people easily. This time it's cheaper for you. Xingyu used Jiang to escape chakra and rescued the dying Akai. But even if Akai was rescued, his body is also abolished, so don't open the small door again in the future. It is estimated that even 6 doors cannot be opened. In fact, Xingyu was able to recover from the injury suffered by Akai after the gold. But Xingyu did not do so. People always have to pay for their choices. Since a fight with him, naturally has to pay a price, Xingyu can save his life. It's good for Akai's senses. Then Xingyu left, and returned to the country of the vortex. After Xingyu left for a long time, dozens of miles away from the center where Xingyu and Akai fought Xeali, Sakura, and the awakened Naruto, they found Kakashi here. Ms. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Naruto ran over and shook Kakashi's clothes vigorously. After shaking for a long time, Kakashi woke up in a coma. Naruto, if you shake it again, I might be going to die, Kakashi said to Uzumaki Naruto with an ugly face. Upon seeing this, Naruto immediately let go, but he still asked urgently, Mr. Kakashi, are you okay? It doesn't matter if I have anything, the important thing is Akai. Kakashi's expression became heavy. Before he was stunned by the impact, and then he didn't know anything. Didn't know the outcome of the battle. No, regardless of the outcome of the battle, whether Akai wins or not, he will not survive. Ms. Kakashi, what happened to Mrs. Kai? Xiaoli anxiously said to Kakashi. Silence. Kakashi was silent to feel that he could not afford Xiaoli. Was even more sorry to Akai. If not his choice, they wouldn't fight with Maelstrom Xingyu. If they didn't fight, then Akai won't have any trouble. Akai opened the 8th door of the 8-door dungeon. After suffering for a long while, Kakashi still told Xiaoli the truth. Xiaoli but sitting on the ground. There was horror and disbelief in the big eyes. Li also studied the 8-gate dungeon. Of course, he knew the consequences of opening the 8th gate. Teacher Akai has. Li Liu shed tears in grief. If anyone in the village had the best relationship with Akai, not Kakashi, Akai's lifelong enemy, it's Li Liu. The relationship between Akai and Xiaoli should be able to surpass that of father and son. However, their two dresses really look like father and son. Akai hasn't been found yet. Not sure. Kakashi's eyes flashed a bright light. Maybe there is hope. Perhaps there is a miracle, and Akai is still alive. Go. Let's find Akai. Kakashi stood up, but as soon as he stood up, Kakashi couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Even though the impact force, it still hurt him severely over a distance of tens of kilometers. If the distance goes further, the card. I'm afraid Cassie was killed by the aftermath. Teacher Kakashi, you first cultivate. Let's get injured. Let's go to Teacher Akai, Sakura said to Kakashi. No, I'm going. Kakashi refused, and even if his injury was serious, he still had to pass it. If Akai dies, he will also bring Akai's body back. Then they came to the place where Xinu and Akai fought, and then found Akai. There is still a breath. Akai is still alive, Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Really? Is the Master Akai really still alive? Xiaoli wept in surprise. Great. Teacher Akai is still alive now. Take Akai back first. Kakashi carried Akai on his back, but his current situation is really difficult for Akai. Teacher Kakashi, let me carry Teacher Akai on my back, Xiaoli said to Kakashi. In the end, Kakashi did not refuse to hand over to Xiaoli to carry Akai on his back, and the pedestrians did not go to Sand Ninja Village. Go straight back to Konoha Village. Sand Ninja Village can't go now. Don't think they are allied with Sand Shinobu now. The relationship seems to be very good. But what if the other party really hits them? The defensive heart is indispensable, but you can't help but guard. Now their strength has suffered heavy losses, just in case they kill them. They also have no resistance. Return to Konoha Village on the second road. Then he took Akai to Konoha Hospital and was checked by a doctor. It was known that Akai's injuries were very serious. Jaiping could not recover. However, there is no danger of life, but it is not suitable for being a ninja in the future. Kakashi's expression was dull. 527. My heart is very self-blame. He believes that it is all because of his cause that Akai was seriously injured. Opening the 8 doors, Dungia will die. Undoubtedly Akai is not dead. Could it be Uzumaki Xinu? Did you save him? Kakashi guessed in his heart. Maybe it is. Otherwise, why Akai is still alive is unclear. Kakashi knew that opening the 8 doors of Dungia would undoubtedly die. There is absolutely no escaped Akai who can survive, only Maelstrom Xinu saved him. Naruto, you and Sakura will practice by yourself first, Kakashi said decadently. He felt that he was the lone star of the evil god. The people around him were basically dead. After his father committed suicide when he was 5 years old, his friend Taito and Lin also died. Both the teacher and the mother died. Now even Akai, who has a good relationship with him, he was seriously injured now, and he won't be a ninja anymore. I don't know if this is a big blow to Akai. Kakashi feels. I don't have the face-to-face Ashi. And now Kakashi doesn't have that little love for teaching his disciples. After learning about the situation, Jai Lai had nothing to say. Jai Lai didn't know how to persuade Kakashi. Jai Lai also simply gave Kakashi a vacation. Let him have a good rest. As for Naruto and others, Jai Lai also arranged for another Sharingan to bring. Chapter 393. Want to reach the sky in one step. 15. Yes, don't pester me. It's useless for you to pester me. Xingyu looked impatiently at the fireworks following his ass. Brother Xingyu, I know you are a good person. Just teach me. Huahuo held Xingyu's hand coquettishly. Xingyu was full of heads. looking at the fireworks with black lines. It's not that I don't teach you, it's that you want to reach the sky in one step. How easy is it? Hwahuo dislikes his slow cultivation ability. Then I wanted Xine to help her and help her at least have the strength not weaker than Hinata. Xine feels that the fireworks. The head is thinking about ass. It's not so easy to get to the sky in one step. Even Xine can use the power of 6 ways to help Hwahuo. That would also require Hwahuo to be able to carry this force. Obviously, the current fireworks are not up to standard. And if there is no way to carry it, and if you forcefully use the power beyond yourself, then you can probably refer to Uzumaki Nagato in the end. Hwahuo, one step a footprint is the truth. Don't be greedy for meritorious work. Mikoto said to Hwahuo. Yes, the little girl thinks pretty beautifully. She doesn't want to work hard and she wants to become stronger. Juxinai glanced at Hwahuo with contempt. Think about her back then. It was also a famous effort that brought Lington's strength. Hwahuo, this little girl wants to be strong without working hard. Got it. I will try my best in the future. Hwahuo said depressedly. If we continue speaking, she is probably going to be beaten by everyone. By the way, Brother Xinu, the watermelon-headed ninja before. Is that amazing? Hwahuo asked Xinu expectantly. For not seeing the battle between Xinu and Akai. Hwahuo said he was very disappointed. Awesome, I guess Juxinai and the others will retreat with all their strength. Xinu just finished talking. Juxina can't help but stand up. Looking at Xinu in surprise. Real or fake? Juxina felt that his current strength was strong enough. Looking at the entire ninja world, it should be the kind that couldn't find a rival. Of course it is true. Kangman Dunjia is very strong. If you don't believe it, it can't be long. Xingyu spread his hands towards Juxinai. However, Bayman Dunjia is indeed powerful. Of course, S is the most powerful person who can train Bayman Dunjia to be able to open children's doors. Xinu estimated that Akai would definitely not be worse than himself in terms of the training intensity of physical skills, but there is no way to compare two people. Xinu has a perfect immortal body. The intensity of cultivation is higher, and the burden on himself is not too great. But changing to Akai's ordinary physique and desperate cultivation will definitely not feel good. My own damage is too great, even though it looks good physique now, but in old age, absolutely painful. Okay, these will not be mentioned for the time being. But Hwahuo wanted to reach the sky in one step. It was completely whimsical. And the little girl's body simply couldn't bear the power of the 6 realms. I also want to practice that very powerful Hero Dunjia. Hwahuo looked at Xinu with bright eyes. You have to pay the price of your life. The price? Do you still want to practice? Xinu asked Hwahuo lightly. Hwahuo was surprised when he heard this, then immediately shook his head. If this is the case, then don't practice. After all, the price of life is too great. Forget it. I don't want to practice. Hwahuo spit out his tongue. Then speak first. In fact, it's okay to practice the 8 doors only, as long as the 8 doors are not fully opened, but Xinu is expected to be able to practice Hwahuo. Bayman Dunjia practice is too hard, and in the process, I have to endure pain. Just Hwahuo, this little girl definitely can't hold back the spoon. It is estimated that after 2 days of cultivating, she will feel bitter. So Xingyu didn't mean to teach Hwahuo, not reluctant to teach Kayuo, but Xingyu didn't want to waste this time. By the way, Hwahuo, do you want to go home and have a look? Xingyu asked Hwahuo. Go home? Isn't this my home? Hwahuo couldn't help but said. Knowing that Xingyu said about going home, he was returning to the house in Seiran village. But Hwahuo didn't want to go back. I won't go back in this life. So why? Hinata and Hanahuo's mother died a year ago because of a serious illness, and not long after, her father found them a little mother. Hinata didn't have much reaction to this, but Hwahuo's reaction was too great, expressing that he would sever his father-daughter relationship with Nexi. It's been almost a year, and Hwahuo hasn't forgiven Hyuga, and also said that he will never forgive him in this life. Seeing the irritating appearance of the fireworks, Ksinu didn't say anything. In fact, in Ksinia's view, Hyuga Nissa just accepted a small wife, which is not a big deal. In the Naruto world, there is no stipulation on the Ineta wife system. I followed my sister to practice. Hyuga went to Hinata. Now Hinata teaches the fireworks. Okay. Actually Hyuga wants Ksinu to teach her even more. It's just that Ksinu is more dependent. Even if Hyuga pulled Ksinu, he couldn't pull him, so there was no way to let her sister teach herself. There was some unrest in the ninja world. Although Gaara of the 5 generations of Fenning Gaara was rescued, it was impossible to forget it, and Kanrairang died. No one detoxified Kankuro. Kankuro naturally died. Put in earlier, Gaara would not care too much about the death of his own brother Kankuro, but now the relationship between Gaara and Kankuro has been restored. And the relationship is very good. Gaara must avenge Kanlilang. You started desperately investigating Akatsuki's intelligence. The same goes for Konoha village. Akatsuki's intelligence has not been spared. Intuitively, I also know that the organization seems to be doing something big, although it is not clear what the matter is. However, I also guessed that it might have a lot to do with the tail beast. Must focus on investigation next. Naruto is also Ranzuli. If Akatsuki's goal is really the tail beast, then it means that Naruto may also be dangerous. As for Yuzu Naruto, he was handed over to Yamato to lead by Zilei. Kakashi is still in the middle of self-blame. Even if Akai did not blame Kakashi, but Kakashi still couldn't pass the hurdle in his heart. So Kakashi is still on vacation. Lee Zhao. By the way, he is recovering from his injuries. Yamato is responsible for leading the first class. And this time, Yamato got the information about the rebellious ninja Oshmaru, and Naruto's class went to rescue Sasuke at this time. Even though he almost died after being inserted by Sasuke, Naruto still chose to believe in Sasuke. I firmly believe that Sasuke has difficulties. Well, there is no one to be able to reach the point of Uzumaki Naruto. The other is that there are more than one in their 7th class personally, that is Sei. Just like in the original book, Sei is still assigned to the 7th class. Danzo arranged for him. There are 2 purposes of arranging. The first is to monitor Iki Naruto July Uzumaki Naruto, and the other is to find a chance to kill Uchiha Sasuke. Originally, I also had objections to Danzang's placement. But Danzo is also supported by Maito Menyon and Zwan Xiao-chun. Yes, because of Naruto. Regarding the location, the 2 who had broken up with Danzo are now wearing a pair of trousers with Danzo again. Chapter 394. You are envious of it. 25. These 2 days were sunny. Xingyu was lying in the yard basking in the sun, squinting his eyes and enjoying the sun. Unwilling to get up, big brother Xinu is getting more and more lazy. Xiaonan put down the origami in his hand and glanced at Xingyu. Don't look at him being lazy now. But Hoshiba used to work very hard. Tsunade said, yes, I have the most say in this. I grew up with Xinu. Kushina glanced triumphantly at Miser, Tayumim, Tsunade, and Conan to show his superiority. It seems like there is something remarkable. Tayumim curled her lips. Well, I don't think it's great. Mikoto nodded with her lips pursed. Really? But I feel really amazing. The sourness on you. I feel it clearly. So you envy it. There was a smug smile on Juxinai's face. Although they said that there was nothing great, they obviously didn't think so in their hearts. This sour taste, Juxina could feel it all the way away. Junsina, well, if you continue to provoke, I will let you die very much. There is a sense of rhythm. Do you believe it or not? Tsunade asked Kuzina with a calm face. Believe it or not? Of course I believe it. Tsunade's fists were already raised. Although not afraid of Tsunade, Kushina fired a map cannon this time and offended everyone. So Yusu still didn't want to continue doing it. It's not good. 057. It's not good. At this moment, the flowers hurriedly pushed open the door of the yard, and then ran in from outside. What's the matter? Xinu opened his eyes and L asked. To the hurried fireworks. I saw a monster by the sea, a very big monster. Huahuo patted her chest. She seemed to be a little scared, and she didn't know what monster she saw. What monster? After Xinu used Kagura's eyes to perceive and passed the perception, Xinius' expression became weird. It's actually Sanwai. Why did you get here? Xinius' expression is very strange. It is said that Mayo should stay in the country of water. How come to the country of vortex? Sanwai, is it a tail beast? Huahuo asked Xinu curiously. Yes, it's a tail beast. But in all tail beasts, the strength inside is not strong. On the body shape, Mitsuo is too good among all the tail beasts B_Faye, but this strength is average, so it is estimated that it is one of the bottom players. Go and have a look. Xinu stood up and rushed towards Sanwai with fireworks. When Xinu came to his place, Xinu couldn't get the hairy genus, let alone the trivial only 3 tails, even if he wanted to be arrogant. He couldn't get arrogant. When I came back to the beach, Sanwai was lying on the beach, so I was basking in the sun. This tortoise is also basking in the sun. It's not good to stay in the country of water. Dot actually ran to the country of vortex, and even climbed ashore to bask in the sun. Don't you like to stay in the water? This big guy knew it was hard to deal with at first glance. I was taken aback by this guy when I was fishing. Huahuo said to Xingyu. Didn't you go to practice? Why did you come here to fish? Xingyu looked at the fireworks, waiting for an explanation of the fireworks. Huahuo only knew Hanxiao at this time and then changed the subject. Anyway, he resolutely refused to answer Xingyu's question. Forget it. I won't tell you this anymore. I guess your sister will teach you a lesson. Xingyu glanced at Huahuo, knowing that she was lazy again. She was lazy. Not once or twice. Even Xinu is used to it. Sanwai, you are brave enough to run to my place. Xingyu had already assumed the country of the vortex as his own territory. Sanwai ran over without saying hello to herself. Who doesn't tidy it up? Of course. Sanwai doesn't know whose site is here, but these unimportant Xinu need any reason to clean up Sanwai. Sanwai, who was enjoying the sun, raised his head, opened his eyes and flicked Xinu. Xinu felt a grumpy murderous aura on Sanwai's body. Brother Xingyu, I think it will fight you. Huahuo said towards Xingyu. Yes, even fireworks can be felt. Only 3-tailed guys are not qualified enough. Only 10-tailed ones are enough to see. Xinu was not concerned about the bottommost guy among the 3-tailed beasts. In fact, even 9 tails and Xinu didn't care about it. Xiang Duo was just clever, some wise beasts, not worth more. Only with the power of Du can Xinu pay more attention. After all, the body of Tu is a sacred tree. For the sacred tree, Xinius heart. Somewhat curious. It would be great if Yulai could catch a member of the Dajianmu clan. The sacred trees are all star feathers planted by the Datongmu clan. I am somewhat curious about this sacred tree, and how the Datongmu clan got the seeds of the sacred tree. Too much gossip. At this time, Sanwai looked at Xinu in amazement. What it heard was what Lu said just now. This person actually knew about Tokutu. The biggest taboo of the tail beast is the 10 tails. They are all chakras separated from the 10 tails by the 6 immortals. The 10-tailed one is also the most afraid, because if the 10-tailed are to be resurrected, first of all, we have to get its chakra back. If Tail wants to get chakra back, the other 9 big-tailed beasts are obviously going to die. Sanwai's fierce eyes converged, then turned his head and left, fast, as if something was chasing after it. The human being in front of me should not be able to provoke Sanwai. I judged it by myself. You don't think Sanwai is a tortoise and you think it is stupid. In fact, Sanwai is very smart and can't provoke me. Can't I hide it? Facts have proved that you really can't hide from you and want to escape. So you have to ask Xinu before. Xinu did not agree. 3 tails can escape. Matu, bring me back. A majestic gravitation broke out from Xingyu's hands. Oh, it would be great if I could learn. Huahuo glanced at Xinu, and muttered to himself quite enviously. Thiz recruited her sister too, and when Huahuo wanted to ask Xingyu to teach her, Ji County knew that she couldn't teach her. It turned out that this was Wang's Ji boundary. There is no way to teach Blood Legacy boundary, and this fireworks also knows. So there is no unreasonable cause Xingyu to teach her. Captured by Xinu, The three retreats were also aroused by the ferocious temper of the original tail beast. When it is not good, I feel Xing you is not easy to mess with. But this does not mean it is afraid. The big mouth opened, and the yin and yang chakra gathered, and then quickly formed, Z-spheres hitting Xinu. This is the strongest method of the tail beast jade. Looking at the tail beast jade that was hitting over, Xinu flew out of Shenluo dancing. And then his eyes fluctuated slightly for a moment. Sanwai was completely controlled by Xinu. Have you controlled this big guy? Hua must see 3 Gua in Sanwai's eye redemption. Turning into Sangua writing round eyes, I guessed that Sanwai was under control. Knowing that Sanwai was under control, Hua Huo rushed over immediately. Then show soft. Fist hits the past 3 times. To avenge the frightened oneself before. Text version of the novel _15230956194 support fellow original works. Enjoy the joy of reading. L chapter 395 is not good. Xingyu and a fishy cat ran away. 35 Xingyu just looked at Huahuo, watching Huahuo use his soft fist to attack for 3 times. After a long time, Xingyu stopped Huahuo. Does your beta hurt? It hurts a bit. Huahuo looked at his red fist. This guy is too hard. It can't move at all. Just spend less strength. Of course, the tail beast can't be beaten. Not to mention the 3 tails' defensive power is surprisingly strong. Xinu felt a bit silly for what Huahuo had done before. Master Xinu, what is this big guy? At this time, Xianglin and Hinata came here. Xianglin looked at Sanwai curiously. Naturally, I don't know about Sanwai aromatic phosphorus. There are many people who know the tail beast, but not so many people know the appearance of the tail beast. So Xianglin didn't even know the ugly Sanwai guy. This is Myo. ISO is not very powerful, Xinu said to the fragrant phosphorus. It turns out that this is 3 tails. It looks so strange, but it does have 3 tails. Xianglin is like a curious baby, like looking curiously. Sanwai, sister, aren't you curious? Huahuo came next to my sister Hinata. She asked Hinata, who was standing there quietly. I'm curious about Huahuo. Why did you attack this tail beast before? Hinata looked down at Huahuo. It's not the fault of the 3 tails. I used to fish on the beach, but the sudden appearance of the 3 tails shocked me and the fireworks, complained to Hinata, aggrieved. But after she finished speaking, Huahuo found that she seemed to have missed her mouth. Wouldn't she let her sister know that she was lazy? Are there any injuries? Hinata asked Huahuo with concern. At this time, Hinata is not concerned about the problem of fireworks laziness, but whether there was any injury before Huahuo Li. No, it's just a big tortoise. How could it hurt me? I almost killed it. Huahuo held his head proudly. Hee. Xinu looked at the fireworks and smiled, and returned a big mullet. It's not that you run fast, and now it's Sanwai's dinner. Forget it. Don't break through the bragging of the little girl Huaxiao, not to mention that Hinda won't believe the bragging of Huahuo at all. Master Xinu, how to deal with the 3 tails? Xianglin looked at the 3 tails curiously. Towards Xingyujian Road. Let it be. Pointed here. Xinu didn't figure out how to deal with the 3 tails. It is estimated that the Akatsuki organization will find the 3 tails in the future. I don't know how the guy Sanwai ran from the lake in the country of water to the country of the vortex, so let him stay here first. Then hand it to Uzumaki Nagato. Xingyu is still waiting for 10 tails to resurrect. Naturally, he gave it to Uzumaki Nagato. It's useless to keep this house beast. Although the major ninja villages value the tail beast very much, in Xinya's eyes, the tail beast is of little use. Being a psychic beast, Xinu hates it. After all, the tail beast West seems to be powerful, but actually faces the real strong. There is no difference from a domestic cat. You can only use Wailu to clean up at most 1 fish. But if you want to clean up trash fish, isn't ninjutsu like Shinra Tanzing and Danshai Zanxing not fragrant? Let's go back and swallow first, Xinu said to Hinata and the others. Sanwai was controlled by Xinu. It will stay here honestly, it won't pack it at all. Huahuo, I remember you told me that your stomach hurts and feels uncomfortable. 2. Why did you go fishing by the beach? On the way back, Hinata asked at the fireworks. Fire's expression was very stiff. I tried my best to find a reason. Sister, my stomach is uncomfortable, so I am going to catch a fish to make up for it. After hearing this reason, Xingyu secretly gave a big thumbs up to the fireworks. Really made up any reason. The fireworks are barely beautiful. Of course, mainly, Hinata didn't care about Huahuo. Hinata also knows that he likes to be lazy when practicing fireworks, so just keep an eye on it next time. In fact, if Huahuo really doesn't like to practice, Hinata won't force Huahuo. What happened to Senwai? Was it killed by you? As soon as Hoshiba came back, Tsunade asked Hoshiba. Of course I didn't kill. How could I be so irritable? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Xingyu looked at Tsunade angrily. It's probably not easy for Senwai not to kill it. Tsunade wanted to see it. But then I thought about it. I think it should be forgotten. It's just a tail beast. It's not worth seeing at all. Xingyu, am particularly boring lately. Can you take me out to play? Juxina pounced on Xingyu's back and leaned on Xingyu and asked in a low voice. Where do you want to play? Xina turned towards Juxina, asked. Suddenly, Juxina's spirit came. He immediately said to Xinu, as long as you take me out, it doesn't matter where you go. Ask for flowers. Yes, just take me out. Juxina lowered her voice and secretly said to Xinu. Okay. But when you come back, don't let me take the blame, otherwise I will teach you carefully. Don't worry, if Mikoto and her have any opinions, I will take it all down. How about two? Kuzina assured Xinu. What are you two whispering secretly? Ming looked at Hoshiba and Kuzina and couldn't help but walk over. Ahem. Juxina coughed slightly. Motioned to Xingyu not to say anything. She wanted to go out to play. But she wanted to go out with Xingyu alone. But she didn't want to take other people. Are you very curious without whispering? Xingyu flicked Zhao Meiming's forehead lightly. Ming touched her head and was bounced and felt a bit painful. But Ming felt that Hoshiba and Kuzina must be talking about something that she didn't want her to know. Eat in the evening. After dinner, Juxina sneaked into Xinya's room, leaving a note, and the two sneaked away. Early the next morning, Zhao Meiming pushed Xingya's door open, and looked at it with a puzzled note left by Xingyu. Then shredded in annoyance. It's not good. Xingyu and some fishy cat ran away. Ming shouted too loudly. Big brother Xingyu ran away too? Xiaonan couldn't help standing up and looking at Zhao Meiyan. Should I run away with Gushina 3 inches? Mikoto couldn't help asking. Hey, Mikoto, you know. Did you know it a long time ago, deliberately hiding it? Terumi looked at Mikoto so angrily, knowing that the two of them had sneaked away, actually still hiding from them. It's too much. Mkin whited Terumi Ming's eyes. Use your brain. Okay, I guessed it. Only Hoshiba and Gushina are not here. Of course Hoshiba and Gushina ran away. Terumi Ming's expression was a little awkward. Sorry Mikoto, I misunderstood you. I admit it. It seems that it's too late to admit the mistake. Let Han solve the problem of eating by yourself, Mikoto said and took away the breakfast prepared for Terumi. Don't be like this, Mikoto sister, I have already apologized. I admit it wrong. Have mercy on me. Terumi Ming rushed to Mesa very unscrupulously, begging for mercy. She didn't want to be hungry for a day. L chapter 396. Do you believe women's words? 45. In an unknown town, Juxinai happily pulled Xinya's hair, and looked around here and there on the street. Xinai, I said, can you not be so curious? Xinu reminded Xinai. Why? Juxinai looked at Xinu puzzledly. Your performance looks like we haven't seen the world before. It's embarrassing. Xinu felt the strange gazes of the people around him looking at them. Hearing the words, Juxina looked around and then slammed his foot on the ground. Boom. The whole street is shaking. What are you looking at? Look at me hitting you again. Gushina clenched his fist and threatened the people around him. Okay, Everyone was scared by Juxinai, looking at the cracks on the ground like spiderweb lines. If it is kicked on them, it will definitely kill them. For one, the woman in front of me is definitely a ninja. Can't afford to provoke. Small lives matter. Leave quickly. Look, you have scared people away, Xingyu said helplessly. But forget it. These people walked better so that Xinu and Juxina would go around more peacefully. HMPH. I was pretty good without hitting them. Juxinai snorted softly. It's really getting more and more violent, Xingyu whispered. Of course, Xinia's voice was so low that only he could hear it, and he was sure that Juxina couldn't hear it. But when Juxinai was in front of him, she was relatively gentle. Is there nothing big in the ninja world recently? Kushina said. Why not? Of course there is a major event. Not long ago, the 5 generations Fenying almost lost his life. Isn't this a major event? Xina squeezed Juxinai's Kyung nose, and said to Juxinai, by the way, instead of paying attention to major events in the ninja world, I think you might as well think about how to give Mikoto and the others an explanation later. Does this still need to be explained by the official? Actually, I have already thought about it. It is too hard to sell you. Anyway, you originally brought me out. What? Hoshiba suddenly exploded as he listened to Kushina's words, and squeezed Kushina's cheeks with both hands. With a gloomy face, he said to Juxinai, give you a chance to say it again. You let me go first. Kushina said to Xinu. Okay. I'll let you go first. Xingyu nodded. For the time being, let Nuxinai let go. Juxinai, who had taken off, immediately took 2 steps back. Then he said, even if you ask me to say it again, it's the same. Nashina, didn't you say it before? Are you going to bear it? 3 inches. Xina grabbed Nashina again. Although Juxina wanted to hide, but he couldn't avoid it at all. It is not easy for Xingyu to catch her. Ahem, do you believe women's words? Kushina coughed lightly, then whispered in a low voice, I don't think it's anxious to say this now, and I'll talk about it after I go back. Xina glanced at Juxinai. After you go back, you just don't want to bear it. Let's go. There is nothing fun here. Let's change the place. Juxinai took Xinia's hand and left here. Go. Then go to the Akatsuki organization base to take a look at Pen's gang. Now I have caught a few tail beasts. Xina took Kushina and headed towards the Akatsuki organization base in the Kingdom of Rain, mainly to see the progress of Akatsuki. I don't want to see them ditching. Xingyu is still waiting for them to resurrect now. After Tui's resurrection, or after Deiji and Muhui's resurrection, the old man of Ludai Immortal will definitely show up and kill him. Xina wanted to kill the 6 Dao Immortals a long time ago, and now he is about to become obsession. Okay. In fact, the 6 Dao Immortals did not offend him. Xingyu's hostility to the 6 Dao Immortals was mainly because this guy's strength was a threat. It was a threat to the former Xinuel. Although the 6 Dao Immortal did not jump out to be an enemy of himself, his strength was enough to threaten him at the time. So Xinu was regarded as a potential threat. It has nothing to do with hostility towards him. And now, to be honest, the 6 immortals have no threat to him. Xingyu didn't think that Diejian Muui was his opponent. But perhaps this thought has become obsession. So Xingyu still wants to kill the 6 Dao Immortals. There is another purpose. That's when the power of copying the 6 Immortals won Metotsuki Yukan. Xinu did not consume the god-level copy card to copy his power. Mainly Xinu felt that Taitonki village's strength was inadequate, even though it was at the 6th rank. But it wasn't much better to be beaten to death by him easily. But 6 Immortals, it must be stronger than Otsuki Umura, and it should be much stronger. For this purpose, Xingyu had 6 immortals on the anus. And Xinu doesn't know where Otsuki Ui is, so he can only show himself up if Akatsuki sections are too slow. Xingyu didn't mind helping them speed up their progress, and Xingyu didn't care about the drama anyway. If the strength is not enough, Xingyu would definitely want to follow the plot, and Xingya's strength was already so strong that he didn't care about it at all, came to the Akatsuki organization base. Then Xingya learned that they had caught the second tail is gone, and the second tail has been sealed as for Sanwai. Originally Beige had found it. It was in a lake in the land of water. But after going to the place Beige said, he found that there was no Sanwai at all. And the guy Sanwai ran away. Of course not. It's right that there is no Sanwai, because Sanwai ran to the country of the vortex. Now he is controlled by Xingya, so you are looking for the three tails. The three tails are simple. It has been caught by me. As for the four tails, lousy, leave it to me, too, Xingya said to Pain. When looking at Xingya in surprise, pure Xingya didn't care about catching the tail catcher at all. But now why is it suddenly concerned? This is a bit weird, so Pain couldn't help but doubt it. Xingyu did not care about it before, but now it is different. Xingyu has changed his mind. I am also concerned about this matter. Later, Xingyu didn't care what Pen was thinking, and left with Chuxinai 4.1. He was going to grab Laozi with his own hands. Where is Lao Chang? Xingyu only knows that he has left Yanin village. But I want to know where Laozi is. Very simple. Although Xingyu doesn't know, but someone knows. For example, Beige, whose intelligence network spread throughout the ninja world, had already investigated Laozi's traces. Beige, tell me where Laozi is. Xingyu said to Beige, Master Xingyu, do it yourself. That's great. Too many people from Xingyu take the shot. I will definitely be able to catch the four tails. Beige said flatly to Xingyu. Xingyu frowned slightly. He didn't listen to Beige here to compliment him. Probably noticing Xingyu's dissatisfaction, Beige immediately told Xingyu of Laozi's whereabouts. Watching, Xingyu nodded in satisfaction with the detailed information that Beige gave. This guy is indeed unique in collecting information. Chapter 397 hasn't figured out the situation yet. 55 Akatsuki is a top secret place where other Akatsuki members don't even know, and this place is where the Nagato body is located. At this time, besides Nagato, the masked Uchiha belt was also here. Originally, he was bringing the soil according to the original work. Now he should join Akatsuki as Afai, but now he hasn't. You mean Uzumaki? Xingyu stepped in to collect the tail beast. Uchiha stared at Nagato with soil. The brows were already frowning deeply. At this moment, Wuxi Xingyu suddenly intervened. What does he think? You and Maelstrom Xingyu are not companions. Don't you know? Nagaman looked at this Uchiha Madara expressionlessly. I don't know what I'm thinking. Uchiha's face with soil hidden under the mask was very gloomy. Is Maelstrom Xingyu his companion? He never felt that Wuxi Xingyu and him were in the same group. I already know things. Uchiha turned around and left. There are some things that he needs to think about. Uzumaki Hoshiba and him are not in the same group. He and Uchiha Madara are 14 collaborators, and he is not. Hoshiba didn't know the meeting between Daido and Nagato. I don't care if I know it, because he has never considered bringing dirt. A small area with soil, even if it becomes a pillar of 10-tailed people, it can't pose any threat to him. Under this situation, does Xingyu need to care about bringing soil? At this time Xingyu and Jixin were in a state going to the country of 10. Although Laozi left Yanin village, the people are still in the land of the earth, so Xingyu and the others will go to the land of the earth. The environment of Kaiminokuni is also bad enough. Kushina couldn't help saying, it has been raining with rocks in the sky. Of course, there is no threat to Xingyu and others at all. Xingyu Yi, straight open the Shiluo Tanzing and block all the gravel falling from the sky. The land of the earth is mostly desolate rock walls. As long as there is a strong wind, these small gravel on the ground can be blown to the sky, and this is the so-called rock rain. And these gravel will be blown to other countries. The countries adjacent to the land of the earth are also inverted. It's too desolate to come again. By the way, Xingyu, if you find the four-tailed man, Zula allows it, let me deal with it. Juxinai said eagerly. When I was at home, Kushina couldn't find an opponent even if he wanted to do something. Tsunade and the others are not weaker than themselves, so they are meaningless. Well, It's interesting to abuse food. After playing with Tsunade and others for a long time, they couldn't tell the victory or defeat, so Kushina naturally felt boring. Well, it's just a small character anyway. It's the same for anyone who does it. Xingyu had no objection. If it weren't for the purpose of accelerating the collection of tail beasts by Akatsuki, Xingyu would not be interested in dealing with Laozi. Came to a small town on the border of 10 kingdoms. According to the information provided by Beige, Laozi is now in this small town. No matter where it is in the small town, Beige doesn't have it. Far provides accurate information, because Laozi is not a dead thing, he is a man. But he can run away. But this doesn't matter one as long as the approximate location of Laozi can be determined. 2. Kushina can easily find Laozi. I have found Iju, Kushina said to Kushina. Kushina also has small eyes on Kigura. So it's not difficult to find Laozi, because Renziali's chakra is different from other ninjas' chakras. L is easy to recognize. What's more, there are only 2 individuals in this small town who own chakras. This is too obvious. When I found Laozi, he is currently drinking in a pub is quite comfortable. Do you want to do it here? 3 inches, Kushina said towards Xingyu Jian. Well, if you do it here, it will affect the innocent people around you. Let's grab him and leave this small town to do it. Although Xingyu is not the virgin, he will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. If you fight here, I'm afraid many people will die in this town. He wasn't someone who offended him. Xingyu naturally wouldn't commit a murder. Xingyu walked over, then grabbed Laozi by the collar. Without giving Laozi time to react, she used space ninjutsu and took Laozi to leave the town. Who are you? Laozi, who was thrown on the ground by Xingyu, questioned Xingyu angrily. I want the 4-tailed person in your body. If you are acquainted, hand it over. Otherwise you will die thoroughly, Xingyu said faintly towards Laozi. Laozi wanted to vomit blood angrily. When Renziuli was taken away from the tail beast. There is only a dead end. You want me to die? You are the Whirlpool Star Feather Jade. Laozi looked at Xingyu seriously and recognized Xingyu all of a sudden. Of course Laozi knew Xingyu. Even Saiwai have dealt with Xingyu. But he was beaten by Xingyu and fled in embarrassment. But that was during the First Ninja World War, and it's been more than 20 years since now. Aljun Xinai, let's do it directly. Seeing his appearance, he will not take the initiative to hand over the 4 tails. Remember not to carry Laozi to death. He will die if one tail beast is dead. Xina reminded Juxinai. The reminder is necessary. One Juxinai's move is a little heavier. You may be about to beat Laozi to death. After all, Juxinai is so strong now, and Laozi is so fragile. If he takes a heavier shot, he can definitely enough to make Holzi die. I see. I will control it, Juxina assured Xingyu. Xingyu looked at Juxina, and didn't believe it very much. Forget it. Let's watch it for yourself. If Juxina is really allowed to carry Laozi, then the follow-up will be really troublesome. Although I don't care about the trouble, it's better to omit it if it can be omitted. Xingyu was unwilling to contribute more. You won't do it, Zizi said in his heart after hearing Xingyu and Juxinai's words. If the enemy is not the Whirlpool Star Feather, but the Whirlpool Kushina next to it, Laozi thinks she can still carry it over. At that time, grabbing Uzumaki Juxina, then used it to threaten Uzumaki Xingyu. It was not without a chance to get out. Originally felt that he was dead. Second Laozi. Now suddenly there is hope. It's not a dead end. Okay. Laozi hasn't figured out the situation yet. I don't know the seriousness of the matter yet. Suddenly I became arrogant inexplicably. Do you look down on me? Juxinai showed an uncomfortable face. Oldzu with a look of despair before. Suddenly her expression became arrogant. Is this because she feels that her strength is weak? Nai feels it is necessary to teach him to recognize reality. Follow the chakra mode. Laozi uses the meltdown chakra mode, which is actually somewhat similar to the Ldun chakra mode, and it is basically the same. The hot lava entwined all over the body can melt everything you touch. This is also Lao Tzu's biggest support. The lava armor formed by the fusion protects Laozi, and L has both lethality and defensive power. In fact, meltdown is not weak. Refer to the red dog of One Piece, but Old Purple is Old Purple. Red dog is a red dog. and Old Purple is definitely not up to it. To the point of Chita-e, but the lava in a suit looks scary. Chapter 398, The Art of Wooden Men Hanging 4 Tails 15. Not bad, it looks very imposing. Juxina nodded in satisfaction. If the opponent's strength is too weak, Juxina will not have a sense of accomplishment either. Of course, if the opponent's strength is too strong, not weaker than her, Kushina has no interest in fighting. Kushina likes to crush opponents. But opponents can look weak, and have to be the kind of strong performance. In this way, Juxina has a more sense of accomplishment. Melting escape. The art of scorching river rock. Old Zai shot out a magma ball and hit it towards Juxina. He still understands the principle of getting the hair down first. Cut. Is this level of attack? Juxina looked at Laozi's attack with disdain. Done. Muding by countless hardwoods rose up around Juxina, and then form a hemispherical protection. The magma ball hits the wall of the wooden ingot, only to make the wood slightly blacker, and the others have no effect at all. How is it possible? This is Mudun. Olza stared blankly at the Mudun used by Juxina. The legend of Mudun is too heavy. It's the same as writing round eyes in a kaleidoscope. Use it out. The enemy will definitely be surprised. This should be Mudun's own attribute. Okay, the above is purely verbal, but I saw the Mudun people. I will be a little surprised. Of course. What surprised Laozi the most was that his ninjutsu didn't break the defense. Although Mudun was very powerful in the legend, Laozixin was not convinced. I think the so-called Mudun is actually nothing more than that. Class, let Laozi understand the power of Mudun. It's just in Laozi's heart. The name is a little unacceptable, and the mere wooden blocks can actually block the magma. He felt a little nonsense in his heart, although the facts in front of him. But Laozixin just feels nonsense. Ordinary wood, of course, cannot withstand magma. I am afraid that it will turn into ash when it touches it. But is it ordinary wood that is made from Mudun, replaced with Yamato's Mudun? Laozi can definitely break the defense of the wooden ingot wall. But this was performed by Juxinai. There is no difference between the Mudun L of Juxinai and the Mudun between Rensuzu. Attribute restraint simply doesn't work for Mudun. Uekai Hamadaro is proficient in fire escape. As far as attributes are concerned, Kyu is fine. But Uekai Hamadaro is still embarrassed by the wooden block, and has never won 1,000. Between the hand posts, ordinary wooden escape is pure but the real wooden escape contains the yang escape chakra, and its power is too much improved. Is this surprised? Kusinai snorted. Then he performed the technique of the wooden man. A wooden man who was not weaker than the complete body and beard, stood in the heaven and earth like this. Gudong 06 and Laozi swallowed. 2 only then did he know that 9 Yuan Liu Uzumaki 9 Sinai was not good for Yuan. Laozi is already thinking about escaping. In the face of such a powerful enemy, escaping is not a shame. No. After he wanted to escape, he was a little bit whimsical. Will Juxinai let him go? Obviously he will not be, and Juxinai will not let him go. Laozi is able to escape from Juxinai's hands. What's more, there is Xingyu watching right beside him. It is obviously impossible for Jian to escape. Laozi's character is stubborn, but it doesn't mean that he is stupid. In a short while, I learned that escape is impossible. At the moment, there are only 2 ways. One is to wait to be pulled high. Their goal is the 4 tails. The other 2 paths are resistance. There is still a way to survive if you resist. Without resisting words, only death will end. So, it is clear how to choose. He has no other choice if he wants to live. 4 tails. You should have heard it. Now lend me strength. Otherwise, we will all. Laozi began to communicate with the 4-tailed Monkey King. After so many years of being a human column force, the communication tail beast Laozi can still do it. For Laozi, 4 tails can't be regarded as inaudible, even if it is for their own sake. They have to fight it. So for Laozi, who wanted to borrow power, Saiwai did not refuse, and lent her power to Laozi, and lent all to Laozi, so that Laozi was completely beastly tailed. At this time, Laozi's consciousness did not disappear. Should be said to be old. When Xin Shiwai control their body L at the same time, they still have to work together. Although no matter how dissatisfied with Laozi, no matter how resentful he is, at this time we must let go and deal with the enemy together. Four tails are so ugly, isn't there a good-looking tail beast? Juxina couldn't help but vomit. After the four tails came out, the body of a completely beast-like L was still not as tall as his own, but only half the height of the wooden man. Controlling the wooden man, and then bombarding it down, with a body over 100 meters tall and immense power, it can shatter the earth and smash the mountain with one punch and kick. Roar! Four tails roared, with arms in front of them. They caught Muren's fist. Boom up! The heavy fist slammed the four tails into the ground, and the dust around them was flying all over the sky. Seeing this, Xingyu flew into the air immediately. He didn't want to stay on the ground and eat the dust. Falling beside Juxinai, two stepped on the wooden figure controlled by Juxinai, looking down at the four tails below. The four tails are more resistant, no matter how strong the wooden man's fist was. He couldn't solve the four tails with one punch, and the four tails were still struggling. Actually dare to struggle. I want to beat you. I just want to beat you obediently. Kushina controlled himself. He lifted the four tails that had fallen into the ground, pinching Saiwei's neck. Z fists kept falling on Saiwei's body. Even the four-tailed L knows the pain, and the painful four-tail draws again and again. The corners of Xinya's mouth twitched. It was too cruel. Suddenly there was some sympathy for the four tails. But seeing the four tails so ugly is obviously not worthy of sympathy. That's right. Look cute. Xina still sympathizes in his heart, but let it be so ugly. Nuxinai, pay attention, don't kill you, Xing. You reminded Nuxinai next to him, and told Nuxinai not to overdo it. Don't worry, Xinu. I have a sense of measure _ I won't be able to kill it if I carry it. Juxinai said to Xinu. The four tails here are about to cry. Without such bullying, Shiwai felt that it would be better to die now. Get Zhao X Shiwai, hurry up and use melt, hurry up. Old Zi reminded Shiwai. He was more anxious than Shiwai. If you can't beat it, then there is only a dead end. Lao Zi still doesn't want to die, so I can only hope that Shiwai will hold on. Shiwai's body becomes less red color. Magma surged all over the body. The terrible high temperature makes the wooden man burn, but even the burning wooden man, there is still no damage, or as long as there is a trace of damage, Juxinai can repair the wooden man by consuming chakra. This is the same as Susanoo. After Susanoo is damaged, one can also consume chakra and pupil power to repair, and the wood man can also consume chakra repair beans. So even with the power of meltdown, Shiwai still couldn't get rid of the fact that he was pinching his neck and slinging. It feels boring. Kushina couldn't help but said, quite excited at the beginning. Now it feels more and more boring. The four tails do not have a trace of resistance at all. Chapter 399 Xingyu's Thoughts 25 Juxinai lifted the wooden man's technique, and Lao Zi, who was Juxina's opponent, was lying in the deep pit at this time. He didn't die. There was still a sigh of relief. But the state is not very optimistic. It didn't matter. Xingyu didn't care about his state. As long as he was still alive, it was enough to save him a little life. Of course, his little life is only kept temporarily, and it is estimated that it will not be long. Lao Zi was about to be pulled from the four tails and died. Huang Quan Hirozaka. Xina walked over and lifted Lao Zi, who was like a dead dog. Then the other hand took Juxinai into the space door. In a blink of an eye. From the border of the country of soil, we came to the organization base of the country of rain. Space ninjutsu is really convenient. Kushina has a little envy on her face. She also wants to learn space ninjutsu, but she doesn't have the wealth of this aspect. Flying Thunder God's art has been studied for a long time, but the final result is totally ignorant. In the end, even if you want to learn space ninjutsu, you have to give up. No way, I can't learn it, it's a waste of time. and Kushina is not willing to waste time anymore. Kusina finds Pain. Then he threw the four-tailed man's Ulilazit to Pain. By the way, go back to the country of Vortex. Bring Sanwai and throw it to Pain. Tong 420 knows that the members of the organization should move quickly. Don't be too slow, Kusina said to Pain as he walked. There was no change in the expression on Pain's face. After all, he was just a puppet, and it was normal to have no expression. Let's go. Let's leave the country of rain, Kusina said towards Jukusinai. There are now 4-tailed beasts collected by Akatsuki, and there are still 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, children tails, and 9 tails. 5 tails, 6 tails, and soil tails are easier to grasp, but OY is the most difficult to be controlled by Kusina. It's just one 9-tailed one if this were to be calculated. The plan to collect the tail beasts would probably be completed ahead of schedule, but what Kusina wanted was to advance. Xingyu, what are you thinking? Something on your mind? Juxina looked at Kusina, who was in deep thought. Can't help but ask him. Yes, there are indeed some things. To be precise, there are some ideas. Kusina exhaled, and then said to Juxina, before, Xingyu had an idea. That is to use the God-level copy card to copy yourself, and then use the God-level copy card to copy the strength of the copy. Come. So does he have doubled the power? The price is to consume the Xang God-level copy card. Looked at his system panel. There are 3 God-level copy cards. If 2 are consumed, Xingyu is not reluctant. It just feels very awkward. After all, he has copied another self, and Xinia's character is more domineering. Regardless of whether it is a copy or not, you only need to have one. In other words, even if Xingyu really reproduced himself, in the end, I must kill the copy of V0C. The problem is here. Check your own strength if you really copy a copy. Ying is really hard to kill. Even if it is copied again, the power of the copy doubles in all aspects. The combat effectiveness has more than doubled, and Xingyu still does not have a 100% certainty to kill himself. Some techniques in his body are too bad for the sky, such as Tongshu Tani Uming, Gao Tani Yuan. There is simply no solution. Xingyu himself doesn't know how to break the army. Forget it, the strength is strong enough. Don't play these poker operations. Xingyu sighed finally. All these thoughts in his heart were wiped out. The tomb of Juxinai looked at Xinu and sighed. I asked him and didn't say any reason, which caused Juxinai very angry. Don't be angry. Anger will turn ugly. Xina squeezed Juxina's cheek. He teased Juxina to make Juxina happy. I won't become ugly, and, are you waiting for me to become ugly and leave me to the side? Juxinai stared at Xinu dangerously. Suddenly Xinu was speechless. Did he have that idea? Did he say anything? Obviously not. It was Juxinai who was thinking wildly. Where is this place? Kushina towards Hoshihunmaroda because Xinu used Huangquan Biliangzaka to bring her here. So Juxinai doesn't know where it is. B2 far within the land of the country. This is Tanokuni where Zamaru Otonin village is located, but to be precise, Otonin village is gone. All 4 of Otonin are dead. Junmaru is also dead. And there are no people under Shimaru who can support a small Shinin village. Of course, dear Shimaru didn't care about any Shinobu village. He established Shinobu village just to facilitate his actions. It doesn't really matter whether it is it or not. Not far away, I felt the chakra. Kushina pointed to the front, feeling the chakra escaping from the front. Maybe someone is fighting. Juxina looked at Xingyu expectantly. Okay. Juxinai wanted to join in the trouble in his heart. I just don't know if Xingyu is willing to go there. Let's take a look. Chakra fluctuation is very familiar, Xina said with a slight smile. Xina felt the chakra of Uzumaki Naruto. To be precise, it should be the chakra of 9 tails. In addition, there is the chakra of the Hokkaido clan, and the chakra of the Uchiha clan, if not surprisingly, must be Uchiha Sasuke. Well, the reason why I can feel it, it's because of writing round eyes. The chakras of the Uchiha clan are a little different. Then what are you waiting for? Go the quickly Jukes knife resolutely took Xinu's hand. Use instantaneous technique to bring Xinu over. Here is a battlefield. The two sides of a fighting are big snake power, and there is also the first Turkish squad led by Kakashi is still on vacation and is still responsible for leading the first Tuban. Yamato is fighting against Shimaru. He is performing Mudan ninjutsu, but Maru is still very good at facing Yamato's Mudan ninjutsu. Speaking of Yamato and Oshomaru, they still have a relationship. Yamato, the reason for getting Mudan blood continues to limit. It is the primary cell transplanted by Taishi 1. Yamato is one of the experimental products of Dash 1. It is also among the many experimental products of Dash 1. The only cloth surviving. Although the Senza columns are dead, the cells between the Senza columns still contain vitality. The transplanted primary cells are basically unable to resist the erosion of the primary cells. Those who survived the transplantation of primary cells include Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Daido, Danzo, and The first three have one thing in common. That is to write round eyes. Danzo himself didn't have Shaolin Yan, but he transplanted Shaolin Yan. This shows that the power of writing round eyes should be able to neutralize the power of the first generation cells. In Yamato's words, he is completely a miracle. However, what Hoshibo is most concerned about is the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the Battle of Zuoming. The fight between the two of them was quite vigorous. Uchiha Sasuke also learned a lot from Oshimaru. The most important thing is the use of the curse imprints studied by Dashimaru. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke used the second form of the curse seal of the sky to fight the Uzumaki Gulman. A pair of palm-like wings grew behind him, and the color of his skin changed. It looked like a ghost, very ugly. Well, ugliness doesn't matter for Uchiha Sasuke, as long as he can get the power to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi. Don't be ugly. Don't care about disfigurement. Chapter 400 The Two Pillars of Death 35 This person will also be a wooden escape, but the power of this wooden escape is too small. Kushina looked at the Mudan that Yamato showed, and couldn't help but want to complain. Chakra lacks the essence of Yang Dun. That's why it appears weak. Xinu looked at Yamato's Mudan-S. This was the first time Xinu saw Yamato's use of Mudan. Of course, it was also the first time Xinu met Yamato. Xinu could see the shortcomings at a glance, and the Mudan used out of it lacked vitality. But the power is not too bad. Although it is not as good as the original Mudan, it is still good blood. Following the limit Oki, that fellow, has become more and more disgusting. Xinu glanced at Oki, who was covered in mucus. Well, I almost couldn't help but burned him to ashes with a fierce fire. Kushina nodded and said, except for the battle between Dashimaru and outside the battle between Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura and Sei are both fighting against the pharmacist's pocket sum. The two of them were being beaten by a pharmacist. Kozakura, who was not accepted as an apprentice by Tsunade, was really weak. And Naruto Sasuke and the two of them are completely separated _distance, completely bottom. Participating in this battle is just adding chaos. As for Sei, his strength is not bad. After all, Danzo carefully cultivated. The goal is to kill Uchiha Sasuke. So even in the battle with Yakushido, Sei is still paying attention to Uchiha Sasuke, and even plans to find a chance to kill Uchiha Sasuke. The meeting between them seems to be early. Xinu looked at Naruto and Sasuke. If they follow the original book, they still can't touch it. Naruto had a fight with Taishi 1, and the Taishi 1 that broke out with 4 tails was not necessary. Obviously, the plot has completely deviated from the original. Sasuke Uchiha is in the second state of curse seals, and Naruto is also borrowing chakras from the 9 genera, with a layer of orange chakras covering his body. Sasuke, don't follow Chimaru. Come back to the village with me. Uzumaki Naruto shouted to Uchiha Sasuke. Reached a partial agreement with Kyuubi. Uzumaki Naruto can borrow a part of chakra. Shut up _idiot. Uchiha Sasuke repelled Yuma Naruto in embarrassment. The surface is cold, But the heart is not defeated. Why? Why do I have suffered so much and worked so hard? Practice. In the end, you have to take Naruto Uzui Naruto. This fool it was even suppressed by Sasuke Uchiha's uneasy heart, and opened the three-ga jade writing wheel. His writing wheel has already opened up to the three-ga jade, which is the limit of the ordinary writing wheel. Suffering Uchiha's heavy foot Naruto fell to the ground, feeling the pain of the body. The fierceness of the heart was aroused to send the chakra who borrowed the tail beast, and he himself would be investigated by the Ozo Naruto. Carrot's influence leads to emotional instability. It is even possible to run while Naruto is now under attack like this, and his emotions are gradually getting out of control. Helix Maru smashed toward the head of the election, and his sanity has almost disappeared. Humphrey. Sasuke Uchiha snorted coldly, using Chidori to penetrate Naruto Uzumaki's body. Of course, Uchiha Sasuke also suffered the attack of Uzumaki Naruto's Helix Maru. Sasuke Uchiha was beaten for 2 and flew out, making it difficult to get up on the ground, while Naruto Uzumaki half-kneeled on the ground, and the aura on his body was gradually changing. The injury that was penetrated through the body was not fatal to Uzumaki Naruto. Borrowing the strength to tail the state of chakra, his own injury will heal quickly. However, under the stimulation of severe pain, Naruto Uzumaki entered the half-tailed beast state. Oops. Yamato, who was fighting against Shamaru, took a step back. Keep away from the big snake. Quickly looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Will the 9 humans Yulai go violently? Daishiwan frowned slightly. In fact, Oashiwai doesn't want to see the 9-tailed man's Yulai go violently. Is it so easy to run away because there is no suppression of the original necklace? Xenia's gaze also looked at the rising Uzumaki Naruto of 9-tailed chakra inside his body. Do you want to take him away? Juxina asked Xenu. Uzumaki Naruto is a 9-tailed man's Yulai of the month. The key to the eye plan, so Juxina will force the staff feathers. Of course. Didn't I say that? I want to speed up Akatsuki's progress in collecting tail beasts. Xenu nodded slightly. If he didn't meet Uzumaki Naruto, Xenu would most likely let Nagato solve it by himself. And by the way, see if Nagato would be shot again. But now that you suddenly encounter Naruto Uzumaki, then you can only say that Naruto Uzumaki is unlucky. Xenu decided to catch him, or 9 tails. As for the protagonist, Xenu doesn't care about this. He has come to this world, and Naruto Uzumaki is no longer a child of destiny. Go. Don't watch it out here. Xenu jumped down from the tree, and then walked towards the battlefield of several of them step by step. Upon seeing this, Juxina jumped down from the tree and followed Xenu. Xenu walked over in such an open manner. Of course it is impossible for Dashimaru and Yamato to fail to find out. Mr. Xenu. Taishuan narrowed his eyes. Why did Wuxi Xenu appear here in secret? Vortex Star Feather. Compared with Oshamaru's calmer expression, Yamato's expression is not so good. Senior Kakashi was depressed because of Uzumaki Hoshiba before met KI generation. Also because of the Whirlpool Star Feather. I can't even become a ninja now. It's not wrong to call Tund Kakashi senpai. In terms of age, Yamato's age is indeed younger than Kakashi. Don't be so nervous, I'm just here to take the force room. Xena smiled lightly, and said to Dashimaru and Daishiwan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the target is not Sasuke. I was more afraid of Uzumaki Hoshiba's eye on Sasuke Uchiha before. It now appears that his goal is Kyuubi. Fire escape. The art of dragon fire. A fire dragon hit Xenu, and this attack came from Uchiha Sasuke. When the fire dragon was about to reach Xenu, a pitch-black barrier blocked the fire dragon. Then the fire dragon disappeared instantly. The dark barrier just now is naturally a jade. The smile on Hoshiba's face disappeared. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke with cold eyes under Hoshiba's moonlight, Uchiha Sasuke felt an immense pressure. This pressure is something Uchiha Sasuke has never felt before, and the terrifying pressure on Sasuke Uchiha almost crushes him. The second form of the curse of the sky cannot be maintained at all, and the whole person is crawling on the ground. Above, its body sinks into the ground. You dare to attack me? 2 is really courageous. Hoshiba walked towards Uchiha Sasuke step by step. At this time, the most difficult thing was Oshimaru. Originally, Oshimaru felt that there was nothing for her here, so she could leave with Uchiha Sasuke, but who would have thought Sasuke Uchiha actually killed himself? No matter what, he came from and attacked the Whirlpool Star Feather. It's all dying. Dear Shiwan knows. Maelstrom Xinu was not that easy to talk at all. If you switch to another Thand, Oshimaru will definitely abandon it without hesitation. But Uchiha Sasuke can't abandon it. This is his reincarnation container. _L.